passed propositions in the past, so the people have voted something in, and then they've just gone in and had the court stop it. So there's no guarantees here. It's basically whatever the hell they want to do. The powers that be.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I live in California.
Okay.
Bruce.
It would be really nice if you would join Prosody of Hell. It would be really nice if you cash in your. Yeah, you have a vote to cash in your ticket, Bruce. It's good to see you again, though.
So what's really sad for people in a state that gets gerrymandered like that is you actually have a regional issue, something that's very important to a particular region, and you have a member of Congress that's championing that issue, and now you're gerrymandered into a whole other area of the state that has nothing in common with what your geographical interest is, and your Congress is now representing you, but also a completely opposite, or maybe not opposite, but very different set of interests.
And Abby,
that's really a problem.
And Abby, hang on, Abby, if I may, a classic case, or maybe not. Hey, hang on, please go on mute, Bruce. Please go on mute, Bruce. Thank you. Abby, Kevin Kiley, second or third term congressman, I believe, District 3 in Northern California. He represented or represents one of the districts, the 5 that were gerrymandered, and about a month ago, he left the Republican Party, the only one, and is now an independent. Are there any national thoughts about Kevin Kiley? Are you familiar with him? Do you hear anything about Congressman Kevin Kiley? Abby?
I don't. I'm going to look him up now.
Okay, thank you.
But it is interesting. Imagine just the area that Yash is talking about, which is like the Riverside area, where you also have that whole agrarian area in Southern California. You know, very.
That's known as the Inland Empire. That's San Bernardino. That's Riverside. That is the area that is about 90 miles east of downtown LA and about 3 hours south of Las Vegas.
Yeah, and it shares with us issues with water. Water is a major issue for that region, and very important. The member of Congress on the federal level is involved committee-wise on, either, I'm trying to think of what, there is a water, sorry, my Philly accent with water. There's an actual subcommittee on that, and I can't remember what the main committee is that it falls under. But you want someone, like that's a region that needs someone representing them, and then you gerrymander that in with an area that's completely urban, that has nothing to do with the farmland, and you've just taken away the voice.
Wait, which is the farmland? The farmland is Central California. Kevin Kiley, who I was referring to, it's the last I'll mention on him. He's Northern California.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, because nobody cares.
100 miles north of the Bay Area.
So basically in California, the way it's worked for a long time is you go 30 miles in from the coast, and that is the major population. That's all the population in California. The rest of the state doesn't have the same type of representation because all the population is along the coast. So when they get to Sacramento, they're passing things left and right that they're thinking about from the lens of being in that area. And so when we had power problems about 20 years ago, and they went in and started doing rolling blackouts. Well, that all sounds fine and good, but they were rolling blackouts equally across the whole state. The eastern part of the state is 20 to 30 degrees hotter in the summer than the coast. And instead of doing the rolling blackouts where, cooler by the coastal areas, they were doing rolling blackouts and it was 120. And people were, seriously in trouble of losing their lives. And so it's that kind of misrepresentation that we have here, just simply because they have more people in Sacramento than we do.
Great conversation.
I mean, you have a rural area, they have issues with rural hospitals, how their needs in rural environments are so different than urban, and again, it really liquidates their voice.
Yeah, actually, interesting story. Speaking of rural environments, I came across my newswire today about helicopter travel for emergency EMT air travel. In California, the average evacuation price for like a helicopter is literally $50,000. I read in Texas it's $30,000, and everywhere else in the United States it's somewhere between $10,000 and $30,000. But in California, it's $50,000 to evacuate somebody in a rural area to a hospital.
Wow, Steve, 50,000 for a helicopter.
It's
$10,
a big
Steve.
action. It's a very bipartisan issue. The Problem Solvers Caucus, which is 28 Ds and 28 Rs, that's one of the big pieces of legislation that they've worked on and successfully tried to get funding for. But I just was reading about this member of Congress you're talking about. I mean, this is
Kevin Kiley.
Harvard undergrad, Yale JD.
Yes.
I mean, the guy is clearly.
The dude is a stud, and he's 40.
Yeah.
He's 40 years old, so he's young. I think he's in his second or third term. I believe in the 3rd district. I've liked him ever since. He's a Republican, and he's one of the 5 districts that were gerrymandered out. And about a month ago, he left the Republican Party and is now an independent.
And you think he can get elected as an independent there?
I don't know if he's going to rerun for Congress or not. I don't know.
But you said, Steve, you did say he's young. He's 40.
I said he's 40 years old, therefore, in my opinion, he's young. And then again, I'm 65, so yes.
Me too. Okay.
Yeah, I'm 65, so he's 40. He's young.
Yeah, I'm 50. I'm 51. You know, I'm not saying. I'm with you, Steve. I don't want nobody blaming me or anything. You go.
Hey, if you're with me, no one's gonna blame you, babe.
Well, I just hey, I gotta be careful.
Yeah, and I think he just got married about 2 years ago. I think he was single up until about 2 years ago, wanted to get his shit together. But yeah, Harvard undergrad, Yale Law School. Dude is smart. Yeah.
Lovely. You wanted to say something you wrote in the chat?
I wanted to answer the topic, but didn't want to interrupt the discussion if you are done.
Well, lovely, you're up. Go for it. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. You sound like a radio guy. You do radio?
I do. I am on the radio once a week, and I do a podcast on Clubhouse on Saturday and Sunday. Yes.
Nice voice.
You're very kind. Yours isn't so bad either. What would you like to talk?
Thanks. The topic. So, is America the greatest country in the world? No. Even how they started was kind of like, what? Sorry, my screen timer came on. How they started was very odd. They used the word enslaved or whatever, but they was treating human beings like they were dogs. Like, imagine if you were my slave or I was your slave. That's how they was operating. That was the inception of this country. And then fast forward, they got a bunch of babies starving, people stressed, and then they using all this money for war and shit. America, it's not looking good. It seems like this great country was just in the books that they taught everybody about how great this country was. But in reality, is very fucked up. And then now, I try not to think about this too much, but people tell me I have to because it's the reality. Our president being a pedophile and not being charged with it and stuff. Yeah, and just other stuff that happened to black people. I'm not gonna go too deep into this. I know it's a room full of white people. You guys don't care. But yeah,
Lovely. What books are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You said what you've read in books. What you were told. What you read in books about the founding of America. What books did you read? What books did you read about it?
No, what we were taught in school about America being so great.
But you also said you read books on this. So what books were you taught in school?
No.
Did you read the
I
Tocqueville?
don't remember these textbooks, but
Did you read the Tocqueville?
I don't remember these textbooks,
Abby,
but
she
at
just-
large,
I'm
every
assuming
American
she
was
just remembers
taught
what
that
she was
America
told.
was a good country. That is my point. I don't need to remember these books from when I was in motherfucking middle school, but every American that went to either public or private school was taught that this country was a good country. That is my point.
Did you read about the American Revolution at all? I'm just curious. Like, did you study it when you were in school? The Revolution?
So the people that treated human beings like the actual
revolution.
You weren't done? Okay.
No, the
I'm
actual.
sorry, I was responding, but
The actual revolution. I'm going to put something in the chat when you get. It's going to take you a while to see it, but Ken Burns, who's really one of the best documentarians we have, probably in history. He did a fabulous documentary. It's I forget how many are in the series, called The American Revolution. You might have to watch it a couple times. Some of it could put you to sleep, but it documents our entire revolution, kind of from soup to nuts. Talks about all kinds of, also about minorities. Talks about the sovereign nations and as well as our relationship with the French and other nations that helped us through the revolution. But it might give you some insight if you can't remember much about how we were founded. That and he does a really good job. So I'm going to put it in the chat. Maybe you take some time and watch his miniseries.
There's multiple ways to educate yourself. Oh, so, Viking, I'm just responding. No disrespect. There's multiple ways to be educated of the inception of this country. But so you're talking about people who treated human beings like dogs. They were revolting.
I'm talking about Paul Revere.
I allowed you to finish. I gave you the respect to finish.
I've actually asked me what I was talking about. So I'm talking about Paul Revere.
I will not have a one-sided conversation, lady. If you're an adult, I don't see you, but I allowed you. I gave you the respect of allowing you to finish. So are you going to allow me to finish? Thank you.
You know what I think we should do since it's at the top of the hour? I want to hear more from Lovely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play our top of the hour 2-minute news break. We'll come back with Lovely. I'd love to hear Lovely speak uninterrupted for a couple of minutes, say everything she wants to say, and then if some of the mods want to question Lovely, as long as it's okay for Lovely, if she feels comfortable, she can answer them. But right now, here is our Tower 2-minute news break on Casa de Appel. We're popcorn.
Eric Swalwell's resignation now official, read before Congress, and tonight a new accuser now coming forward, and what she now claims he did, and the response coming in tonight. Breaking developments: the war in Iran, President Trump's high-stakes U.S. naval blockade, the cost of gas in the U.S., the president saying new talks could be coming, and President Trump tonight lashing out at Pope Leo again, this time to an Italian newspaper, what the president said. Here at home tonight, we're watching the potential for severe storms right now, multiple states, more than 50 million Americans under severe weather alerts, destructive tornadoes already at record heat, 80s and 90s in the east. Ginger is here. Tonight, chilling surveillance showing the moment a heroic high school principal is shot, trying to take down a gunman. A former student coming into the school with 2 guns, according to police. The other horrific school shooting, disturbing video tonight of a young gunman opening fire in the halls of a high school. Multiple students hit and surviving. The emotional testimony from the directors of Camp Mystic in Texas, where 25 girls and 2 counselors were killed in those floods. What they now acknowledge about those early moments in the disaster. The husband of the American woman who he says fell off that boat and was swept away. He's now breaking his silence. Tonight, the ABC News interview, after he was released from jail, what he's now saying. Tonight, the student kidnapped at gunpoint while walking to the bus stop. Surveillance showing a store clerk helping to save her. How that student signaled to the clerk she needed help. Tonight, the story watched by the nation known as Baby Jessica when she fell down that well in her backyard. Tonight, all these years, the scandal already forcing him to drop out of the California governor's race. And tonight here, a new accuser coming forward in an emotional news conference. What she claims he did.
Hey, all right, so welcome to Casa de Appel. It's hour number 3 of Is America the Greatest Country in the World? But you can pretty much talk about whatever you want, just general clubhouse rules. We do our best to do one speaker at a time. Don't interrupt the mods. But I do want to go to Lovely. Lovely, take a couple of minutes, mods. Don't interrupt her. Let her speak uninterrupted for a couple of minutes. And then when she's done, if she wants to answer questions, she will. Lovely, it's a pleasure to have you here. You have the stage.
Thank you. I won't be too long. So you mentioned some revolution by the weirdos that treated human beings like they were animals. I do not I'm Jamaican, so I want to say big up, but I don't know if you guys would understand what that means. But I would not big up people like that. They're not normal. So anything they do, I'm not really interested. And see, I don't think all white people are the same. I just want to start that to stop any potential triggers with what I'm going to say. Some of you do not acknowledge the inhumanity, but there are some that do. I have a really good friend, Nick. He's American, so he's educated me on a lot of this stuff and the inhumanity, and he acknowledges that. But some of you guys are still impacted, like you have impaired empathy. You don't see the inhumanity in it. You minimize it because those are the people you came from. But I can't say that's all white people. I have white friends who, I don't know, somehow they came from that still. But some generation had a conscience, and they're not like that, so they can acknowledge the inhumanity, and they would not still big up people that believed in treating human beings like dogs. And I don't know your faith. I don't know if you believe in the Bible, but God gave us dominion over everything in the world and animals. He did not give man dominion over man. So I sleep good at night knowing those people are paying. But yeah, this country is not great, especially because they have so many people as yourself who because of the generations you're coming from, because you literally come from people who believe in treating human beings like animals, you guys don't see the inhumanity in humanity.
So can we maybe be a little bit specific about this?
And actually, I was going to go first, Marshall, if that's okay, and then Marshall can go. So, Lovely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lovely, are you willing to take? Yeah, well, we'll go me, Marshall, and then next, Lovely. Are you willing to entertain questions, or would you rather not? Lovely.
I'll be honest with you. I'm on here too long. But I don't want to cop out because I should have been left. I will take some questions. I will stay for at least 10 minutes.
I'm going to ask you one question, and then Marshall wants to go. I'm just going to ask one question. Do you acknowledge that back in the 1700s or the 1600s, when the United States was being built and formed on the backs of slaves, that most, if not all, other countries were doing exactly the same thing? Do you acknowledge that, or do you find the United States at that time was an anomaly?
Oh no, I know other countries partook in it, but we're talking about America, and we're talking about America. That's why I answered.
Absolutely. Okay, Marshall, are you on the phone, or Marshall, are you there?
No, I'm here.
Okay,
I just
Marshall,
I just wanted to be specific. This is a chat GBT, so I'm not in front of my bookshelf where I have founding generations. Strong criticisms of slavery. Thomas Jefferson notes that the state of Virginia, early Declaration of Independence, Benjamin Franklin, Pennsylvania Abolitionist Society, John Adams never owned slaves, strongly opposed slavery. He wrote that slavery was a foul contagion, but avoiding making it a central issue to preserve the unity of the country. Yes, it was built on the back of slaves, but one of the things we never consider when having this discussion is what would have happened afterward. If the North says no to the South, then the country doesn't reform. And what happens after that? The British, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the English reinvade. They were already looking at, King George III was already looking at reinvading in the 1790s when they lost, which I think is an important facet. So there is that. Let's see. Download. Moral opposition, but political compromise. James Madison called it a great evil and a threat to Republican government. At the Constitutional Convention, he supported the Three-Fifths Compromise. Key idea, Madison feared both slavery and the consequence of ending it too abruptly, because it was something used all around the world. George Washington rarely spoke about it publicly. Open defenses or acceptance of slavery. Charles Cotesworth Pinckney defended slavery at the Constitutional Convention. John Rutledge, these were both anti-federalists, so they placed their loyalty and view of how things should function in the states themselves. What the founding documents say: Three-Fifths Compromise, Fugitive Slave Clause, Slave Trade Clause. Bottom line, some founders condemned slavery morally, and some opposed it, but compromised. Others defended it openly. When I looked more moral condemnations of slavery from notes of the state of Virginia in 1785. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that this justice cannot sleep forever. The whole commerce between master and slave is perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions. Benjamin Franklin and Pennsylvania Abolition Society. Mankind are all formed by the same almighty being and are equally entitled to freedom. John Adams. Every measure of prudence therefore ought to be assumed, and the eventual total expiration of slavery from the United States. Opposition mixed with caution. James Madison at the Constitutional Convention. Where slavery exists, the Republican theory becomes still more fallacious. George Washington in 1786. There is not a man living who wishes more sincere than I do to see the plan adopted for the abolition of it. Religious and moral critiques. Alexander Hamilton associated the New York Manumission Society. The rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments. They are written in the whole volume of human nature, often cited broadly about natural rights. Defense and justification for slavery. Pinckney, Rutledge, the Declaration of Independence. The reason I'm quoting this stuff is because if we really want to have that conversation, you're absolutely right, Lovely. It was founded in part on slavery. The Northerners were bigoted and racist, but I don't believe people in, say, like Boston or Massachusetts owned slaves. I could be wrong. But the point of pointing out this grayness is to point out that it's not as easy as a lot of people think. The discussions at the time were discussions that said, this is wrong and evil, but we can't end it. Now, I wish they had the moral clarity and courage to have ended it at the time, but it's not like people didn't know it was wrong. It's not like they didn't say it was wrong, right? In fact, some of these men, Jefferson included, who owned slaves, acknowledged its wrongness. In several letters with the Marquis de Lafayette, he acknowledged the fact that he was wrong in participating in the great evil, yet did so anyway. And at least from what I have discovered about the founding of our country, a big reason for that is they were trying to get the two halves to agree. maybe it's better if America never exists, but I personally don't believe that. So I think you should teach both. I think you should teach the part about the thought that we ought to have abolition and the fact that it didn't happen, but you should also teach the fact that we had a permanent underclass that we treated like couches. We treated them like actual property. I don't mean to chide you, I just mean to add some gray into the discussion. I like history, and this history is interesting, and so I felt like it would be better if we had some actual quotes from the time we could work with. Again, wasn't trying to chide you, just trying to add to.
And before we go to our next mod or other person, Lovely, did you want to respond, or did you want to take another comment and or question? Lovely, it's on you.
Commercial, I know you were saying you read something about I can't remember the name, but some politician describing how gruesome slavery was, but still had slaves. All I wanted to say is actions are louder than words. That is all.
And I'll just give a cliche also. Talk is cheap and actions speak. Thank you, Lovely. Who wanted to go next? Anybody on stage?
Yes, may I go?
Yeah. Yes. Your name?
Meg.
Mike?
Meg, no, that's Meg.
Meg. Hi, Meg. Go ahead.
Oh my God, Mike.
I'm sorry.
I gotta call you that from now on.
Thank you, Abby. I'll find a name for you.
There we go.
All right. The only reason I want to sneak in, Lovely says she had to kind of go in a little bit, so I wanted to quickly say that I don't think people feel empathy, and I think what I want her to know is that I'm very well knowledgeable about the passage from Africa, Ghana, especially to Jamaica, to the West Coast. The only reason I went up is because my family is actually a founding family. We came up with Governor Winthrop in 1630. We did not have slaves. Slavery was abolished in the northern states. My family's only been in by about the end of the Revolutionary War. However, we did have indentured servants. What you talk about, the behavior of people treating slaves, is absolutely 100% spot on. It is disgusting. It is repulsive. It is something that is absolutely disgusting, and it's something that I have seen. I've seen some documentaries where they will offload people who were ill from their ships. The way that people were packed into ships, and then the people got ill, they were offloaded, meaning they were tied to metal chains and dropped in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, there are few words to describe the kind of disregard for human life that the people from Africa had to go through with the slave trade.
And I'm going to interrupt very quickly. If any of you have never seen the movie Amistad, what you described is graphically expressed in Amistad. Please continue.
I was actually mentioning that because that is one movie. It's beautifully done. Has an amazing cast. One of my favorite from he's a South Sudanese. I don't pronounce Jimen Hunsu, I think. Absolutely amazing guy, gorgeous too. But
I love that guy.
Yeah.
Did Spielberg do that movie?
I don't think so.
No, there is a scene that I've seen that movie a few times, and there is a scene which I was just describing. It's actually kind of what I was describing, that never fails to make me cry because it is, and it's rough, and it's true, and it's accurate, and it's based on a true story. So the thing about the treatment is there's no fucking way that anyone can ever make up the treatment that Black people who are brought from Africa to the Americas can ever make up, except to say that, we are trying to. One is it's fucked up, it's wrong, and it will never happen again. Hopefully, it will never happen again as long as we keep doing this.
Meg, you know, there's still slavery today.
No, I do know that. I do know
Yes, and when we look at what's
alive and well.
Yeah, you look at like the Yazidi women and how they I mean, we tried to rescue a lot of them, but many of the Yazidis were taken as slaves.
And Abby, I was wrong. Amistad was directed by Steven Spielberg. I'm looking on the.
There you go.
That actually makes some sense. But yeah, the Yazidi that you're talking about, it's a lot of sexual slavery, which I'm not saying that the black people in America, I mean, they also had that. They had slavery of every single kind. But Lovely is absolutely on point when she says that there's a lot to atone, and there's a lot of people that, God, I really hope they're not in heaven, because there's absolutely things that there's nothing you can. Apologizing is not enough. I mean,
and I'm going to flip it and say there's also a lot to have pride in, and that's why I suggested learning about the American Revolution and what people sacrificed to form the nation, and also about some of our original freedom fighters and how they went into battle and went into, you know, the stories of George Washington and his troops, and it's fascinating, just fascinating. There's a great museum in Philadelphia, which is the Museum of the American Revolution. I highly recommend it, as I recommend reading about the Revolution and watching some of the Ken Burns series for sure. There's pride, and you know, as there's sorrow, there is also pride, and it shouldn't take from some of these fearless warriors that fought, and as well as they fought along with some of the Native Americans at the time against the British. You also had the French coming in and assisting, and there's just a lot of history there and a lot to discover.
Well, no, and there are a lot of things that make great. I mean, there's the free speech unparalleled anywhere else. There's this. We can go. I mean, one thing also that I don't think gets talked about much is in World War II. The most decorated units in World War II were the all-black units. There was a flight squadron.
The Tuskegee Airmen. They flew
Tuskegee Airmen, most decorated. There were a ton of soldiers who were decorated. There was a ton of soldiers who were nominated for the Medal of Honor, and because of their race, they were denied it. But they were nominated. They should have gotten it. The fact that we've gone from literally being able to get away with murder publicly because someone looked at a white woman, to where that does not get you an excuse to go harm someone. America's got great in many ways. But Lovely also has a point where we have a past that I don't think we've reckoned with. And I think that once we reckon with that past, we can be a lot greater.
It's a past we don't reckon with, but it's a past that is frequently flattened. It's either flattened as America was terrible and it was all slavery, or America was great and it was all Paul Revere. The history is flattened. Part of learning history is being able to understand it from the people's eyes back then. History is only really useful when you can take our modern understanding of things, incorporate it into what you know about the historical past, but also understand what people were doing. The purpose to reading those quotes was to demonstrate this was not a dead issue in the colonies. This was a live wire. And it was a wire they didn't know how to solve. The North wanted one thing, the South wanted another thing. In order to have a country, you had to compromise. Otherwise, you don't get the country. So we flattened our history in a way that doesn't do the job. It's not all bad slave masters and white people, but nor is it all Paul Revere and, the circular flag with the stars. It's a combination of those And men and women in history are flawed. There's a guy who we study in military institutions to this day. His name was Thomas J. Jackson, more properly known as Stonewall Jackson. He was a brilliant military tactician for the South during the Civil War, and he was so brilliant that we study his military campaigns today because they're valuable, because they can teach us lessons. And when we do things like say Stonewall Jackson was all good, and we forget that he was a pious Presbyterian, yet he owned 9 people. How do you reckon with that? Yeah, at the time with the person. It's not as simple as they're bad and evil. That's too simplistic. It is more complicated. Now, he did ultimately end up participating in a great system of a moral evil. But he was a more complicated individual. And when we don't look at historical figures as complicated individuals, we flatten the history that we have to study, and we stick a 21st century lens on morality. You have to meet, just like politicians have to meet people where they are today, you have to meet the history where it is and understand it, which means that you understand we did some really, really evil things, but that we also had people who thought those evil things were just absolutely wrong, wholly morally wrong, and they were a minority in the civilization at that point. But it's not like the thought didn't exist, and it's not like these people didn't fight against slavery, right? So to compare it to be all stars and stripes or all slavery and bad white people is a disservice to the actual history because it's more complicated. It just is.
He was a traitor, that guy.
I'm not saying he wasn't a traitor, but you get the point, Elliot. It's like there is something even that traitor did that we still use, and as a consequence, he is a grayer figure than we might like to present. And that gray figure lived a different life. And when we understand his life, we can condemn the moral evil that he participated in, but we can also say, damn, that man led a military campaign. We still teach in military institutions to this day because it was so brilliant, right? It is this mix where you can be brilliant and bad all at the same time. And I don't think for that well in modern discussions of history.
I like what you said about their adding some gray into the conversation. You're right. Slavery was like a fiercely debated issue at the constitutional conventions. It was talked about at length, Federalist Papers. It wasn't like some settled thing. And then later, it was like those same values that they get from the Enlightenment that the North relied on, and they believed in it so much that hundreds of thousands of white Northerners gave their lives for that cause. And I would say that is great. But it's not like, it's not like it's just a vacuum where America is great or America is terrible. There's some nuance.
It's a complete mix. That's why when I was suggesting the Museum of the American Revolution, they highlight very much the movement in the North to free the slaves, and they highlight there was in Massachusetts, a woman that sued. I'm blanking on the name. I'll have to. The museum does a whole big display about her suit and gaining freedom. And they show all sides. I mean, I think it's really important to see all sides, but it's important to learn it and to study it, and not just to say it's just some book I remember from middle school. It's a constant learning exercise and to learning our nation. And the best way to heal the wounds is to learn it and to understand it and understand the motivations and know historically what happened. I mean, it's just ever evolving knowledge.
Don't get me wrong, it doesn't take away from the evil we participated in, but it just, it makes the picture grayer than was being presented. the rah-rah around the flag, we're all gray all the time history, but nor do I like the we're all bad all the time history. It's just not truthful to tell it either way like that.
Did someone refresh the room?
Hey, Brian, we've been talking, I don't know if you were listening, but we were talking about the grayness of American history. The fact that it's not all good, not all bad, that it's some kind of mix in between. And that if we're really honest, we look at the different tensions of the time, we figure out what people thought, and then we look at what they fought against and what they fought for. And it makes our history a lot grayer, a lot less black and white. And I said in particular, that I hate the rah-rah rally around the flag kind of history as much as I hate the America's evil all the time history. Like, I don't like those because they're not accurate. So that's kind of where we were.
Okay.
I'm pushing for everyone to spend July 4th in Philadelphia and go learn your history. Go visit the museums, go learn about the founders, go learn about their faults and their virtues, but study it, and definitely it'll be a great time, the 4th, in the place that it was born.
You are an American?
Well,
Still,
let's say July.
Somebody else asked me this the other day, and I really don't understand it. What do we sound like? Like, you don't need to ask if we're American. We sound like Americans. So just, like, make your declaratory statement and let's, like, get you into the conversation. You don't need to ask us whether we are.
But I will ask you to speak up a little. He sounds a little low to me. What about the rest of y'all? No?
No, we can hear it, fine.
Oh, okay, all right. Go ahead.
His mic is not that great. What are you trying to say, dude?
Okay, are you an American?
Yes. I'm an American. Most, if not all of us on stage are in America, yes.
Okay. So most important thing is, at least American must think they are the greatest.
No. That's not a must. It's not a must, right? And we're discussing that it's gray. It's not either all good or all bad. It's
Of course.
Actually, for the past couple hours, we've been discussing mostly about the faults of America. I don't think we've been discussing about our positive points. We've been discussing our faults.
You know what, Steve?
Actually,
What? Tell me what?
I hear this all the time. We have our faults and all this stuff. Yeah, of course we have our faults. We're still the greatest fucking nation on the planet.
Thank you.
Like, and none of these people that really come up here and complain fucking are flying to Indonesia to fucking go live. And they're not immigrating en masse in the ways that they're coming to America. And by the way, Americans ain't fleeing en masse to any particular spot in the world except for Rosie O'Donnell in Ireland.
In fact, today, if I may be so bold, slavery is illegal. We have the best human rights policy in the country we've ever had in our entire existence. And we are not only the greatest country in the world, but the longest form of existing government, 250 years in the world. The next closest is Israel at 75, and all the other 205, 207 countries fall behind 75. But go ahead, sir.
I think I live in the oldest city in the United States. I think San Antonio is the oldest city.
I didn't know that.
Is it the old? How can that be?
How can that be?
I thought St. Augustine was the oldest city in the United States.
Well, I just know San Antonio is older than
You were a colony before.
Okay. It could have been. Hang on. It could have been declared a city before it was part of the Union. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I just have a quick question for everyone before.
Yeah.
How do you say the 250th anniversary? It's not the sesquicentennial. What is it? Does anyone know the word?
Well, it's not the bicentennial.
No.
so I will tell you one
Does
thing.
anyone know
I
that
will
word?
tell you one thing. Sir, as an Indian,
when
Do you hear us talking about something else? This guy.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I don't think you can hear us.
We are okay.
You know what? We'll think about Abby's question. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
Sir, when we are fighting for our first independent war, you are fighting war against slavery. That is the most important thing. I am thinking about America because Americans have the most oldest form of democracy and they fought against slavery when we are just thinking about our independence. As an Indian, I am always thinking about this. Okay. Imagine that.
Well, tell you what. Is that what you want to land your clubhouse plane with? Can we imagine that? Do you have anything else to contribute?
That is the importance of America.
All right, so that's it, right? That's it. That's all you've got to say and ask. Okay, great. Go on mute. Go on mute, and then if anybody wants to comment on that, you can. Otherwise, let's move on.
Someone to pronounce the word. I'm looking at it in the chat.
It's fucking too hard. It's semi-quincentennial.
Nice.
But that's
Very good. Very good.
But it's not gonna. It's not something that's gonna flow off your lips. There's no one's gonna use it.
Can you say it one more time, please? Say it one more time.
Semi-quincentennial.
Semi-quincentennial. Okay, very good.
We need a new word for this.
Shorter.
Yeah, because quin means 5. Quintuple, right? Means 5. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I think there is another word. I think there is another way to say it.
There could be, but we can always break it down into SQC.
And then we can always just call it 250, right?
Well, there is that. There is that. Oh, I wanted to say, hello, Americans.
Hello!
Wait, what gave us away, Joe?
Your pictures. Your pictures. You look like Americans.
No.
Really? The fanatic?
Especially you, Abby.
Yeah, I know. It's the past times, right?
By the way, we haven't categorically made slavery illegal. It's nice when we're like blowing smoke at each other's asses, but let's try to be
I
realistic.
thought we had with like the 14th Amendment.
13th.
Okay, yeah.
Well, if you read it
Maybe
carefully,
we made it illegal. Yeah.
but if you read it, it doesn't categorically ban slavery. It doesn't.
Have you seen any litigation around the 13th Amendment, Elliot?
No, he means that it allows slavery upon terms of imprisonment. It doesn't say slavery is illegal, period, in any circumstance. It says slavery is illegal unless you are imprisoned, in which case then you can be asked to do slavery.
So unless you're behind bars, slavery is illegal. Would you agree with that, Elliot? Okay, fine. We can come to terms on that one. Fine.
That's just a technicality, but it's just.
It's worth pointing out. Unless you're behind bars, slavery is illegal.
Is there any country in the world where that's not the case?
Yeah, exactly. But prisoners really aren't slaves, right? Yes, they get put to work, they don't get paid, but they're not owned as property. They can be passed on to family members, right?
They're also not forced to work either.
Yeah, and once they serve their time, they're out. So I don't think it's the same thing as
It's their liberty that is restricted.
Yeah, they have lost their rights to freedom and liberty.
Correct.
Because they're a criminal, yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Just like when you go to the military, you lose your civil rights. You come under military law.
In that regard, you were considered a property of the U.S. military at that time.
No, I do think though, like technically you did have slavery in prisons with like chain gangs.
Do we have any chain gangs anymore?
No, but I'm just saying we have historically, like after the 13th Amendment.
I think we actually.
Can I just have a moment with Steve on that one? Did you ever see Take the Money and Run, Steve? The scene with the chain gang with Woody Allen and the chain gang.
A long time ago, and I forgot.
Oh, sorry, I just funny.
We actually, I believe we still do have chain gangs in Arizona, but I don't know if those are still active.
Where is there a chain gang in Arizona?
So you
Metro-
had chain gangs are everywhere. So
Yeah, shut.
Maricopa County. Maricopa County does. I just looked it up. They have when they're out in public doing work outside the prison.
Like every state has a concept of a prison camp, like a prison work camp, where inmates go out, they clean up the right of way, they cut grass, they, in Georgia they pave roads.
But they're not required to, are they?
Well, it's kind of like, it's definitely not like it used to be.
No. The question is, are they required to, or do they have the, hello, do they have the option to sit in their cell and not go out?
No.
They don't.
If the prison camp is considered a privilege, if they don't work, they leave and they go to a regular institution.
So they're not forced.
So
no,
they're not forced.
Under what you just said, they're not forced. They have an option.
They can just sell and not go out.
Yeah, I don't think I was making that I was just kind of clarifying that prison camps definitely still exist. The chain gang definitely still exists, but it's considered more of like a privilege. You get to be out in the free world and things like
optional.
that. Exactly. For all
Yes, it's not quite the chain gang of old, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like
okay,
the 13th Amendment says, like verbatim, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime wherefore parties shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So it has nothing to do with liberty. Like they literally say, like slavery and involuntary servitude is okay if it's a punishment. But like you guys said, like, nobody's really being forced to work. Now, I don't know about other places. I'm specifically talking about Georgia, where I'm from, where I'm familiar with.
We're talking about the country, America. We're talking about all of America.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, I've heard horror stories about, like, wild places in, like, wild middle America where, like, people are, chain gangs are still kind of, like, sketchy.
Yeah, well, they're just stories. They're just stories.
Could you cite any of those cases? Because there would be litigation, right?
I don't want to.
Yeah, no, please do. Because my understanding is that if you are convicted and you're convicted to prison cell, you have the option to stay in your prison cell for your entire term. You're not required to go out and work. But if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Well, what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's nothing better than a cool hand.
Yes, Luke.
And I can eat 50 eggs in an hour. So
that's kind of why I was saying, like, I'm familiar with the Georgia system.
Yeah, okay.
I'm also kind of semi-familiar with the fact that the concept of work camps pretty much exists everywhere. This is just a quick AI overview.
I agree.
I'm not pushing back against you. I'm just literally just.
I'm just agreeing with you.
Okay. So I asked, are there any cases of current chain gang abuse? Is what I just put in Google. The AI overview.
The better, with all due respect, sir, the better question to ask would be: is there any current existence of forced chain gangs?
Any current existence?
Yeah, forced. You're forced out of your cell. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Forced chain gang.
I'm sure they're abused. I don't doubt that for a second.
Okay, so I've said, is there any current existence of forced chain gang participation?
There you go. What does it say? What does it say?
Let me hit enter.
Yeah.
Traditional physically stacked forced chain gangs are largely obsolete in the U.S., but voluntary inmate labor crews, sometimes still called chain gangs,
which is exactly what I said. Yes.
Exist.
Yes.
It says there's a limited existence. While rarely used in their traditional form, some areas still use the term for voluntary inmate work crews. Sounds like it's basically saying that.
Yeah.
It's saying stuff like most modern programs are voluntary. It's not saying like specifically, but there's this instance of this one place that does it differently. So I would say that largely, like, what you're saying is probably correct.
Cool.
And my position wasn't that slavery still exists in the United States. I thought Steve might appreciate this point because he's very familiar with the law, like he's at a But the other thing is like, I mean, like, is it with these voluntary work groups, like they get paid? I mean, I think in some cases they get paid like 10 cents an hour or something like this. I mean,
Yeah,
15
cents an hour.
They also
Yes.
have reduced sentences as well.
Yeah, 10, 15 cents an hour. Sure. But again, they're not forced. And yes, it's slave labor. It's, federal minimum wage is what, $7.25? Instead of $35 an hour, they're getting 15 cents an hour. Yes.
In California, we tried to put a thing on the ballot last year to get through that, to try to ban this practice in prisons, but it failed. I was very surprised.
I'm sorry, what practice?
This shit in the prisons. Let me try to give you an actual link.
Are you talking about chain gangs or privatizing prisons? I don't know what you're talking about.
Give me a minute, hold on.
Sure, no problem.
Some states are trying to put in ballot initiatives that have the no exceptions, which would stop labor in prisons. There's been, I think it failed in California, but it might have passed in Colorado. I mean, I feel like there's some states that had that initiative.
But I think somebody asked earlier if there's a country that doesn't rely on slavery, and I'm pretty sure it also includes prison labor. I'm pretty sure, I know Norway has no sort of prison labor system, so.
Yeah, I don't want to be like Norway. They're far too homogenous. They're far too small. They get to be the bitch of Russia far too much. Just not interested.
So how do you rehabilitate if you're in prison?
I mean, they have such high quality of life that eventually
They don't go to prison?
They do go to prison. It's just aimed towards rehabilitation. So
there's this really good book I read called Her Majesty's Philosophers, when it was done by a guy from the UK. And he went in, it was a prison set. He went into prison to study prison, believing you could rehabilitate everybody. Came out believing there are just some crimes you can't rehabilitate, period. Doesn't matter what you've done, doesn't matter who you are. The fact that you've committed this offense makes you unfixable. He went in believing in the death penalty, came out not believing in the death penalty. And one of the things that he said in this book, which I have always remembered, was we talk a lot about rehabilitation, but we forget that there are real crimes with real victims, and those victims deserve justice. And if that means those people get executed or sit in prison forever, well, so what? That's the choice. That is the consequence they get for making that choice. You don't get a do-over on some of these.
no motive. But what if a person's innocent though?
Where in my spiel did I ever reference somebody who was innocent?
Well, you brought the death penalty, and specifically though, what are they going to get back?
You must not have been listening.
He was speaking idealized, so it's like, yeah. It makes sense, but I think, here's an interesting thing. What technology or medicine can we have that instead of justice, we use the term rehabilitate on both the victims and the perpetrator, because it's an error of the system. You wouldn't call your cells guilty and start executing your cells. You'd be like, hey, what medicine can I use on my cells to make them get along again?
I don't follow.
Yeah, why should we force victims to get along with their perpetrators?
No, that's not what that means. No. It's rehabilitation for the victims means whatever they need. You give them that in a magical world. That's some brain therapy. Who knows? If they're depressed, they're no longer depressed. So if we're speaking in idealized terms, what is the thing that we could dream for?
We do that.
What we dream for rehabilitation?
We
So just
have
use that
victims.
word on both.
We do. So just, I don't know where you live, but most states have victim compensation funds and victim divisions within like metropolitan police departments, through the district attorney offices, through legal aid as well. I mean, there's all kinds of not only compensation funds for victims, but social services for victims. I mean, that's a big deal in a lot of states. I know it is where I am, and there's a lot of emphasis on that. So I'm not sure. Are you talking about something different than that?
No, I was talking about the meta point. The point that pairing these two things together is more constructive than using even the word justice, because justice then says somebody has to get punished. And like the previous speaker said, how often are you making a false positive? Right?
I don't understand that part. I'm just saying, if you're talking about both sides of the equation, we put a lot of emphasis, both taxpayer money and NGO money, into victim compensation.
Io, are you against the guilty being punished?
No, Jesus. I'm on a country that has very idealized social welfare, right?
You know what? I'm just not following you, and I'm sure that's on me. I'm just not following.
He's talking about the Nordic countries and then having an idealized version of rehabilitation. That's what Euro's referring to. He's referring to this like idealistic, if it could all be done in this magical world, this is what it would look like.
Well, I can say this. My understanding, and I could be wrong, is that our prisons are not designed to rehabilitate. They are designed to put the guilty away to arguably keep the rest of the country safe. Our prisons are not designed to rehabilitate.
Some are, some are not.
Okay, all right, okay.
From this book that I read, the way this kind of gets processed in U.S. systems is that some U.S. prisons do have like educational classes. You can achieve classes about becoming a better person, essentially, right? And that's done. My point in quoting the book was to point out that there are certain crimes in the Nordic system. They believe you can rehabilitate most things. This book, with this person from Europe, with this person from the UK, believed there were some crimes that were fundamentally made you unrepairable. Murder, sexual assault, those sorts of things. Yes, you can repent to Jesus, and yes, you can have a personal relationship with him, but his point was about being in society, right? That there are some crimes that are just so bad that you no longer deserve to be in society, and you don't deserve to have this sense of like rehabilitatory notion towards you. Whereas in the Nordic system, that sense of rehabilitation is pretty much across the board, right? The Nordic system is more idealized about how you rehabilitate people than say either the UK or the US system, right? And that's kind of what Euro is referring to. Did I get you wrong? Io, not Euro, sorry.
That's exactly the point. And I was just trying to think of like, hey, and maybe it's a science fiction angle, because it's obviously not a science fact, but what could we dream of that would make the system, and as Steve pointed out, it's not a system that's for rehabilitation. I'll use the example of graduate school. If you're a felon, you can never go to university. Like, that sucks. We say they can get educated, but oh no, there's a glass ceiling. So there's a lot of things we could do.
Yeah, one thing comes to mind is there's a number of states that are trying. Some might have passed it. Have you heard of ban the box? Ban the box means on employment applications, you no longer have to list that you're a felon. And so it doesn't prevent you from getting a job. It's called ban the box.
Actually, in California, I don't know if it's currently in effect, but they had something where, as an employer, you're not allowed to ask about if you were ever in prison. I don't know if that's currently in effect.
Yeah, but that would be very close to ban the box. It might even be ban the box. Now there are.
There's got to be exceptions, Joe, like schools and things like that.
No, there are. I mean,
but that's what a background check would be for.
Well, white collar crime. You're not going to hire somebody that did something financially wrong and make them your CFO. So there would be exceptions to it. But
for CFO you could. If you were bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars, they wouldn't care if you were in prison.
Yeah, they might consider that a feature, It's not a bug, it's a feature.
No, but it would definitely, Joe, like in my industry, there's no way in hell you could apply for a job. And you would never get through licensing. Like, there's no way. You'd have to disclose it. But I would think with a school, especially if someone was a sex offender, it's like not even a question. But certain positions where there's a, the duty of care is the greatest level of duty of care. Then
I agree with you, and
you'd have to disclose.
Yeah, I think most of those that are covered under the ban the box provisions that they've tried to pass. I don't know if they've passed them anywhere. But I think it's a good idea because prohibiting somebody from getting a job who might actually have a skill that isn't going to harm anybody, but the duty of care wouldn't apply, makes a lot of sense to me. And if you want people to reintegrate into society, now we can carve out the irredeemables that Marshall's talking about that are going to have to just stay in prison, but reacclimating people, re-entering them in society is actually a good idea.
And it looks like you were spot on, and I was right there too, because I just asked AI, quote, in California, employers with 5 or more employees cannot ask if you were in prison or inquire about your criminal history on job applications or during interviews under the, quote, Fair Chance Act, aka ban the box, close quote. They can only ask about convictions after a conditional job offer has been made. Very good, sir.
Is there exceptions to that, Steve?
Wait a minute.
Keep looking. Don't stop talking.
Well, the last sentence exactly is the condition there.
And can I just bask in Steve giving me credit?
Federal positions, things like child care, police officers, law enforcement, federal law enforcement, things like that. They just you can't have a felony, and so they're not even going to give you the first the initial chance if you have a felony. So I'm not sure how they go about finding out, but apparently ban the box doesn't apply to these federal level and state level positions like I just described.
Yeah, not just state and federal, but I mean even if it's a private school,
right, child care is listed here too.
Child care or anything dealing with children. I mean, I gotta believe that's that standard, the duty.
And I have it right here. I asked exceptions to California Fair Chance Act, ban the box. It says include employers with fewer than 5 employees, specific positions requiring full state background checks, i.e. finance, healthcare, and law enforcement roles. The act applies to employers with 5 or more employees, prohibiting pre-offer criminal history.
Now, if you had a white-collar crime and you applied for a job in a casino, there's just no way. It would blow the whole license. You could blow the license of the property. You can't have had a history in money laundering and then apply for a job and not disclose it. I mean, so I also.
Yeah, but casinos in California are a different animal than
No, that's California. Yeah. I'm saying generally, if that law were in other states, there's some industries that it's just a licensing issue. It would go counter to other legislation that would prohibit it. Like, so, and I'm using casino as an example because I know it. There's got to be industries that have licenses, and are regulated industries, non-governmental industries, but regulated industries.
If you're an alarm salesman, for example, you can't have a felony because you have to get cleared through an FBI background check in order to be able to go into people's houses.
That's a good example.
That's at least one job where you get background check no matter what you do, and if there's a federal felony, if there's a felony of any kind on your record, you are not given a license because you're not trustworthy enough to enter somebody's home.
Yeah, well, that fiduciary relationship, I would think with banking, with banking institutions as well. I mean, when you have that kind of fiduciary relationship.
Yeah, and again, it said here, and I read it, I'll repeat it, quote, specific positions requiring federal state background checks, i.e. finance, healthcare, and law enforcement. Yeah. So that would apply to, a child care is healthcare, so it would apply. Yeah.
How many states have that?
I only looked for California.
Right. What about dog walkers? Because they go in your home and get your dogs.
I don't think there's any licensure required to be a dog walker. Now, maybe in some states there is, but at least in Texas, there's no licensure to be a dog walker. There's licensure to be a hairstylist, to be
You guys are missing out on government fees,
I have a personal problem with person like Michael Vick being allowed to watch dogs.
I'm sorry. I have a whole Michael Vick conversation, and I'm talking as a Philadelphian because when he came onto the Eagles, it was Bring Your Dog Day to the stadium.
No way.
And people really were okay with him coming in and being the quarterback. And coming onto the team. I'm just saying that as heinous of what he did, and I'm a dog person, he redeemed himself in a city that really just cared about the sport.
Yeah,
crazy. I just have to say that.
I know some dog walkers that are, advertise themselves as licensed and bonded and yada, 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 just to get good high-end clientele for the trustworthiness.
Hey, Lady Gaga's 2 dogs were kidnapped a couple of years ago, and the kidnappers asked for $500,000 to return them, but they got returned by a nice citizen or something, I think.
Aren't they French bulldogs or the ones that...
I think so, but there were 2 of them, yes. Actually, it wasn't by a dog walker. They were stolen from the dog walker, I think. Whether or not the dog walker was involved, I don't know.
Ooh, could be an inside job.
Yeah.
Now you have me whacking out, JCC, about my dog walker. I didn't even, think about it before.
Well, screw the dogs.
Well, at least do a Google check on them, right? Get their name and Google them.
Abby, what about that newscaster's mother?
Yeah.
They still haven't found her, right?
There's no way she's alive by now.
Yeah, I know. Well, because she needed medication. So she's not alive, no leads. I say that was clearly an inside job. She's probably buried underneath the next door neighbor's house. Don't mean to make light of it, but I am making light of it.
They do have an image of the guy, right?
That's what they say, yeah. They have an image of somebody. I think it's an inside job. The housekeeping issue, JCC, how long you hanging out for? You hanging out for 30, 45, 50 minutes, Marshall? 35, 40, 50 minutes?
Yeah, I'll stick around.
All right, okay, well then we'll leave it open. I'm going to step away for a bit. You guys run the...
Here we go, Uncle Steve.
And Abby, I didn't forget about it. You too.
I need to go walk my dog. I'm just joking.
Nice puppy.
the subject of America?
I think we should.
Hell yeah.
So I was, as I was talking to the lovely, and she made it clear that she was Jamaican, and so I put a lot in the chat about the slave trade in Jamaica, which was pretty substantial there. But my point of bringing that up is that I kept telling her to go see the miniseries. Has anyone seen the Ken Burns miniseries I'm talking about in the history of the revolution?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I've only seen his books on his one on the Civil War, Vietnam, and I've also seen his one on the Central Park Five.
It really, I mean, he does great work. The baseball one, by the way, Necro's phenomenal.
Sorry, I think all sports suck.
I'm not a very sporty person, like I'm not very athletic, but you do not know what you're missing.
It's amazing how they did it.
Yeah, some sports are fun to play, but watching sports is just no fun for me. So, except in volleyball, that's pretty fun, not gonna lie.
What are you guys thinking about the Olympics in LA? And evidently it's around the country also, not just in LA. There's other venues having some of the events. I think soccer might be played in a few other cities.
I heard that Trump owes foundation that runs the Olympics funding stuff. I forget the name of it. Already owes them like a whole bunch of money in fees and hasn't paid. And if they're like not happy about
The International Olympic Committee, IOC, is that what it's called?
That's right, yeah. I think that.
Well, tickets just went on sale. The lottery put their names in lotteries, and lotteries are selling tickets.
It's like $400 a ticket or something.
My daughter got in it, so she called me today. She was telling me some of the prices. It matters where you're sitting in the stadium. Some of the tickets, tickets went very fast. Some had sold as low as $70. The stuff she was telling me about, like fencing, it was it was a lot less. That was like $300, $350 a ticket. But then once you got into the track and field, and again, it's where you sit in the stadium, but it was up to, they were as high as $2,000, but like around 700 to 1,000. And then what was the other one she read? Oh, baseball, the baseball ones we were looking at, and they were also somewhere around 700-800. But like the swimming, in the lotteries, the swimming wasn't available. They'll probably release more and do it in tranches for these tickets. But then obviously they go on the secondary market, and then they get marked up quite a bit. If you could go, what sport would you go to see?
Me, fencing, since I actually do a little fencing, I have some fencing gear. That's interesting, but it's really like a niche kind of thing. I like the figure skating.
No, figure skate, no.
Curling is
Summer Olympics. Get out of the cold. So you're gymnastics instead.
Okay, right. Yeah, I don't know.
Swimming, diving.
What else? Basketball.
Beach volleyball, regular volleyball. Crew, rowing. This year, squash is the first time it's in the Olympics. And no more breakdancing.
No, not breakdancing.
Yeah, that didn't go over well. Did you watch it when it was in the last Olympics?
Of course, that magical woman with her amazing moves, yeah. Who could miss that?
You also know how much I'm glad hockey is over.
It's what do you mean hockey is over? Hockey is.
The
We
Olympics.
just got for the Olympics, but my team just got in the playoffs. Hockey is anything but over.
Gotcha. So yeah, hockey's not over, but America's Olympic hockey team ended.
Was that torture for you?
I mean, what do you think?
Or can I ask a question?
I mean, you know how much I hate the American hockey team, right?
Because
I don't know. You're saying that, right?
right, I was making fun of you. Go ahead, Mighty. You wanted to ask something.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to know if you all consider pickleball as a sport.
No, cucumber only.
That's a good question. Because what is it in Europe? It's padel.
Isn't that a
Sorry.
different sport?
Pickleball is a sport. I mean, it's a game, but the place where I'm from, it's considered a sport.
What are you, time traveling? What's going on there?
Yes.
That's a really good question, Mighty.
Because it has rules similar to tennis, and it involves body movement, and it's like a sport, but then it's not really a game. So it's pretty controversial if pickleball is a sport and if it should be in the Olympics, since y'all were discussing that here. So I just wanted to know what y'all think about pickleball, and if you're not aware of what that is, you can just Google pickleball and.
It's not like there's figure skating to add extra controversy. Well, how do you think that's?
Well, I mean, did you think breakdancing was more of a sport than pickleball? I think it's interesting, Mighty, because it's so popular in the U.S. right now. It's one of the most popular games.
Yeah, and I'm from India,
Abby,
so I think that's spread really fast.
Yeah, Abby, one of the things that pickleball lacks is a unified governing body, which you must have that to have it be in the Olympics. And the earliest it could be in the Olympics would be 2032. There are leagues, and there are people that may want to become professional pickleball players, but it's still an up-and-coming sport, and it definitely is a sport. But that unified governing body thing is an important part of it.
I mean, squash has had a unifying governing body. It's a very old sport, and it's amazing that this is the first time it's an Olympic sport. I mean, it's been in, university, Division I, all the way down, really a long time. It's an old sport. It didn't make sense, and that definitely has a governing body. Is racquetball in the Olympics? I think that was.
I don't know. Tennis is in the Olympics. I don't know that for a fact.
Racquetball is not in the
Those are chess, I think.
Right. There's another sport which isn't probably in the Olympics. Is cricket.
Oh, that's in the Olympics. That's in the
Cricket's in the
Olympics.
Olympics.
Yeah, that was on sale today. There were tickets for cricket. And I kept thinking I should buy that. I could probably sell them to someone from another country and make some money.
But I don't think the Indian cricket team participates in the Olympics because I've never heard of it before.
Oh, I gotta believe
There's a guy on our group named Eddie. Yeah. Sorry.
Wait, I'm gonna look that up. I gotta believe India's got a team in the Olympics for that.
Because India is it ranks number 1 currently in cricket, but not in the Olympics, so in the World Cup series. So. Yeah, and as also Austin mentioned in the comments that motorsport should be a part of Olympics. I mean, what do you think about that?
No, we should add Counter-Strike. Obviously, Counter-Strike should be in the Olympics.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there are like gaming.
Everybody runs faster with a knife.
True that.
Yeah, you make a joke. They actually could put esports into the Olympics.
Yeah, it's in discussions. It's so weird. I'm like, at that point, I'm like, would Hitler be happy with this? So I always think of like the Olympics as being this archaic Hitler type thing, vanity project. Look at our country, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, every country that does the Olympics fucking goes bankrupt because of it.
Actually, Salt Lake City made money on their Olympics.
I just learned something. The 2028 Los Angeles Olympics, cricket returns for the first time in 128 years.
Whoa.
Following the World Cup success, and India is planning to win the gold medal in it. There you go.
Damn.
I definitely should have gotten cricket tickets now that I'm reading that.
And Indians are a big fan of cricket, and they would pay like any price for it. Trust me.
I have no idea how it works.
Well, you know, Abby, you and I have to break out of
We
this
just make
now,
every
figure out we
every
can do some
game or
cricket
sport
arbitrage.
Olympics or what? Like, can we just throw anything in there as like an Olympic sport or like other boundaries?
How long's baseball been in it?
As long as the Japanese have wanted it to be, I don't know.
I don't know the specific answer to that, but I do know that there was.
Hey, what's up, guys?
You literally talking. What's up? What's going on, man?
Hey, Adrian.
Hey,
How you doing?
there was like a. Okay.
Have you guys,
No. I didn't mean that to interrupt the flow. I was just saying hi. Sorry. Elliot, please continue. I know you hate being interrupted. Sorry. T-minus 4, 3.
maybe,
I want Elliot.
maybe-
Sorry, Elliot. I was trying to say hi.
he ain't saying anything, so have you guys come to a verdict on the question, or are you guys well past that now?
If you would like to add on to the question and bring it back to the main topic, we are always happy to have the opinion, whether good or bad or mixed.
Well, there is no question about it. America is the greatest country in the world. That's an objective fact.
Good one.
You trolling us, bro?
No, that. Like, do I have to get this out of the way for anyone who sees me?
Which
on this
category?
side?
So other than military
honest. I'm always honest. Just so you know, get that out of the way.
I'm fine if people want to say America is the greatest country, but you said it's an objective fact, and that I don't agree.
It is, because it is. It's the country that comes the closest to providing its citizens the greatest level of freedom any human society has seen yet.
And the funny part is, most of the CEOs of the country are from the country where I'm from.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That doesn't fit real well into the conversation that Grim and Elliot were trying to have. I would say, Elliot, have you ever seen Thank You for Smoking?
Yes.
Great movie.
Tobacco is gonna keep little Jimmy alive because you know the point where the kid asks the dad, "Dad, what makes America the best country in the world?" This is that conversation. It could be anything. It could be our prison system, our military spending, our justice system, our space system, the way we've dealt with history. It could literally be anything. It's a very subjective question. Well, it says America is America the greatest country in the world. Very subjective question, which makes room for a whole lot of different discussions. So, Grim, the question would be, by what metric are we the best? If you're talking about freedom,
Maybe freedom is the metric. If you look at world freedom indexes, we are less free than other countries. We are not number one on the freedom index. Elliot, am I wrong? You would know this. Like, I don't feel like I'm wrong, but like, I'm pretty sure on the freedom index, we're not in the top 5.
Okay, in terms of repressions and free speech, that's what I mean.
You think free speech? Let's bring in national security experts to censor the shit out of it.
The word great is a judgment of value, and if you want to say the objectively greatest thing or whatever, now you're saying something like, I don't know, moral facts exists, and that I don't think that is true. But we can talk all day long about like on which metric of greatness, this or that. Healthcare,
free speech.
I could list. I have a list of things.
Okay, nothing else. I'm not talking about socioeconomic freedom or like economic freedom, or I'm just talking about freedom of speech.
Healthcare.
What about freedom after speech?
What about freedom of speech? What about it? Let's ask a question. So what about it? What? Make a blanket statement about it.
Other than some exceptions, like you can't threaten to cause harm or death on someone, or you can't.
Fighting words.
I've heard
They're called fighting words.
Yeah, or I've heard that you can't yell fire in a movie theater.
Well, you can. Grim. I'm sorry to cut you off, but just so I'll clarify, you absolutely can yell fire in a movie theater. You just can't falsely.
That's what I meant.
Fire.
That's what I meant.
And it always has to be corrected with people. Okay, go on.
Well, that's a.
Is that subjective or is that objective?
No, that's it's an absolute.
But those are just a few examples of things you can't just do. But other than that, more or less, you have freedom of speech.
So is freedom of, to you, do you think freedom of speech is absolute freedom?
Can I say something?
Well, no, because we just made some exceptions to the rule.
Yes, so it's, and there's many exceptions.
There's an asterisk.
Okay, but even so, I believe that the United States of America has the greatest level of freedom of speech in the world.
Mr.
A level of speech where you can directly tell the president of this country that he's fucking up, or he's a piece of shit.
But you can't.
So I hear that as an I feel statement, which I'm not saying is illegitimate. What I'm going to ask is, when you try to connect that I feel statement to American history, what do you think of? What events in American history remind you of this version of freedom of speech you have in your head? Because we all think about it slightly differently. Like, we all have an area of speech we think is interesting. Like, I'm with you. I like that I can call the president a shithead. I can say he's terrible. I like the fact that South Park can compare him to only being able to have sex with South Park devil. I think that is hilarious, right? Even if you like him, like, South Park is objectively fun. So, like, I think that kind of stuff is freedom of speech is interesting. But in American history, say over our 250 years, what do you connect that to, or who do you connect that to?
I'm so sorry.
I'm not understanding who or what do I connect what to.
So when you say the thing that makes us the greatest is our freedom of speech, and you think about our history and freedom of speech together, who or what would you say are the influences you think of in your head when you say that? Right, the examples. Not just the declarative statement, but when you think in detail, like, what are the examples you think of that are classic examples of American free speech?
Well, first I will answer that, but first I would say, like, the real thing that I would like to, it's not really a particular person, it's just the present day conditions of right now, and the way it is right now. But to answer your question, I would say like all of the people who were involved in pushing for changing the country in, to be more like equal across people. So like the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, but there are so many. There's so many examples throughout American history of people who had the right to speak up and speak out and made a change.
Nice, man. We got Marty on stage. Marty, I see the hand. Please go ahead.
All right. No offense to anybody, and I'm not being. I just wanted to say that freedom of speech isn't the only thing that defines freedom, or being, a country being the greatest country in the world. Because I kind of have a list of things that is wrong with the country, and it's not the only country. It's all the other countries. I mean, there's something wrong. In all,
top 10 reasons why Earth sucks. Here we go. Let's go.
So, to start off, I would say healthcare system issues, all right? For example, you fall ill, you need an appointment with the doctor, but then where I'm from, you just go visit the doctor anytime you want. So, unlike many developed nations, the U.S. does not provide or does not have universal healthcare.
Wait. We have emergency. Don't we have emergency rooms? Wait, I'm going to stop.
There is emergency care in the legal
And don't we have a law that they have to treat people even if they're indigent?
They have to, even if they're indigent, they must be stabilized under federal law.
So
and they don't always have to pay for the treatment.
So that counters that one. Go to number 2.
No, it doesn't. Medical care can be extremely expensive, and you have emergencies room for emergencies. All right, you won't have an emergency room for common flu.
And what happens when people can't pay for this stuff? What do you think that happens to the hospital? Do they just go bankrupt? What do you think happens?
No, people do pay for it because
Who
they
pays
have
for it? Who pays for it?
Who pays?
So,
who pays?
Yeah, the people.
What people?
What people? Yeah. Who?
Who's paying?
We the people. That's right. We the people.
And by the way, that doctor that racked up about $300,000 in student loans to get through med school and is making $40,000 a year as a resident. That doctor, how's he gonna feed his family if he doesn't get? Who's paying?
Doctors then?
I'm defending doctors. I will defend doctors. But by the way, so Mighty, the person that doesn't have any money can go and get medical care and doesn't pay their bill, and the hospital gets stuck or the doctor gets stuck. So that was your first thing that's wrong, and we corrected you. Now go to number 2.
I'm glad we corrected because
Okay, you guys can hear Abby. We're gonna do one at a time. And the question was directed to Mighty. Sydney, I see you. We're gonna put you in next, and then you can chip in to the stuff as well. Maybe using the notes function for a second if you frequently forget like I do, or like a piece of paper. I like pieces of paper because you can see them. But just like give it a hot sec so we can have this conversation with Mighty. So Mighty, it's not that we don't want to address the thing you've said. We're trying to go through the list first, and then we can address each one. So the list is healthcare. What is second in that list?
Well, I would say gun violence.
Okay, what is third in that list?
Compared to, let's say other countries, the U.S. has significantly has probably, higher rates of gun-related deaths and mass shootings.
No, I don't mean that. I mean the third thing that you think is important. What is the third thing? Then we can do each one. But we want to get. You said there was a list. Hold on a second. We want to get what we think is your most important view, the view in America that you could have your mind changed on,
and then the view in America that you consider important, but if you had to talk about something else, you would drop it to the side, right, for one of your first two issues. So I've heard healthcare, I've heard gun violence. What would be that third issue where you feel like we're falling down on the job?
Well, higher education. It's
okay. Now let's address your first then. I like history and was kind of classically trained, and so we like write out little bits of points at a time, right? And so my mind kind of thinks that way. So I'm thinking we got your 3 points. Now we can
Marshall. I can tell that the room is crowded. There are a lot of speakers, and I might not get a chance for a while. So I just want to ask Mighty one thing, and then I'll probably just step aside.
If you, Grim, I got you, but
well,
we're in the middle. We're in the middle of a process. I appreciate you taking for your answer because it was a good answer, right? Like I'm scared him away. When I asked Elliot specifically about thank you for smoking, it was for this very reason. There's this conversation that's had between a kid and a dad. The kid's writing an essay, and the kid's writing the essay that is that America's the best country in the world. And the dad says, what makes it the best country in the world? Right? So you've got your version here. Now we've got somebody who disagrees a little bit, and so we're going to cater to them for a second. Maybe go through their issues of disagreement and maybe find out why they think on the minus side versus the plus side at the very first. Not an offense to you, but just moving the mic around. If you could,
I totally understood. But I just wanted to ask him what country or countries he thought was better than America, and then I was going to step aside.
Oh, he left. It's okay.
Yeah, he left. I mean, I can take up his position. I was at least.
Yeah, if you don't, Cindy, if you don't mind, we were on healthcare. So I work in threes. If you could give me 3 examples where you think we could do a better job there, I'm like all for it. I've got some, being a patient in the medical system that are autoimmune disease, I've got some of my own issues, but I'm curious of like the 3 core issues you kind of think are impacting medical insurance and kind of access to that.
Okay, so 3 things on medical insurance specifically. I mean, like, look, I think the point that you guys brought up, Abby, and you brought up about, emergency care being federally mandated, I think it's a valid point. I don't think it goes anywhere near, I don't think it goes anywhere near addressing the entire scope of what healthcare actually is. And I don't think, I was really just kind of more, I don't want to depart from your format, but I was kind of interested, because you guys hand waved it away with you can go to the emergency room. Do you guys really believe that the emergency room addresses the holistic nature of healthcare?
No, and I didn't mean. I'm hoping you and me can erase that part of the board and just start with the structure, right? Because in my view, for example, medical expenses are the #1 or #2 bankrupter in the country. That's unsustainable for people, no matter what you think, no matter which side of the aisle you sit on. It's when you account for other expenses, it's just too much. Those in the middle class, those who are a little wealthier, they could absorb some of the shock. The people on the edge, they can't absorb that shock. The access to basic medication without it being overly charged. I take a depression medication, and a depression medication without coverage is $5,000. Now I'm lucky because I live right next to Mexico, so I can go to Mexico and buy my medication for 1/5 of the price. So instead of not 1/5 of the price, literally 1/10 or 1/20 of the price. I can pay $200 and get this medication versus a $5,000 without insurance rip. So I think that's bad. I also think we don't do a good job of indigent healthcare in areas of the country, regardless of what people look like, with emergency hospitals and that kind of stuff. So those would be my main criticisms of the healthcare system. The other one, which is 4th, is
knowing what stuff costs. If a hospital room is $35,000 a day, which in some places it is, like I need to know that up front. There needs to be some sort of medical transparency where when I get into the hospital, regardless of what my income is, I'm presented with a menu of like, okay, you're saying the hospital per room will cost this per night. An aspirin will cost this. Procedure from the best doctor will cost this. A procedure from the middle of the pack will cost this. So I think those are important. So I'm trying to engage the physicians in a way to get us some detail and maybe a little bit of mention of like actual bills. That may be a little too, detailed for people, but I think it's important to connect because the concepts are important. So that was my intent anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, yeah, I mean, if I was going to engage on like what's wrong with the system actually, and all the intricacies of like, there's no bidding for prices on medication, and like some of the things like you mentioned, like not knowing how much your stay is going to cost and things like that. Like, not really familiar with that. I mean, I do know there's some strong counter arguments that are made, like, a lot of the actual like medical research and innovation happens here. So like we're the reason that some of these other places that enjoy, the kind of universal healthcare or single payer healthcare type systems, like we're the reason that they can afford those, the prices of generic drugs when they get them, things like that. I understand the counter arguments. Like I'm not going to sit here and like try to put together some kind of like plan for how it would work in the U.S. I also know that there's things that are being done, like making it so that, medical debt doesn't show up on your credit report. So like that's practically, that helps people in a practical way. Like even if you have insurance and you go and you stay, and the insurance picks up only a portion of it, you still owe $100,000, like, and you have insurance. Well, now, like, you can just, like, not pay it effectively, and it won't really affect your life. I mean, you'll want to pay it back eventually, but I think at some point, for, like, 10 years or something, they're not allowed to put it on there. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I know there's stuff being done, is what I'm saying. But I also have this, like, feeling that, like, something is definitely, like, still wrong. I mean, I hear the arguments about single-payer healthcare. There's lines everywhere. I mean, if I need to go see any specialist, and I have insurance in my healthcare network, if I need to see any specialist, it's like 3 months later before I can get into a specialist. Like, that seems weird. I remember when I was younger, like if they recommended you to go see the orthopedic surgeon or the whatever, the vascular doctor, whatever, neurologist, whatever it was, like, you would just call them up and they'd have you in like the next day or 2 days later.
Are you in a metropolitan area, Sydney?
Well, yeah, Greater Detroit.
I mean, and you have a pretty big hospital system there?
Yeah, and so this is kind of like, I mean, that's an excellent question, right? Like, the University of Michigan healthcare system is like my healthcare system, which is an extremely popular healthcare system. Like, everybody is trying to access that system, so it is kind of strained. So I might have an experience that's different from folks. But, like I said, like, at least like my anecdotal experience, I do have this feeling like something is off here. But like, don't ask me how to fix it. I just do think that, what the guys were saying.
All right, so question when you were talking about this, and not to get political, because this will sound political, but the whole not Medicare, the Medicaid issue difference, right? Medicare is complete for retirement, different. Medicaid, which was paying out to a lot of indigent that had to be, I don't want to say cleaned off the books, but things had to be investigated as to whether they were in fact indigent. And then also the question of non-citizens receiving the Medicaid. So, and Marshall went through this, where Marshall is, because his healthcare system got inundated by border crossings and the people that were coming in and taking over the hospital systems there. So he had to share it. That healthcare system got overwhelmed. and I don't know how it is. I mean, you're in a big metropolitan city. I mean, your border is Canada; it's a different border. But do you see when you say you don't know how we can fix it? Some of the prospective changes and what's been suggested through legislation to clean up Medicaid, and also the overwhelming of our hospital systems from the massive wave of border crossings that we had. Do you see those issues?
I don't.
And I'm trying not to get political, but that's what.
Okay, like if we've gone political, it's fine to me. I mean, this is political discussion. You're asking me. Well, I don't see that in my healthcare system. No, just to answer your question shortly, and then if you want more than that, just let me know. But I don't see like a flood of.
Are you a sanctuary city, Detroit?
I don't think so, but we could be. We could be like one of those cities where. Pretty sure we are actually. Is Detroit a sanctuary city? No, it's not considered, but it is recognized as a welcoming city. Local police don't typically ask for immigration status.
But it's not a sanctuary city, so it's not.
They will cooperate with federal immigration agencies, apparently.
So it may be.
No, she's asking because under the current administration, if you're a sanctuary city, there's a chance of reprisal in some way. Whether it's through legal withholding of funds in some fashion, or whether it's through like increased federal ire.
Yeah, I don't think it's not a sanctuary city in that.
So it sounds so your healthcare system suffers from other problems, but what Marshall has where he lives is not what's happening in your hospital system.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not auditing the hospital system, but I don't hear the issues I hear people talking about, like local town halls and the local news. It's not like our hospitals are being overrun by illegal immigrants.
In Detroit?
And Metro Detroit. I'm not in the city, so I'm about 30 minutes outside the city.
But that was part of the issue with, trying to unravel some of the Medicaid disbursements and the amount of Medicaid that we were giving out.
I know in California, for example, there are several million people on the California, the folks who are here undocumented, on the California state program for some sort of food assistance.
Oh, you're talking about food assistance.
No, Medi-Cal. That's the thing I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
and it's state funding. It's no federal funds, as I understand it, because that's not allowed. So the state chooses to pay it, but the state is paying for. That means less residents in a supposed world. That would mean less residents, if they needed it, would have access. So I know that happens in that area. I can't tell you the local politics of it, but I know that does happen. Which, I don't necessarily think people who are here undocumentedly should be on federal doles, but I don't think they should be refused medical service either. I'm very kind of anti making those people in any way a secondary class. We've done that before. It doesn't work. It's a bad idea. So I'm maybe overly attuned to it. I don't want to use it in the wrong way, but at least that's kind of my thought on the issue anyway.
Also, where Sydney is a big union city. I mean, I forgot about that part. Where you are.
Yeah, it definitely is. On the Medi-Cal thing, I get the point, right? Medi-Cal is 50% funded by the federal government, right? The entire Medi-Cal budget, $200 million something dollars, half that funded by the federal government. But I get that. If you follow the paper trail, federal funds are going to illegal immigrants, right? But if you look at the fact that California is the largest economy in the country, the fourth largest in the world, and is by far the largest net positive contributor to the federal budget. I think taking $100 million back from the federal government and I mean, this is my thing. Illegal immigrants, they pay into, taxes, sales taxes. They pay property taxes through like rent, wherever they're renting to stay. They're paying property taxes through that rent, through that landlord situation. They're like a net addition to the GDP by the productive nature of their presence, like their work and whatever. So like my like overarching logic is tells me
it's easier to have this. It's easier to have this.
Let me just finish the thought real quick.
Oh, sorry.
So it's like, it's in my mind, I'm thinking like, okay, you have this group of people where if they were all gone, like removed, like wet dreams, send them all out at the snap of a finger, the GDP of California would suffer substantially, like so much it would suffer. So I think the fact that like California gets $100 million back from the federal government of the money that it gave to the federal government in the first place, in order to like maintain the health of, like you said, like not separating people into classes or like you're good enough, you're not, just taking care of the people that live there and help keep the state's economy healthy. Like I don't necessarily see a problem with that, but I do see like how it could be argued and how if you had a different ideology than me, you could like be stuck there. Like I wouldn't fault anybody for being what I call stuck there.
I don't think it's necessarily is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Marshall, I was going to say, I don't get how people get stuck there because I don't ideologically agree with you at all, Sydney, right? But the math is the math, and it's really clear. And California on Medi-Cal and on CalFresh have done a fantastic job of making sure that their paper trail is clear. Not 1 cent of federal money goes to people who are undocumented. Now, you can argue if you want to be stupid that money is fungible, but California uses its own money, voter approved, uses its own money to provide insurance and to provide food subsidy to people who are non-citizens. California does not use a single red cent from the federal government, period, on those people for the food sustenance, the CalFresh program, or for their coverage on our Medi-Cal or Medicare programs, right? So I would not vote for it. I'm a Republican in California. I think it's ridiculous we spend the money on non-citizens when we have actual citizens who could fill those 3 million, seats and chairs and use the same damn benefits. But when people bitch about it, they don't understand or they want to be stuck in stupid. California and our state assembly, and I hate most of what they do, did a fantastic job on the paper trail of where that money comes from and how it gets dispersed. Not a single immigrant gets their food stamps funded or their medical coverage funded from federal money. So you can't even complain about that if you're being intellectually honest and have a brain. So like, I don't get how anybody gets stuck on stupid on that one. You can disagree with the fact that we do it, which I personally do. I would not vote for it, but the majority of Californians support us doing it. So we do it. At the end of the day, states' rights shit that Republicans like myself push all the time, that includes allowing the state of California to spend its money on people who are not fucking citizens if they want to. It's their money. If the majority of Californians vote for us to throw money at people who just got here yesterday, then that's their own goddamn business. And I don't get where any honest conservative or Republican can be mad about it. That's what the state chooses to do. As a California taxpayer, I hate that it's what we do, but anybody who isn't a California taxpayer can go suck a dick on it because it's not their business.
What's up, Brent? I haven't heard that voice in a while. Yeah, so there you have it.
Okay, so let's do gun violence.
I'm not touching that. I was going to touch it. I was going to say transportation.
Marshall, you need to be careful with your wording. You don't want a clip of you was saying, let's do gun violence. Somebody gets shot in McAllen, Marshall. You're gonna have a problem.
Good Lord, that's the last thing I want.
Doubt it will happen.
Transportation. That's an interesting one. Okay, what's your criticism of the way the country handles transportation?
I mean, I just think it's like wild. I know there's like stories about how we got here, like the car industry, like, you know, paid off towns, bought up their public transit systems, really. But like my transfer, like the thing that really just like rubs me the wrong way, or like experience I had, is anecdotal, but it's probably anecdotal to everybody who lives in Los Angeles, is, you know, I lived there for 10 years and I was like baffled that I couldn't take a damn train to the airport. Like the train, there's like 3 lines, like they go nowhere. Such a big city, the second biggest city in the country, and you really can't do shit on public transit. When I first moved to LA, like I didn't have a car, and I found my way around the city and I made it work, but I was just like the whole time, like kind of reading up on what the plan was for the metro system in LA, like what the plan was for the Caltrain system, that's like the regional train in California. And they've been trying to get this transportation shit worked out for like the last 35 years. There's like this whole story behind it about like, you know, people trying to get things enacted and then people pushing back against it. And then like
Sydney, it was just on 60 Minutes last week. Did you see the story about it?
I'd actually like to.
I'll find it. I'll put it in the chat. Exactly what you're talking about, that rail system through California. And all the years, everything you're saying.
Yeah, it's wild, and like they're really starting to make progress around the metro area. And I think the regional train is like pushing forward, but that's still technically like hasn't started yet, I don't think. There's all kinds of like environmental review processes that are like what the liberals of California voted for, right? There's like environmental surveys that have to be done, and then like anybody can like come to the meeting and say, we're requesting an additional survey, or we need this survey checked, and like the process just never ends. And even the conservatives who are kind of traditionally against the public transportation and the high-speed rail, they're like using the environmental process, the environmental regulations that they don't even like, but they're like using them to further delay the process. Like if you look at the projected completion date for the LA Metro, like extension plans, it's like 2065 when they expect to finish. It's ridiculous. So just like the whole clusterfuck that I noticed was happening in LA around transportation, and just asking myself, like, why is this like this? Like, why the hell? Like,
Some of that is just basic geography and like the exploration of that. Like Texas is in between California, and California has really long like roadways, as I understand it, and like you could take a train from the northern to the southern part. But like in Texas, you kind of have to have a car. Like Austin's got city buses that work, although it's a walkable city. Houston's got, it is a walkable city. Houston.
Depends on what part you're in.
Okay, that's fair. It does depend on what part you're in. But like you can walk around San Antonio, Dallas, you need a car. Houston's got Dallas has some sort of a metro. So like we used to have an extensive train system, but we don't anymore. So it feels like certain places have grown according to like the rollout of the geography of the area. And some states, like the northeastern states, and like part of the Northwest, not part of the Northwest, but like the Ohio River Valley is what I'm thinking of, had better public transportation than a lot of other places do. Like that seems like, how much of that do you think has to do with the geography of the area?
I mean, I think it's like, I think the main thing, right, like, I think there's a disincentive to like the only incentive, if we're talking about strictly regional train systems, the only incentive to like not have the regional train system be extensive and fast and like an excellent option, I think is because it would make the city essentially like smaller. Like, for instance, like if you live in a traffic congested city and work is 30 minutes away from you, but you live 2 miles away, it just takes you 30 minutes to get there. Versus like if you lived out of the city and could take a high speed or relatively high speed train, take you 40 something minutes, 45 minutes to get into the city. You live way out outside of the city where property values are lower, where things are more affordable. Then the property values in the city drop. Like people don't need to be crammed together like that, and it literally will just lower property values. I think like not through the influx of undesirables or anything, but like I don't need to go in this bidding war.
Yeah, but don't move talking, then kick me out. Don't move talking, then kick me out. Again, they kick me out.
What is that? What's going on? Sydney, light rail is more for the urban from point to point.
We're talking specifically about regional trains.
Regional.
There's a real disincentive.
No, I don't disagree with you. By the way, in that report, I put it in the chat for you, the 60 Minutes piece. But also because I'm in Nevada and we've been trying to get a train going, and it's and part of the who's this? And part of the story is about the progress on that train. And it's private investors going in to try to build that railway, and that they're building it. And they show the construction.
So the other piece we should do is figure out why, at least in California, is able to transport the way they do. And who better to tell us about California than a Californian?
Brand. Hey, Marshall. No, I mean, here's the thing. So California has two realities that other states don't have, and they are both the fault of our state assembly. One of them is our ridiculous contracts with Amtrak. So Amtrak has priority to use every ounce of rail in the state of California over anybody else. They have the right of refusal for bids. They also have a direct right of refusal on any new rail development projects in California. And so if you want to do anything that involves a train of any sort, Amtrak is going to be up your ass and in the way. And they're kind of inefficient as fuck here because they use the profits they make off the East Coast to subsidize the Amtrak on this coast because they don't even make enough money to run it. So you have that problem. The other issue, and this is the perpetual not having enough money thing, the California State Constitution was amended a couple decades ago to allow for the governor to cross out appropriations line items that are non-essential and reallocate that funding as they see fit to the general fund. So every governor we have ever fucking had lobbies for giant transportation projects, and the California voters support them. And they do that not because they ever plan on using that money for bridges or infrastructure or roads, but because that is money that they can, with the flick of their wrist, reallocate to whatever pet project they want to when they are dealing with the appropriations at the end of the year. And if you're a popular governor with the state assembly, like Newsom is, it's even easier because all he does is gets the voters and the state assembly to push forward more and more and more measures and more propositions that fund transportation projects. And then when the final budget comes, he crosses out line items and signs them off. He does not need to ask anybody about the line item he crossed out. He doesn't have to tell them what he's going to do with that money once it goes to the general fund. It is a nifty little loophole, and they can do it with transportation and certain types of non-federal education funds that they can just reallocate out by crossing that line item out on the end budget on the appropriations and saying, you know what, we need money for something else, right? We have an issue. We need to cut spending, so we're going to cut this line item, and we're going to move all this money we just told the voters they should support, and we're going to reallocate it to the general fund. And once it's in the general fund, then the governor can reallocate it to whatever the fuck they want. So, several years ago, when the state of California decided they were going to do non-gender descript bathrooms, all of that funding came out of the transportation budget. So every state office you go to, right, state of California office you go to, has a welcoming multi-gender bathroom setup. All of that money came out of reallocated funds from the train project. The governor crossed out portions, line items, and reallocated it to the general fund, and then authorized that money to go directly to funding the state doing training bathrooms. And while I probably have more trans friends than anybody in here, the concept that you tell Californians that we need more money for dams and bridge repair and levees, so we vote in to raise more tax money for that, and then the governor line items it out and makes tranny bathrooms, is absolutely fucking ridiculous. But our state constitution gives him the power to do that. And they have been borrowing from the transportation budget and the infrastructure budget for decades. So it's not just a Newsom thing. He's just managed to do it with the most cooperative state assembly anybody's ever had. So nobody even bitches about it. But that's why our transportation projects won't go anywhere. That's why half our dams are ready to fail. That's why our levees are constantly being criticized by the Army Corps of Engineers as not up to snuff, because we have been borrowing from the transit and infrastructure budget for decades in California.
Well, I don't know how true that is, but I think a lot of the reason why...
What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
I was going to talk about...
I'm asking what you do for a living.
Can I finish what I'm saying, Brent? Do you mind?
I'm just curious what you do to where you would be more aware about...
It doesn't matter. Let me finish what I was saying. I didn't ask you what the fuck
don't do anything that's anywhere near what you're talking about.
Why don't you just shut the fuck up and let me finish what I'm saying?
We're being fair. No, but listen, we're being fair. We're being fair. Please.
God damn, dude. What in the world?
No, I don't care about dudes.
Alright, just
I want to know. Are we being fair?
the conversation. I just say, I literally go back to my...
The conversation he had was deep. It was deep. So I don't care about dudes. No. Are we being fair?
Okay, I just get back to Mike. I don't need the help. Thank you.
Marshall, you might need to put in.
Alright, just keep it fair. Just please.
Actually, I wanted to talk to Sydney, not to Brent.
I don't want the fucking drama. I don't give two shits. Just finish your statement.
Well, that's why the app has back channels, because you can talk to whoever the fuck you want. Nobody else has to be a part of it. It's fantastic. When you're on the stage in the room, you don't get to select out who talks. So good luck with that one.
So don't you think also some of it is like the different cities you're in? Some are driving cities. You know, people will drive from one side of a shopping center to another, where some cities are walking cities, and public transportation takes on different roles. And how many people, whether it's more common to have cars or not have cars. I mean, if you're in an older East Coast city, there's public transportation, there's train lines, there's suburban train lines, and the point I think was interesting what you were saying, Sydney, I think you were saying about in Detroit, people moving a half hour away because the train system will service it. I think you're the one saying that. It's, the growth of cities, especially in the older cities, and the growth of suburbs, I wanted to say, happened because of train lines. I grew up in Philadelphia. The main line is actually the train line. That's how it got its name, and it's the train line that created all these towns because there was a train system to go to the suburbs. I just think it's the nature of the type of city and, the environment. A place like LA is so spread out, and people had cars there, or they're taking Ubers, in a city like that. It's just, and I envision Detroit as you're talking about it. I've been there on business years ago, but it's very urban. And I would think. I mean, do they have this is what I wanted to ask you. Do they have a subway system there, or
no subway, no
subway, no high L system, or what we call L in Philly? So so it's all buses.
Either.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's all city buses. There might be some like connector type situations. I don't ride the bus out here, so I'm not sure. But there might be some like, community connector type situations where you can.
But no trains?
No trains in Metro Detroit.
Wow. So
there's like a people mover downtown, like by the river, that takes you like, a quarter mile.
But like for people that live in the suburbs, like Bloomfield Hills, is that or Grosse Pointe, or like those suburbs that would work in downtown, they didn't have a commuter rail system?
No, I'm not sure what maybe was around in the 60s or the 50s or something, but I mean, I know Detroit is the motor city, and it's, to my understanding, the car manufacturers that really pushed for buying up all of the like regional light rail in all these cities, and kind of really leaning into the Federal Interstate Highway Plan and all that stuff. Like, I don't mean to jump back to LA, but I mean, it was like LA back in the like 20s and 30s. Like, they had a great train system. They had like electric cars and electric streetcars, and like they were all over the place. And it was the auto industry that came in there, bought them all out, paved over all the tracks, and really pushed the freeways. And the freeways came into LA, split up communities, like just bifurcated entire neighborhoods, and they just kind of crisscrossed them all over the city. That's kind of like why LA looks like it looks right now. And they've been trying to recover from that at least for like the last 30 something years, since like the late 80s, early 90s. They've been trying to like get back to having good public transportation, and they've been just dealing with like, I don't know, I haven't watched the 60 Minutes thing. It looks like it's focusing on regional rail, but the actual LA like light public transportation, like that's a completely different story in itself, and it's just as like, holy shit, it's just as mind-boggling what's happening like with the public transportation in LA. But I didn't mean to, digress from what you were asking about. But yeah, there's nothing in Detroit, like no public transportation essentially.
And I didn't really think of the car factor and the car manufacturers, but I guess that makes sense.
But I mean, isn't that most of the country? I mean, most of the country. I mean, Philadelphia and the older parts of the country in the Northeast have, elaborate public transit systems. But in my experience, every place outside of Philly, New York, Boston, even DC's not that great.
Well, no, DC's good now, but that subway system is relatively newer in DC.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it's. I think America is a car-driving country, and didn't Ford even shut down certain train stations and stuff. I mean, paid to shut them down. I mean, it's we're a car country. It's just who we are in most cities. And it amazes me in Phoenix, the amount of people that live right in the middle of the city that I know. You all just drive all the time.
Well, they have a light rail. They built a light rail in Phoenix.
Yeah, but I lived in Phoenix for a little while. The light rail is like, it's not functional. It's not that. It's not something like the Philly public transit system, right? So I mean, I just knew people that lived right in the middle of the city, like, and drove all the time. Like they just because it's just. Most of America, for better or worse, is a car culture.
We drive in Vegas. We drive everywhere. I mean, we have. There are some buses. I don't know anyone who's ever gotten on one. And then we built a monorail it's almost like out of that Simpsons episode of like the waste of a monorail.
I've spent time in Phoenix. That's what Phoenix is like, right? They have this monorail, they have this light rail system, and no one rides.
No one rides.
I mean, it's just.
Do you remember the Simpsons?
It's just not our culture.
Like, do you remember that episode? It's an old episode.
Amazing! Yeah, and Leonard Nimoy was on the.
It was great.
On the monorail, yeah.
I mean, but it's essentially for us, it was a joke, and they were trying to connect the casinos, and then we built these stadiums, and they thought they would connect the stadiums, and no one uses it. It's like ridiculous. What we do have, though, is the Boring Company. So Musk came in, and we have a massive convention center that like takes a year to get from one side to the other, and he built this whole underground transportation system. It was a test model of it. So that's a little different. It's like a Jetsons thing that we built. But that's just to get from one side of the convention center to the other. But otherwise, everyone's driving. There's no other way.
Yeah, and that's most of America. And if we're going to say that's a problem with regard to how great a country we are, maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But I mean, that's just who we are as a country. I would say, I'm sure this has come up. I left a little while ago and came back, but I think the biggest indictment as far as our greatness is what we spend on healthcare and our outcomes. Like, we spend more per capita. I think the statistic is right. Last time I checked, we spend more per capita than I think any country in the world, and we just don't get great results. And I don't know if the answer is, this is not necessarily a case for socialized medicine, as I see my dear friend Adam come on the stage. It's not necessarily but we just don't get great outcomes, and that is for the amount of money we spend. It's crazy that we don't do better in that score.
So this is a bit anecdotal about the story. Yeah, if you got something to say about trains are cool. Stay about trains.
Adam, no, talk about healthcare.
Hey guys. Yeah, hey Scott, it's been a long time. Yes, the United States spends way more on healthcare. Trump isn't wrong that the United States has been subsidizing the rest of the world with R&D, and we've been benefiting from lower prescription costs, and you guys getting ripped off. But there's some interesting statistics. Yeah, the United States, it falls behind other Western nations when it comes to life expectancy, infant mortality rates, maternal mortality rates and stuff. But there's some interesting other statistics the other way that showcase the greatness of the U.S. healthcare system, even if it's beneficial to the few. If you're in the United States and you live beyond the life expectancy of the United States, you have the highest life expectancy in the world. And because people with means in the United States get the best possible healthcare you can get. So for the few with means, it is the greatest healthcare system. So and because the United States is more geared towards individual excellence, who cares about the commons or the collective outcomes? It's about what's the best outcome from you.
And would it be fair to say, we have healthcare services, but not really a healthcare system, right? Like, we don't have a comprehensive system, but you're right. If you have the means, it's the best healthcare in the world. But that's not a system. That's just services.
Well, from what I've still struggled with getting my head around the U.S. healthcare system, if you want to call it that. But it seems so convoluted and fragmented. It's just a mess. But I mean, part of that is it's the nature of the beast. I mean, you don't, standardization across the federal, through the federal government isn't on because state rights, and then each state has their own take on things, and there's an emphasis towards letting the market decide things, which means you just get like a bunch of competing private interests that provide all sorts of different systems within systems. And I think a lot of this drives the cost up. Also, another big part of it that's unique to the United States that drives the cost up is litigation. The United States, one another great thing that one of the greats of the United States is you guys love to sue, and that drives the cost way up.
Yeah, we'll sue each other over almost anything.
They call us a lawyerly society.
Yeah, and it costs you, but if you win the case, I mean, hey, you get yours, right? So that's the American dream. I think the greatest, and I'm not saying this great like is in terms of like positive necessarily, but the greatest, and I think the whole Artemis thing was fantastic. I thought I was getting all patriotic for the United States in a weird way. I thought that was awesome. But really the greatest attribute of the United States is it's either the First Amendment or the military. And I haven't decided which one. But the United States has applied the greatest amount of military might in human history, has the greatest military capacity in human history. The demonstration of that military might was the use of nuclear weapons against civilian populations. I don't think anyone can touch that. That is, in terms of greatness, and I don't mean that in positivity, just in terms of like might. I think that's what makes the United States the greatest, is its military and its willingness to use it.
Sam, you're saying we've achieved an unparalleled asymmetry in the world.
Yeah, and for the sake of the United States, I think it's necessary to maintain that. Otherwise, if the world stops using the U.S. dollar, you guys are in big trouble, and then I fear for humanity. Because if the United States is sick or failing, the world fails, probably through a nuclear holocaust initiated by the United States.
So we're both its saviors and the authors of its destruction.
Yeah, which is a great position to be in. It's terrifying, but that's part of what makes America great.
Well, it's great if you can have leadership that is competent to maintain the status quo, because there isn't a automatic replacement. If America fell tomorrow, there's not a secondary power that could step in and fill the void in any sort of functional way, which is the terrifying part. The only thing I would disagree with you on, Adam, is I don't think that when the inevitable destruction comes, it's going to be because the United States nukes anything. I think it's going to be because a mismanagement of global politics and a second-tier nation starts nuking something. Whether that is my beloved Israel or Pakistan or whoever else that is. I think America's been very clear post-World War II. They don't have the desire to push the button. But I do think that they've also shown in recent years, under a number of presidents, an inability to wrinkle who now has the button. And, Pakistan is moving itself towards top-tier nationhood while it fights with India and Afghanistan and to have a water depletion in the next to resource problems. Israel has its regional issues. You have nuclear powers that are likely to be less responsive to direct pressure. And if the major power is strong enough to weigh that in, if Israel pushes the button, everybody pushes the button. If Pakistan pushes the button, everybody pushes the button. Right? Russia and the United States were comfortable stalemating. The problem comes in when you start to have cultures or nations that are not interested in the stalemate, and then you have that risk. So I don't necessarily think the United States is ever going to launch a nuke. I think it's very likely the United States mismanages global politics to the point that a second-tier nation hits the button.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a distinct possibility, but I still think the United States has always maintained a first strike policy. I mean, I don't know how real the threat was that Nixon was floating the idea of nuking Vietnam at one point. That might just be hearsay, but that's apparently he raised that around the table at one point. And I think the United States hasn't really had its back against the wall. The War of 1812 and self-inflicted through the Civil War are the two times where the United States really had its back against the wall. But if the United States actually either faces an existential threat whereby it is not the it's not in the driver's seat anymore, or if it faces substantial military engagement that impacts the heartland, I still think the United States is the most likely actor to use nuclear weapons, and the United States is the only one who has ever done so. Has ever done it.
Yeah, but what would make us more likely in the modern day? The world order, even the Donald Trump constructed world order, is not premised on using nuclear weapons. Like, aside from the fact that we use them in 45, what makes us the most likely?
The inability for the United States to not be in the driver's seat. Like, I really think the abandonment of the U.S. dollar and the some sort of major collapse, economic or military situation, I think the United States will, rather than playing second fiddle or being under subject to another power, then they're gonna blow up the world.
I mean, we would only launch a nuclear weapon if another nation launched a nuclear weapon. Yeah, we maintain a first strike capability, but it doesn't
first strike policy.
It doesn't mean that we're crazy enough to fucking use nukes. I think that's a bit of a misassessment. I think I disagree with you a little bit there.
So, Marshall, I'm actually going to agree with Adam on this one, and I don't think we'll get there, but this is why, right? Is the United States has been playing big head honcho superpower, and our power and our clout is based around being that superpower. Now, in recent years, we have allowed nations we give millions of dollars to through U.S. aid, and nations that we are their defensive platform, to not be obedient to us at the UN, right? We have allowed a little bit of a weakness in the last 30 years, more so in the last 15 years, to essentially what was we have the biggest gun, we have the biggest economy, we will control how things go, right? China was regionally in control of their area, but we were still in their backyard with the Philippines and with South Korea. Russia was still bluffing its way into being one of the three big powers. And so you had people who viewed themselves as comparable, but in no way were they comparable. The United States, if you assess us on our 2026 reality, right, China kicks our ass in shipbuilding. China kicks our ass in replacement of everything from troopage to redundancy, right? Now, their technology tested against ours is an interesting conversation, but the United States is as empires go, at the sunset, and other nations are on the rise, and a lot of other powers have willfully gone down, right? The British scaled down after World War II because they had to. The Germans scaled down because they lost a fucking war. The Japanese scaled down because they lost a war. It is not all that often that empires get reduced to second fiddle after being the global power, and they do it willingly. The thought that the United States culture and leadership are going to be okay with a world
where they're disempowered as the economic powerhouse. Now, I don't think we're actually going to move to that. I know other people do. I don't foresee anybody actually replacing the dollar. I think you see slights where things are done in secondary currency. Nobody has a currency that could currently replace the US dollar unless they manage to do it through digital currency. And so I'm not afraid of it, but when you look at it and you say, okay, devil's advocate here, the United States loses dollar supremacy. And let's just say oil purchases. That's the only thing we lose dollar supremacy on. Oil is now sold in whatever currency they want to. That would be a giant hit to our political power, to our ability to sanction, to our control over different things, which would mean the United States would have to either accept losing that power or take it back using another set of means. The other set of means is that giant military Adam talked about. So if the United States is disempowered politically because our allies won't back us at the UN, and then we're disempowered economically because the dollar doesn't have supremacy, then the only thing the United States has left is to hit people over the head with its military hammer. And the thought that the United States wouldn't hit somebody over the head with their military hammer, aka the nuclear part of it, right now, yeah, we don't need to. We'll use political power, we'll use economic sanctions, we'll use other maneuvers. But if you follow Adam's pathway to where the United States would be disempowered from those things, and all it has left is that giant military, then I think it's way more likely than not that the United States uses its military to seize power back than acquiesce to become, a France that once had power and is now irrelevant.
Interesting.
Or pair that with the alternative scenario would be some sort of hellish continuation, succession of massive terrorist attacks. Right? Where the United States has not been punched in the face. It got its toes stubbed at Pearl Harbor, and it got a slap in 9/11. And maybe I'm drawing a McNamara here, but proportional response is not something the United States is used to, and it's also not used to being actually hit where it hurts. Other countries have gone through millennia of these sort of experiences. The United States, again, really 1812 and the Civil War, the only two examples of it experiencing something meaningful hitting the heartland. And I think there's a hubris that if it gets punched, it's going to punch back many, many times over as an act of deterrence. And it doesn't mean like carpet bombing places with nuclear weapons, but even just the use of tactical nuclear weapons or whatever. I think the U.S. and its population could get its head around pretty quickly the justification of such actions if the heartland is hit hard enough.
But don't you think part of the sort of fortuitous thing is that we don't have many threats. Like the odds of another 9/11. I mean, I guess you could say dirty bombs, other things, but in general, we don't have. We've got oceans to our east and west, and we've got friends to our north and south. So I mean, but Brian's point is interesting. I mean, like I think, could we, in a position of relative dominance, loosen our grip? And that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can.
Well, here's the thing. China has been nudging this with the United States for decades. We've never taken the olive branch, right? China would love for us to stay on our half of the planet, get the fuck out of their Asian sphere. And then China would not have the Belt and Road Initiative. They would not have been in Latin America. The only reason China put its ass in Venezuela, in Honduras, in Panama, is because we have been in their backyard
for decades, right? The United States and its power are in Chinese waters and are in the regional second tier countries around them. So China has returned that favor to us in the last 15 years, and it's parked its ass in a number of these countries, and we don't like it, right? We don't like them in our backyard. They don't like us in theirs. In a world where the United States followed what Trump claimed he was going to do and pulled back, we would pull back. If we pulled our Pacific fleet out and we said, you know what, Philippines, you're on your own. Japan, we don't know what we can do for you. Australia, obviously, if you need us, we're here. But everybody else, but Australia and New Zealand, we're not fucking with China. You're in their backyard. Deal with it. That's a third of the money we spend on our military. A third is spent on keeping things in that Pacific fleet and worrying about China. And so you could see a world where we said, you know what do we get out of protecting Japan, protecting Korea, protecting those smaller nations from potential Chinese aggression, right? And we've been able to argue that Taiwan's important because of the chips, but we're now making large portions of those chips in New Jersey and Texas, and they have reallocated, aka moved, about 80% of the scientists who developed those chips out of that country and into the United States. If you go look and you look at the foremost experts from Taiwan on the chips that were made there, they now live here, their families live here, their wives live here, their parents live here. We have already started the preparation for the hypothetical where we're not going to continue to fund a situation where we try to offset China. So in a world where the United States starts to get disempowered, does it accept that portionally and say, you know what, fuck it, we're going to pull our military back, we're going to cut our spending, and we're just going to worry about our half of the world. China, stay the fuck out of Latin America, South America, stay out of North America, and, you know, sorry for the people in Asian Pacific, we're no longer going to be the guardian. You could see a situation that the United States decided to stop being the de facto security guard and pulled back to our own part of the universe and had a cooperative relationship with China where we don't get in their business and they stay out of ours.
Don't you think that this is Donald Trump's view of the world, right? I think Donald Trump views himself as kind of a mob boss, right? And that you know, he's the Don of this region, Putin's the Don of, you know, Europe, China, you know, Xi's the Don of Southeast Asia, and that largely that should be the cooperative arrangement. I don't think he views the world from a traditional sort of liberal democratic sort of Enlightenment expansionist.
Well, because that's not traditional, though. This is the mistake we make as Americans in Western countries. That is post-1944, 1952 traditional. That is about 60 years old tradition. That is not remotely traditional to any part of the globe prior to the mid-1940s. So
right.
See, the Western North.
Absolutely. It's a new tradition. You're right. Yeah.
We've accepted it because we like it, right? Whether we're Republican or Democrat in general, we like the Western world being in charge. The thing that I would point out, or at least that I would say in relation to your Don comment, and it could not be a better comparison, is you had mob and mafia families that governed from strength, and you had mob and mafia families that governed from fear. Donald Trump governed from fear of loss of power, not actual prowess. So the thing is, if Donald Trump had the prowess to match his arrogance, the world should be afraid, and China would be taking over Asia right now. The thing that saves everybody is that Donald Trump is not actually a lion. Donald Trump is a French bulldog dressed up as a lion. Right? It's like Ali with a mane. And so he doesn't actually have the balls, the spine, the intestinal fortitude, whatever comparative you want to use. He doesn't actually have that to pull the trigger with enough chutzpah behind him to force the American people to make that choice. He doesn't have it. He claimed he did, which is how he ran. And people saw that and went, oh, that's the vision. But he is a weak man and doesn't actually have the resilience to be that type of leader. People should be very grateful. Americans, everybody who isn't China should be very grateful he is not actually an empowered version of the guy he tries to play. Instead, he's a fluffed up caricature. Because if he actually was, he would simply have made power moves where we disempowered ourselves in China's sphere and just kind of looked the other way. They're constantly looking for geopolitical signals from us. And if we just suddenly add our fleet no longer in the South China Sea, no longer in the Sea of Japan, no longer around, we just kind of stop being there. You don't have to actually say, we're pulling everybody home, we're gone. You just slowly do it. And the President and the Joint Chiefs can very easily reallocate their fleets, like right now. They've reallocated for a purpose, but they could be using this moment to pull us completely out of Asia and signal to China, hey, that's your shit. We're taking Venezuela, we're taking Cuba, we're taking Colombia. You stay where you are, have your ambassador bitch at the UN, put in a resolution, and stay out of our business. If we signaled that to China, China would be the fuck out of this side of the world. The positive for people is we don't have a leader who actually has the gumption or the desire to pull that off. Donald Trump goes, I'm the most powerful, I'm the big guy, I want to stay the big guy. He doesn't actually have the vision, for better or for worse, and I think it's actually saving us from this eventuality of the United States having to decide, are we even interested in playing the big powerhouse that protects democracy? Or are we going to go into nationalism and say, you know what, why should we? And there's a piece of me that leans that way, and I've said this in a lot of rooms. The United States spends billions of dollars to protect the Middle East from the creature that is Iran that we in the UK created in the 1950s and 70s by interfering with their natural democratic process. We got in the way of it twice and created the mess that is the Islamic regime. And so you have this big beast over there. So the United States plays protection grid for Qatar, for Kuwait, for Israel, for Lebanon, even though it's not really for them, for Jordan, for Turkey, for everybody in the goddamn region. We are the overarching defense grid from the risk that Iran is. Now, why do we do that? We don't have to do that. The global oil supply would not suddenly be at risk because Iran could hypothetically attack one of those neighbors. No, we still play Big Brother, so we do it. We spend billions of dollars having our fleet off of the Chinese coast to keep them at bay politically and to keep them at bay from smaller Asian countries. Why? What does the United States get from that? Those countries don't vote on our resolutions at the UN. They vote against us all the time. They'll take millions of dollars from US aid, but they do not do the thing that they used to do when this arrangement was struck, when the winners of World War II crafted the world, and all of these nations that got propped up economically, right? After World War II, the United States propped up Europe, and Europe did what we told them to for decades, right? We propped up parts of Asia, and they did what we told them to for decades. We're now out of that. That is not the world anymore. We now have dozens of nations, and they all feel empowered to be Billy Big Pants Badass at the UN, and when the United States, who funds their health care in many cases, funds, malaria vaccines, AIDS vaccines, all this shit they could not afford or function with on their own, dozens and dozens of countries vote against our resolutions. But we still play Big Brother security guard. If the United States population decided, you know what, we don't like that role, we're not getting the benefit from it anymore. When we were originally in this role, you all did what we said. We were super powerful. Everybody knew it. Ta-da. You're now challenging our power. You're not listening to us, and we don't have the clout anymore. Why are we continuing to play the security guard and cut the checks? If the United States made that decision, the world would look very different very quickly, and we could choose to which degree we disempowered ourselves. We could pull ourselves out of Asia, park ourselves over here, and still be one of the two superpowers. We just would not have the pressure to put on China in their home court. Okay, nobody's ever had the pressure to put on us in the home court. And when Russia tried to in Cuba, we fucked that situation on that island for decades. So if we ever decided, you know what, we're good with half the planet, we could call our own authority, call our own power, and push people back into alignment, because the minute the United States signaled it was willing to abandon people, they would have to find a replacement, or they would have to get in line. Greatest example right now, Pakistan offered to put Saudi and UAE under their nuclear umbrella when it became very clear that the United States was going to prioritize protecting Israeli assets and Israeli needs over Saudi, UAE, or other American allies. When it became very clear to them that under Trump, their second fiddle, they started having those conversations. Now, can Pakistan actually do for those nations what the United States does? Probably not. The nuclear umbrella game simply forces the United States to rein in Israel. That's what the calculation is. But if the United States actually called someone's bluff and said, you know what, you Asian countries are not doing what we're telling you to, so you're on your own, and we let China take one or two of them out, immediately Europe would be back to licking our ball sack because they don't have an alternative. Latin America would be back to licking our ball sack because they don't have an alternative. So the United States could express power in a number of ways. We've just been so fat and lazy with our own domestic realities that the rest of the world is growing, right? Africa is not fucking third world wiping their ass with their hands anymore. Latin America is not wiping their ass.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure about the Africa thing. I mean, I wouldn't be that pejorative, but Rwanda doesn't cut it,
Okay, but this is where you're more humanitarian than me. When I talk about regions, I talk about the powers from those regions that matter, not the impoverished peasants who never will. So in Africa, you have about 6 nations that will ever mean anything on a global reality, outside of being humanistic, right? Outside of saying they are human beings, there are 6 nations that either have the economic drive or have resources that are going to keep them relevant. The rest of Africa is irrelevant to a global conversation unless you're a humanist. And so politically, most of that continent can continue to throw spears and click and do nothing, and it would not affect global reality if we stopped importing them and allowing them to migrate to other countries, which you could easily stop, right? You simply stop letting them board fucking planes, and you simply stop letting those planes land. Now, I'm a little bit more humanist than that. I'm not as much as you are, Adam, just being blunt. But when I speak of like regions, we still act like every country in Africa is fully dependent on aid, unable to function, and has no value. With where technology is going, there's a couple of African countries that are the majority suppliers of major precious metals and things we need for technology. That's going to make them powerful. There's a couple of African nations that have technology companies and communications companies and things that matter on a global level. Those are the countries in Africa that are relevant. The rest of them could continue to kill each other, continue to genocide each other, and it would not have a global impact outside of human interest. That's the difference of them.
So, in terms of currency standard, because I think that part of the United States having its involvement all over the world and being present militarily all over the world is what enforces that international currency standard. I know you noted that there's no replacement, but I mean, there's a lot of alternatives. There's not just like the digital currencies or a basket of commodities or a basket of varying currencies, but like gold. I mean, I'm not a gold bug here, be wrong, Paul, but there has been there's more gold being held in foreign treasuries than U.S. dollars this year for the first time since the 60s. It's a market change. Like they're not holding U.S. dollars, and they're holding gold. So I don't know that. I think there could be a reality there where the U.S. dollar falls off as the international. It might be, there might be an attempt to bring it in as a basket of other things. But if the United States pulls back from the the Asian sphere and other areas, I think that that exacerbates the collapse of the U.S. dollar. It wouldn't be in the U.S. interest. I think that's more important than anything else.
Well, this is my point. My point is that there are a lot of people in the United States who accept what you're saying, right? They accept that at some point the U.S. dollar will collapse. I'm not saying prior to the U.S. dollar no longer being the dominant currency, we pull those levers. What I'm saying is when the U.S. dollar becomes a secondary currency, that's when you'll see the United States pull those levers as a way to get people back in line and as a way to cut our overall cost index, right? If our economy is going to take a hit, we have to spend less money. One of the fastest ways to spend less money is to cut the areas you secure with the most expensive military on the planet. And so if you look at it and you have countries that have decided to be non-compliant with the US dollar, you cut them off. You stop paying for them, right? We see this with corporations that own other entities. When they start to bleed, they kill off or they pillage the lower entities. And if the United States ever loses its load-bearing control of currency, then you will see the United States start to cut its sheet, its expenditure sheet. And the one thing that's going to come first is deciding which proxy nations we stop propping, right? We already saw this under Donald Trump in a different way with the cutting of USAID. USAID is billions of dollars of us giving vaccines and medicine and equipment and gear and scanners and MRI machines and everything else that countries don't have on their own, us to supply them, right? We supply condoms to 52 countries. We supply birth control to 37 countries under USAID. Now, under Donald Trump, we're not doing most of that anymore. That's an example of saying, you know what, we are no longer getting what we used to get out of these things. They used to be considered political incentive programs. Republicans would be on board with them and moderate Dems because they were political incentive programs. How did you keep the Vietnamese in line with us politically? You gave them things they needed. How did you keep African nations in line? You gave them things they needed. And for those things, they understood the general agreement was the United Nations, you vote with us. When we do things, you support it. And for the last 30 years, we've continued to spend the money. We don't get the bang for the buck anymore. And so you saw under Donald Trump the cutting of a lot of those programs. I don't happen to believe, regardless who comes in next, you're going to see a lot of those programs coming back. Because even in moderate Democratic circles politically, not our progressive circles surging, they want to give everything to everybody. That's the socialist, communist wing of the Democratic Party. But the old school moderates are already comfortable with the concept of we can't give everybody everything. You can't give from an empty cup, right? I have to feed myself first so I can feed you kind of energy. And so we're not going to go back to doing those things. That's already an example. The military example doesn't make sense until we're disempowered. So I'm not saying I think we're going to do it prior to us losing, but if we continue to watch other nations try to shift out of our currency, I think you're going to see the United States use the CIA like it always has to fuck with anybody who decides not to get their bank in line with globalism and global digital currency. I think you're going to see a lot of Europe getting in line with that. If you look at the countries, and this is one of the few dog whistles I will actually ever propagate, because I hate white supremacy dog whistles, but if you look at the Rothschild's banks, if you look at the global banks, the nations that have non-compliant banks that would be leakage for a Western-controlled digital currency, they are Venezuela, Colombia, Cuba, Iran, Korea, North Korea. So if you look at the push on the United States, if you went back 10 years, that would have included Iraq, that would have included Libya, that would have included Yemen, that would have included all of these countries that have met catastrophic ends. So they are no longer economically in a position to be a problem, right? Iran is starting to have some restructure. Venezuela had their leaders stolen in the middle of the night, and they're being basically bullied into a more cooperative form of a government. It isn't always conspiracy theory when 1 equals 2, 1 plus 1 equals 2, and 2 plus 1 equals 3. And so I do think there is the reality that the United States and other powers already understand that the economic system is changing.
Now, who gets to be in control when the music stops, right? Who's left without a chair, musical chairs? We'll see. But the United States will use whatever hammer it has to not be left without a seat. And if that is militarily pulling out when it realizes it has already lost the ability to politically cash in favors and economically cash in favors, as you pointed out, that's when it uses what's left. So I don't think we're there yet. I think we have very clear signals that we're headed there. Hi, Jane.
Hey, Brian. Hi.
Hey, Jane.
Hey, Brian. If you were gonna take a bunch of money and say, I better change these dollars into X currency, just in case, what would you pick?
I mean, Adam's gonna laugh because this goes right in line with him. I am very heavy in gold right now.
Well, I know.
Very heavy in gold right now. But like global currency, like somebody else's money, I would move it out of the dollar. I'm gonna be honest, because China's an interesting one because the yuan is a great secondary concept, but they have their money because of pure money manipulation and economic devaluing of their own money. Right? They are the best money manipulator on the planet. We are the second best because we use the print game. They use the devalue, adjust game. And so if you become the dominant currency, you can't devalue your own money. You can't reassess your own money if you are the dominant global currency because you would fuck the entire global market, right? You cannot crash your own currency. China plays a money manipulation game, which is fantastic for them. That is why China lends us imaginary money, and we owe them giant amounts of imaginary interest we're never paying. And China remanipulates their money and then loans us more of it. In the same way that we just print more money and inflate and print more money and inflate. And then we drive everybody broke to get rid of the inflation and then we do it again. So I don't see a global currency that makes sense, which is why if you look at the last 50 years, there are efforts everywhere in the world to try to go back to gold-backed, to try to go back to some sort of resource-backed currency where you know what something is actually worth. Because the US dollar is not worth $1, and it does not have the exchange rate because of anything other than our political power and our general influence on the planet. We are not gold-backed. We have money manipulation. China has money manipulation. Any of the major currencies have something that would make them problematic. You would need, Africa and the Middle East or somebody to go back to a communal gold-backed currency. The Middle East to go to some sort of oil-backed currency, some sort of commodity-backed currency where you could say, okay, this is why this is worth what it's worth. And I don't see one. So when people go, hey, if the US dollar were to crash, where could I park my money? Could I put it in shekels? Could I put it in rubles? Could I put it in this? I don't see anything that I think is more stable than the US dollar as a flat currency. So I am 100% the type, get gold, get silver, hold on to things that are of value. I mean, one of the interesting things about people hating real estate is messy if you still owe money. Real estate is not messy if you have paid that bitch off and it's of value. Because someone will always need to live in it. It will always be useful. Real estate is messy if you over-leverage yourself and you are counting on the proceeds from the rent or the lease to pay the mortgage. But if you buy something outright and you don't owe on it anymore, and you just owe the property taxes in the system, in the United States, our government is not going around and taking people's property. We're not imminent domaining like wild unless you own farmland, in which case that's a whole different conversation. So property you own outright, fantastic option. Gold, silver, certain types of jewelry, certain types of, things that could be sold, whether we were trading in seashells or we were trading in dollars or French bulldog puppies, right? Gold will always be of value. Lithium is becoming of value. Silver is of value.
Two notes on that, Bren, though. I would suggest one alternative is Swiss francs. Excuse me. And two, in the United States, they're not going to take your property, but in Canada, it's looking like it's already happening. So if you're in Canada, don't lean on that. Just in here in the United States, which is another thing that makes America great.
Okay.
Private property is respected. Jane, do you have any thoughts on the topic or what was being discussed?
No, I don't, Adam. Sorry to say. I'm devoid of thoughts.
How about you, Scott?
He probably fell asleep. It's so late.
I'm not asleep.
Oh, hello, Scott.
No, I'm asleep. No, repeat the topic.
Your room!
The greatest country in the world.
Yeah. I mean, of course. I guess greatest could mean.
I thought your military comment was the best. I mean, like that. Yeah. I mean, the devastation we've wreaked. I mean, that's. Yeah.
And the capability to do a lot more. I mean, we've only seen a fraction of what the United States is capable of. Spectacular.
Adam, are you friends with Scott on Facebook?
I don't know.
There's a brewing kerfuffle, Scott, that may erupt right there on your page.
Uh-oh.
Another Rosenzweig, Scott, has engaged in your
The
post
Facebook
about-
wars?
Yeah. I can see it happening. I'm gonna put money on.
About what? What did I post?
It was a great post by you about I think comparing America's history with slavery, Jim Crow.
Oh, the Black Holocaust.
Black Holocaust.
Yeah.
And one of your friends, I won't say the names, I don't know the rules, liked it, and then another guy, Norm, engaged. And now my brother's your friend, so he writes, "Is this the guy, Norm, from Clubhouse?" And so he seems to have waded in. So I'm just very, I'm going to watch the space, Scott. I'm going to watch that space.
Yeah, we're gonna watch Spaces. Let's watch the Spaces.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I was watching Space last couple of weeks.
Good, Adam.
Yeah. Another, segue into back to the topic. Another great thing about the United States of America. And I have to apologize before referring to the United States of America as America. I know that folks in the hemisphere take exception to that if they're paying attention. So sorry, as a Canadian, to my fellow non-U.S. Americans.
I will say this. I will say one thing we're great about is we are good at creating space for risk takers. I think we're good at creating places and spaces for entrepreneurial activity. I think what we're terrible at is building safety nets for that. I mean, I think what we could do is take our capacity to create wealth and build a safety net around it and be this adventuresome, exciting place that also cares after the losses in the system, right? And that creates a tax base that's capable of sustaining that stuff. But we're not. I don't think that's who we are. Where did Jane go?
I don't know. I guess you're kind of democratic socialism, but just a light democratic socialism.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would argue that the United States. I mean, the thing is there's Shay wants to come up here, or Shay. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Andrew Tuddy.
Andrew, your fellow countryman.
Oh, is this Andy from Ontario?
Great guy. What a great guy.
Yeah. Good evening.
my friend.
How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. How are you?
Great. I'm just wondering what the metric is to determine this greatness. What are we using?
That's been the entertaining thing about the conversation, because we've just been debating what metrics are, right? It's become really become a conversation about how you measure greatness.
Yeah. Because earlier in the room we heard, and this is before, somebody say, well, I've been to like 50 countries, and I'm always so glad to come home. Well, I think a lot of people can say that. I've traveled a bit. It's nice to come home. But it's also nice to see how other people live, get an idea of just what other people are experiencing in their part of the world. But, I'm just curious as to what the measurement is in terms of greatness.
I personally think that the metric of America's greatness is really its legal framework, right? The Constitution and various things. And yes, those things can change very quickly, but they can change quickly in any society. But the outlook of what America is, the Declaration of Independence, all of those things, that's really the metric of America's greatness. And the social systems that America may lack are things that can change. Those are evolutionary things, and that's based on the sort of individualistic ideology that some people have versus the collective. And that maybe America does need to become a little more collective and less individualistic. But the legal framework is still.
I get your idea in regards to the Constitution, but what about your politics? Don't you find it a little bit grotesque?
Say that again.
Your politics.
What about
the way that it's functioning, or the lack of functioning politics, seems to be a little bit grotesque, in my view. There just doesn't seem to be any middle road between, far left and the far right.
Spoken like a true Ontarian.
So,
hey, they're not taking my house for that high-speed rail, you know that.
When I was growing up, and I grew up in Middle America, there was not really a far left and a far right, or at least if they weren't highlighted. So like the Democrat and the average Democrat and the average Republican were more or less the same. They just had some like minor differences. It just seems in the past 20 years or so, there's become a greater separation between the two parties. I mean, and in many ways, some of them don't even feel like they're American anymore, right? And what they want, what some of them want America to be, is what America is not.
And so what is that? Like, what is America wanting to be?
Every nation is really the foundation of its ideas and its ideals. So I personally think that America is those founding documents and those and frameworks that and the promises that is made to its people.
What if we use the metrics that the IMF uses to rate countries? Well, they look at education, they look at a variety of metrics in terms of, what a country produces, XXX, etc. Maternal survivorship, I suppose, health outcomes, all these sorts of metrics. Are they in the equation, or have they been used in the equation?
In my opinion, there are other people on the panel, but in my opinion, that's inconsequential.
It's inconsequential. Oh. So the health of your population is inconsequential.
Well, hold on here. So it's interesting
I think the health of your population is a administrative, it's a bureaucratic thing, and not really skills thing in the conversation that I'm at.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not having it. That's fine.
Well, I was gonna say I know where you're coming from, Andrew, on the metrics of IMF data and infant mortality rates and maternity mortality rates, life expectancy, so forth. But yeah, and we were talking about healthcare earlier, like and the spending per capita in the United States relative to a lot of other Western countries. But I also agree with Shai because you named off the first thing I said that was what made the United States the greatest. And when I say greatest, I just mean a grandeur, maximum impact. It's not like a positive or negative connotation. It's just about a scale, right? And
you're talking the military?
Military is my second one, but the second thing that makes the United States the greatest country in the world, but the first one was the First Amendment.
Constitution, yeah.
Well, specifically the First Amendment. I think that is...
so what does the First Amendment do for... what is its primary function?
Emancipation.
Is it for me to be able to say anything I want, or is it for me to be able to say anything I want against my government?
Should be able to say both. And obviously the United States through the Supreme Court has over time tested the limits. But I think generally there's been a orientation towards maximizing those freedoms, the rights of the freedom of expression, right? Where you see in a lot of other Western countries, there's a propensity towards restricting speech in certain areas that are deemed too sensitive or offensive. And it's a sort of an approaching thing. The United States First Amendment keeps the United States broadly less attractive to that motivation, and I think it maximizes the the right of the individual. And I think that we are a duality. We're both individuals, and our existence is dependent on two separate individuals. But we have, we have bodily autonomy, and we have our own thinking brains.
Us do here, yeah.
Right. Well, everyone should.
It's the United States.
We should be. It's important, I think, to maximize that freedom of expression and autonomy, and I think that makes the United States great. So I agree with Shai on the kind of bit of the constitutional point. I don't necessarily agree with the other amendments.
What about that one? What about in terms of hate speech and who gets to define that? Is that a question?
Well, I think, it was the question in front of the Supreme Court in the 80s when the ADL represented, it was the NCAA, what was it? I think it was, they represented the Klan marching in Indiana or something, or Ohio. Yeah, and it was testing that. Same with the pornographer Larry Flynn, right? These are bizarre but important moments in which the United States maximized accommodation.
Very bizarre.
Anyway, sorry, I'm ranting.
Can we just also say one thing? I think it's interesting, which questions our greatness. Hillary Clinton in 2016 won 18% of the counties in the country. 18%. That 18% of the counties control something like 65 or 68% of the GDP of the country. That is not a recipe for greatness. When you have that amount of concentrated wealth among that kind of elite, it's part of what is interesting. I think we have these vast swaths of the red states who are living a terrible life. I mean, their lifestyle is almost like a third world country, and we tolerate it. live with it, right? I mean, I've been a Democrat my whole life, but it's the part of the thing is, we Democrats cannot figure out a way to effectively do a redistributive project. And it's part of the reason I think we get somebody like Donald Trump, because so many people feel left out and angry. And not that Donald Trump's doing anything about it, but he is a receptacle for the anger. And that is certainly not good. People talk about this idea of redistribution, but the reality of it is that every society economically is a mixed society, and I don't think that anybody, personally, even though I am a person who believes in social programs, because it's a necessary evil in every society to maintain the public welfare, right, in the future of the country. And we've done it before, like with the what's it called, the New Deal, and various other things. It's just the idea that and those were against the will of the people, right? Like, I don't think anybody voted for the New Deal. I think that it was just implemented. But I think it's just the idea that people have that this quote unquote welfare system is going to be from these people and give them to these people, and the idea that people have a choice for it, like, that is the problem. Now, I'm not saying people shouldn't have any say so. I'm just saying that this has happened before in American history, and also I don't think that creating certain social programs like a healthcare system would be a great quote unquote, what do you call it, whatever it is that you said. Oh, sorry, it's early here, so I'm still waking up. I think it would be a great redistribution of wealth in the capacity that people believe that it would be. Like taxes paying for healthcare in every state having its own internal healthcare system. I think once that's maximized, then it would be minimal in the taxes. People wouldn't even notice it.
Say that last part again. About the taxes. Just didn't.
As far as like a healthcare system, right? Like a universal healthcare system.
Yeah, like
I think say
like the one we have in Canada.
Similar. I think that every state could have its own healthcare system, and they're going to be
healthcare system. That's what we do in Canada. Every province has its own healthcare system.
Yes, and then there could be reciprocity between the states, right? The various HMOs or whatever you call them, and through the states. For example, like if you're a resident of California and you have an accident in Nevada or something like this, then you give them your HMO card from California, and they will have a billing system that can charge the California system for whatever healthcare it is, right? That's what I mean. I think that it would minimally affect the people, but in the minds of people and how people believe that it will work, versus the way that it actually could work financially are two different. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I mean, here on getting rid of the federal departments, it's interesting because in Canada we don't have the idea of having the Department of Education or whatever it is in Ottawa is like both alien and unpopular. The provinces determine that. Same with the healthcare. It's interesting. There's dynamics because there's this emphasis on state rights in the United States, where Canada's a confederation, strong federal model. But it's interesting where taboos in the United States at the federal end we wouldn't even dare consider.
Yeah, there are ways to preserve state rights and get those other things done at the same time.
So, I mean, you would propose looking at the United States a little more like the European Union or something, right? That it would be a much looser confederation, is what you're saying, Shai. Is that way, like much more decentralized and having basic needs of citizenry taken care of all at the state level?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. I think that that there are things that the federal government does, like print money, and there are things that the state governments do.
Well, technically, the Federal Reserve prints the money, which isn't a state agency, federal or
Yet.
Oh, fair enough. But still, and I do think that the federal government should make mandates of the states, and as part of the state's duties to carry those things out. Right, because the federal government has a particular interest in all of the citizens. For example, for the military, the federal government has a need to have ready people to go to the military at all times, and that's a part of the education system is to prepare people for that. So while I probably would say that every state Department of Education should take care of their own state populace, the federal government does also have a mandate to say, well, these should be the requirements that the states should implement in their curricula.
Yeah, like standards that each state has to comply with.
Yes, yes.
There's another consideration with, Nixon had to deal with this. He established the EPA, right, the Environmental Protection Agency, because they had to figure out a way to balance multi-state rights on waterways. So the Mississippi watershed or the Colorado, you have multiple jurisdictions, right? And so the justification was to standardize those sort of interstate disputes or interests across political borders, boundaries.
Yeah, excellent example.
You gotta. So then you still have to keep some of these. It's not just like across the board. But I guess showing restraint there and deferring to the states. Yeah, and what about a form of taxation, like a sales tax or a VAT tax that's federal, and then the revenue there would be like transfer payments. So like in Canada, if some areas, some provinces in the country are doing better than others, money there'll be like equalization payments, they call it, right? So there's the federal government would disperse like the sales tax revenue and just try to fill in the needs of different states that are not like, at the level of other states.
The have-nots.
Like Mississippi and Alabama, the two of the poorest states in the country.
Mm-hmm. If that was the quid pro quo or some sort of like agreement would be, I think, to win over people that are willing to abandon massive federal bureaucracies, that there would be like the sort of egalitarian point. I think the United States, the soft power of the United States is also what makes it the greatest country in the world.
Yes.
The U.S. culture dominance.
That soft power has gone away now, right? The USDA going to, or USAID.
It's that's something that Trump did intentionally, and I don't like it. I agree with this. I don't know what's going on there, but yes, America's soft power is exporting its soft power and the sort of like cultural elements and that American dream to people was also it was a thing, and I think that America could get it back, but it has to win the war. And I don't mean the war with Iran. I mean like whatever war is happening internally, and whatever war may be happening otherwise. But it has to win. America winning, and or at least selling the idea that it's winning, is what sold them, what people bought into.
Adam, did your gas go down today?
Perhaps a tad, yeah.
I haven't looked, but I was curious. When does that come?
It's a good move.
Yeah, when does it come into effect? Immediate? Wasn't it?
I'm not sure. I haven't been tracking federal politics today, but they, there was the by-elections last night, so that's going to change the committee process. So Carney's going to be able to, the Prime Minister's going to be able to run the show. They're going to have to tap dance, but they can get stuff through.
I was listening to Rosemary Barton. Rosemary Barton.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about this might be a good thing for the Conservatives to just give some breathing room for them. They don't have to, they can actually be in opposition, quote unquote.
Well, yeah.
What those risk,
Yeah, but I mean, they got to take a risk. That's their only way. I think they probably have to wait out at least 1 to 2 more election cycles, because the over 55 club are not buying in. And
can't point fingers, are you?
Well, no, it's just that the Conservatives have lost.
Yeah.
That their base. I mean, it was the seniors that would come out in droves. The boomers' parents. They were reliable and reliably conservative. But there's been such a switcheroo. It's like they're trying to maximize under 30. They're getting good pieces of it too, and like middle-aged people, 40-year-olds. It's they're outperforming there, but.
Wait, 40 isn't middle age now.
Well, it's halfway through a life cycle. Shisha, sorry, you've been on up here for a while. How's it going? Welcome to the stage. Back to the United States being the greatest country in the world. For a while. Oh, there you go, Shisha. How's it going? All right, we'll get back to Shisha, but it's the space race. Right? Okay, yes, the United States landed on the moon. It is the top of the mountain of human exploration, space, But in terms of total records, like the Soviets racked them up, and the Soviets landed on, Venus, and did all these awesome things first. But I'm not going to get all tanky about it. The point is that I think at this stage, it's just unequivocal. The United States is the dominant space power. I mean, China's making increase in its capacities. But you know, the Russians for a while there were the only way to get up to the space station, like in the last 15 years, and post shuttle. But I think at this point now, with the combination of what NASA's done and what SpaceX is doing, it's not even close. So U.S. is the greatest country, has the greatest space capabilities in the world, and ever. So, right on.
You know, Adam, I happened to be at the Science Center one day, my dad and and we saw an exhibit of Russian, I guess would have been leftover equipment after the space race ended near the moon. And it was really interesting to look at it. And it just reminded me of an old wringer washer compared to a modern washing machine type of technology. It was crazy to look at. Just looked so, just bare bones. I don't know, scary really. If you put somebody up in it, it's funny. But a lot of our engineers left after the Avro era went down in flames, quote unquote. And many made their way to NASA too, so they had some help from Canada know-how.
Oh yeah, they're out in Canada, and they're like with the whole. I watched the Artemis II press conference in Houston, Texas, and the crew came out there after some like congressmen spoke, and the head of this and that, you know, the Canadian flag was up there too. There was definitely that sort of like joint effort. Shout out to the European Space Agency and all that. But I don't know if how long the NASA model. NASA has big ambitions. They're supposed to be doing all sorts of things, and even though SpaceX won the bid earlier, like in the last few years, on being the preferred option or the choice for the lunar lander, apparently it's up in the air. And so there's a timeline where SpaceX and someone else get to compete to choose the next step. But I mean, I think Elon Musk is probably cooking up his own lunar mission here, and he'll be able to do it a lot better scale.
You think Elon Musk would?
Which is great. What's that, Shaq?
You think Elon Musk would?
Oh, Elon Musk is going to have his own lunar mission, and he'll be running circles around everyone else. So I don't know how long NASA's gonna be in the driver's seat. What's going on with the moon?
Maybe, but I don't think personally that that should be in the hands of like individual people. I think that I do think that like the space exploration, I really do think that should be in the hands of
the communists.
Of the communists.
No, the commons, as we would say.
Oh, the commons. Yeah.
Isn't the moon like Antarctica right now, treaty-wise?
I think so. Yeah. I think there's still. Yeah. Well, India landed I think it was last summer in the South Pole of the moon, and checking out deep craters. Of course, the Chinese
looking for ice.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I think the idea of Elon Musk kind of being in the driver's seat vis-a-vis the moon is like a James Bond movie it's like villain-like.
Is it because he personally is quite villainous?
I don't know the guy.
Thank you, Adam, for bringing me up. What's up, host Scott, Adam, Shine,
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. So, no, if I may, to the question, is America the greatest country in the world? By what standards are we measuring?
Yeah, we were talking about that. What standard would you like to use?
It comes up a lot. I think it's just subjective, so people have different takes on it. What's yours?
I'm not in America. Yeah, I did live in America before. I'm from Denmark. I think the greatest countries in the world are the countries that manage to distribute wealth well in a way that serves functionality for the whole of the function and thriving rather than just material production. Education. I think education standards are important to look at. The efficacy of education and the healthcare system, and how the issues of elder burdens are met, which is undoubtedly a huge issue, elder burden. And also how they meet issues of immigration and so things like that. But I mean, it's a big question. What makes what makes a country a great country? I think it's interesting.
I think when people say issues of immigration, because I have quite a few things to say about what you just said, but I think, until recently, everybody wanted to go to the United States to study, right? Like, very few people say, like, oh, I want to go to Denmark. We're saying I want to go to Denmark to, like, get my degree or do something like that. Most people were going in droves to the United States to study at Harvard, at Yale, at Stanford. Whatever, things have changed in the past, like, couple of years. But, and not to take a dig at Denmark specifically, but it was useful at the moment. But things have changed recently. But for the most part, people wanted to study in the United States for a while. And I think that as far as like ideas of immigration goes, and how they handle immigration, I think that effectively immigrants also need to want to assimilate into whatever country they choose to go to, right? Like, and I think that is currently the current immigration issue, is that you have a lot of people who have immigrated to the United States but don't really adopt the Americanism, right? They adopt the aspirational making money sort of aspects of it because they couldn't do it in Nigeria or whatever countries that they came from. But they choose to go to America and identify with the country and the actual what's the word I'm looking for? The actual outlook of the country.
How do you think that changes the second generation of those immigrants?
I've met people who were born into the United States from their parents, and they have not fully assimilated. They're like, I'm not really American. My parents came here and had
about the idea of redistribution of wealth.
The redistribution of wealth. We were talking about like sort of what if the United States broke down some of the federal departments and then did transfer payments to states that have greater autonomy. So I mean, the transfer payments would be like a distribution of wealth of sorts. So states that are, not meeting the metrics or otherwise economically struggling, they would get equalization payments through federal transfers.
Thank you. Well, what about you, Scott? Sky, Andrew, any?
Well, I live in Canada. We already do that. I'm in favor of it. You're talking about redistribution of wealth, other than the monies that are raised through taxation to the government, then that's problematic, I think. So if you're looking at extremely rich individuals, I do believe that the tax system could be fairer. Absolutely.
I mean, Andrew, when under Eisenhower, right, who nobody thinks is some kind of, well, I guess they say Eisenhower's, these guys are now woke, according to Donald Trump. Under Eisenhower, I think the marginal tax rate, the top was 89%.
For who? Yep.
Yeah, for the top tax, the top earners in the country. I don't know where the cutoff was, but the top tax rate was 89%.
Yeah, it's hard to sell that nowadays, isn't it?
I mean, what's crazy in this country is when Obama let the Bush tax cuts expire, and I think that was something like going from something, the marginal rates going from like 34 to 38%. People were shouting. I mean, they thought he was a Marxist or something. And I think there's something in the American psyche that thinks, I'm going to be the next millionaire, so let's keep the tax rates low.
Isn't there also this conception that if you give them more money, they'll create jobs?
Right.
Right? I think that's a misconception, do you know?
Well, I think if we all lived in Hamlets or something, and there were like 3 rich people and they employed everybody or something, that might be the case. But I think most people who are in the sort of elite wealth class use their money just to make money. Money is just making money, right? I mean, they're not. Most people are not job creators at that level. I mean, they're money managers, right?
So that trickle down theory that was promulgated back in the 80s by Ronald Wilson Reagan, bit of a fallacy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you just look at it. It's not trickled down, right? Since Reaganism, I mean, since we implemented Reaganism, right, which all presidents have done, right? I mean, Clinton, Obama, everybody has been.
You've never deviated from it since.
No, and what has happened, right? We've blown up deficits, and we've seen massive transfer of wealth to the top. That's all that's happened, right? I mean, there's been stagnation of wages, or a decrease in wages for everybody except for the wealthy.
Yeah, the other problem of that was the hollowing out of the unions. Right? I mean, the first attack was on most of the air traffic controllers. Busted that union right up.
yeah, the U.S. got into early '70s. I think it got into a bind, right? You had this Great Society, Vietnam War, Apollo program, and the three letter agencies. These are major expenditures all at the same time with a very lukewarm business cycle. And Reagan, one of the brilliant moments for Reagan was Morning in America, because the boomers were coming out of their disco craze. They decided they had to stop the cocaine and go
Rejected to love peace.
Go find Jesus. Go find Jesus. Watch, just kind of listen to Motown while doing the dishes with friends. Professionals trying to find their way, and just Reagan really tapped into that. It's the Freedom 55 kind of mantra. He captured the moment. It's things like that made him a great president. Well, here, how about this? If America's the greatest country in the world, who is the greatest president?
There's a historian who talks about this. I forget who it is, but he talks about these cycles of Washington, Lincoln, FDR, Reagan, where these great presidents are. And we're talking greatness and magnitude, right? They just reorient the country, right? This is where, Obama said this, that Reagan was transformative much more than, Clinton or anybody like that. I mean, Reagan was great in the sense of he convinced us to dismantle, I think mistakenly, but convinced us to dismantle a lot of the safety net, right? And try to scale everything back. I think that's what, I think great American presidents are presidents that capture the American vision. And Washington was amazing in the sense of he charted the territory, right? Lincoln, did Lincoln create the Union, save the Union, or create the Union? I think that FDR, brought us into advanced civilization. So I think, you have to think in terms of Washington, Lincoln, and FDR, I think are the greats.
And America did also, if you think about it, once America was created, and it I guess in France, to kind of set the stage for the modern world that we live in, right? Individual rights versus state rights, and sort of maximizing those things. No other countries wouldn't be as invested in certain things if America and France, I guess, didn't develop in the way that they did. So shout out to Washington and the founding fathers.
I'm gonna add to is Lyndon Johnson. I think Lyndon Johnson's in the conversation.
Second tier. Yeah, I would say second tier. Absolutely, yeah. I think Lyndon Johnson is in the mold of FDR, right? A lesser light, but yeah, I'd say Johnson, sure.
Oh yeah, he was a New Deal man. That's where he cut his teeth. Was Texas Democratic politics. They were FDR people for sure. And he was keen on getting hydroelectric dams and electricity. These the kind of the foundations for an advanced civilization. Yeah. FDR, I don't know about his where's foreign policy is going. I mean, one of the great what ifs is George Wallace is vice president through to the 44 election, rather than having Truman. Man, in a way, Truman it has to be in the conversation. But in a way, he's more riding the wave of FDR and what FDR was setting up. But, you know, the CIA emerges, Korean War, ordering the use of nuclear weapons, the Soviets installing it in the nuclear weapon.
And not ordering the use of nuclear weapons.
Truman.
Yes.
Well, that's, yeah.
That's why he got rid of his general. Wanted to nuke it.
Korea.
Yeah.
China. He wanted to nuke China. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, which goes to the point of why the United States is the greatest country in the world, because of its military capabilities. Makes it great.
But haven't they met a bit of a wall, just like the Russians have in Ukraine?
Yeah, that's like conventional warfare. Yeah, you know, like it's not. The thing is I'm talking about, like, we were talking about nuclear weapons, right? So, I mean, if the United States wanted to, they could just, like, militarily dominate everything. Not everything, perhaps, but could militarily dominate most things. And Truman had that capacity and willingness to use it. And I don't think actually any president or person before or since has had that level of power, actually.
You know, it's interesting, and I think what is fascinating to me about American culture and thoughts about military power is that I think Afghanistan and Iraq were so determined, have been so determinative for how we think about power and American power, right? And I think, you know, after Iraq won, I think we had Promethean confidence in what we could do in the world, and rightly so. I mean, right? I mean, that was, and Bush Sr. was you know, I mean, it was not my kind of politics, but there was a wisdom to that guy that didn't try to remake the world with all the powers. Said, hey, get out of Kuwait, and, you know, we're not going to try to colonize the world. I think Afghanistan and Iraq really, I think, have convinced the American people of the limits of our power. And here, where maybe we do have, you know, a potential to dominate Iran, we have no stomach for it. Because
the only way you can do that is with actual people on the ground.
Right,
Because Americans are stupid.
Well, I'm not going to argue with that, but...
And also non-Americans are stupid. Like, when people think about this, people have forgotten about the reality on the ground. What helped America in this current iteration of society is functionally either winning World War II or the perception that America won World War II and the events that came afterwards, right? And the amount of, like, global dominance that it maintained. But before World War II, in, like, the age of ending empires, people forget that the way countries effectively did business with each other was kind of like the way the mafia or mafias deal with each other, right? And then they created the United Nations and tried to create a methodology of, like, diplomacy between all of the nations, but that mafia-ness, it still exists in much of the world outside of the West, right? Like, we've become soft in many ways, but the government has basically always known that, you know, they were still in a Cold War with Russia. They and Russia in the Cold War actually led to
the Cuban Missile Crisis. It led to the Vietnam War. It led to a few things, and people are sidelined by that because the Cold War was not really the main event, but essentially America and Russia had been in this mafioso war for like the past 70 years, more or less, and people have really forgotten about.
I mean, here's the thing though, right? Like, as an American, right? I bought into the system to have my energy and my time and my resources all put forth to build a military industrial complex that would go out and make it so I could be as ignorant as I wanted to and relatively remain safe. Isn't that smart? I mean, I'm just like, for the average person, right? Doesn't that give like the average person who in any other society would probably be like laying bricks or be in extreme poverty? Like, isn't that like a solid trade?
Wait, what are you saying? I can't hear you very well.
I'm saying, like, the trade in America is you work and you feed the military industrial complex. They go out and colonize or spread imperialism to the rest of the world. That way you can have a relative sense of safety, right? Whether you're abroad or whether you're on American soil, like, you can have a heightened sense of safety. Like, to me, if you look at looking at how a large part of history took place, I mean, isn't that kind of smart? Like, it's like, now I don't have to care about the politics. I don't really got to care about, what's going on in this land or that land. Like, America has gone and basically made it so I can know as little as possible and still have the time and remain safe and still just like live my life. Like, isn't that isn't that the real like come up of America, that they were able to do that?
Yeah, I guess it was. I mean, and I don't see America as being entirely imperialistic. I think that the idea of imperialism is basically absorbing other countries and forcing them to your will. I think that America is more so like post World War II, the international police, because the rest of those savages in the East couldn't really control themselves. So, and I'm using that in jest. I don't really believe that people are savages, but I do think that that the moral reality of America is very different than like the moral reality of Russia and the moral reality of China and the moral reality of the Islamic world. And while people do go from those countries to America, they have, at least in my observation historically, been absorbed into the Americanism, right? Like, you have, if you don't absorb the nature and the character of the country in which you're in, you effectively become an enemy of the country.
Yeah, I can see that.
If you're not a capitalist.
No, it's not about capitalism.
Sure it is.
No, it's not.
Well, look at the United Fruit Company.
No, there has
much capitalism though. So I don't think it's even about capitalism. I'd say there's a lot. I don't think the average person is a capitalist.
Why would the CIA take down the Iranian government back in 1953?
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, an elected government by the people. Because they didn't like the government. Why didn't they like the government?
Because they were siding with Russia again, and during the Cold War. It's the reason. This is the same reason why America took down a few people in a few countries, because they were siding with with Russia during the Cold War, and at that point it would have affected the global economy. It's not about capitalism per se, but it is about stability of the world economic system.
Oil at that time.
I mean, yeah, what was to be British Petroleum. And then there was also fears about alignment with Moscow, and that was one of the great tragedies of that period for the region, both with Iran, but also a little bit later on with some of the trends
Arab nationalist movements, right, that were secular in nature. The problem was that there was somewhat of an affinity towards Moscow because of just general political sentiments. And
the Arab nationalism was never secular in the same way that America or Canada are secular.
Of course. Let's just say things were tampered down on the religious front.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, what was the point of bringing up Iran, though, with what Landslide said?
Just in terms of the way the United States has created its own problems. It just seems to like to do that. Osama bin Laden was an American creation during the Afghan war with Russia. And
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it gave Rumsfeld, getting all chummy and shaking hands there.
Even who's the Ayatollah? Even the Ayatollah with Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
He had a deal going on. I mean,
look, the part of the reality is that the world needs stability, and somebody has to, or somebody or some group of people have to make sure that it's stable. And people may not like that America has been making it stable, but who here trusts China to make the world stable? There will be one. There will be one.
You have a portion of your population that doesn't believe that, right? You have a portion of your population that doesn't believe that.
I don't care what they believe. I don't give three fucks about what those people believe, because most people don't. They either don't care and they don't know about the history of the Age of Empires. They don't know about the history of the Age of Empires and how, like, once America or whatever institution, whatever country stops making the world a safe and stable place again, they don't realize, like, there will be a world war, another world war. There will be a global dictator who will destroy large portions of the population for their own will, because that's what was happening before.
I think that what's interesting when I have these conversations is that people have pointed so many fingers at America that they overlook, like, America's controlling a position that other people are actively trying to get into themselves. And it's like when you're sitting here saying America's XYZ, it's almost like, well, what's the alternative? You know there's an alternative. It's not like if you just remove America, the world is just this one beautiful place. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's like there's something.
But isn't that what's happening now? Isn't that what's happening now?
In terms of what?
In terms of America turning its back on its allies?
No, America isn't currently, and this is why people like Andrew are stupid. Excuse me, Andrew, but it really is an unfortunate statement. Trump is not America. Trump is the current representative of America, and people are making Trump the center of the history of America. And I firmly disagree that is the case.
But I'm not making Trump the issue. I'm making the policy the issue. I don't care who it is. But there's a percentage of your population that agrees with that policy. And that percentage of the population in the last election is what? 50-50 pretty well. I get that. I understand that.
Yeah, because they bought into a particular message, and I disagree with that. I personally disagree with that message.
So I'm just saying, isn't that what's happening now? That's all I said. Isn't that what's happening?
When you say it's happening now, what are you referring to as it's happening? Like what?
I'm referring to turning your back on the security that you were just mentioning, the way the world was working with American hegemony, which this particular government has now turned its back on. It wants to retract and look inwards, supposedly. That's what's the idea. And when America retracts and looks inward, the rest of the world goes to shit. It happens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I actually personally believe that the current American body politic is in a global hostile takeover, and there are particular interests outside of America, and I understand America's done it to other countries also, but I get that. But the reality of it is that America's also been the sort of the glue and the duct tape holding stability in the world. So people like Landslide can take his American passport and travel to Nigeria in relative safety.
Absolutely. And have preferential treatment. Don't forget about that. Can't forget about the preferential treatment. That's a big
Yes, that too.
I just wish my only issue with Americans is like when we have these conversations, especially amongst people from other parts of the world, I just wish we would just own this shit up. Like, I feel like Americans specifically are in this place in a world conversation where it's like we're always trying to hide our privilege and power. And to me, it's like, yo, you keep doing that, and somebody's gonna, keep showing weakness, and somebody's gonna step to you.
Yeah, but if someone steps to you, how far are you willing to go?
I mean, to protect the American people?
Yeah.
No, let me say this. In terms of protection, I'm down to take it all away, as we've shown. In terms of protection, now if it's on some like land, and that's the tricky part. It's like, when does protection become like what's the word? Like just an
existential threat? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So and that's why when I was younger, I used to have very passionate stances when it comes to politics. But as I've gotten older, lived more life, and saw how my own politics plays out and the types of decisions I have to make for like what I feel is important, what I'm responsible for, I'm like, I can only imagine, like, I'm only responsible for two people. Like, imagine being responsible for millions. You know what I mean? So I have a little more empathy when it comes to why certain decisions are made and where they come from, and I'm less to judge. Yeah, man. It's shit crazy.
Heavy wears the crown,
Yeah, I mean, right.
And like Andrew said, when the United States is out of the way or is not doing well, like, the world goes to shit. Yeah. I mean, maybe we'll find a way through. The X factor to me, the big question mark is like, how real is the Star Trek trajectory? Hopefully without like worldwide, nuclear war, but we're really getting there in the tech. Like, we're teching things out. It's getting like human trials of all sorts of wild things happening.
In the next few hundred years, technologically, it'll be up there. I think, especially with AI moving exponentially, like, we just have to figure out unlimited energy sources, and then that will like propel us. But I think the moral and social and legal structures are lacking in many ways.
Yeah, I
know
always
lags behind the technology.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I think that's something that people fail to bake in. Like a lot of conversations I've been having with people in regards to AI, it's like people who are seeing the future and betting on progress. Because I mean, at the end of the day, like, if I had to bet on progress when there's no progress, I think history is showing that progress is going to happen no matter what. But they make it seem like AI is going to lead to some utopia in the minds of the people that are trying to push it forward or trying to take advantage of it. And it's just interesting to see how much morality and ethics is overlooked, even by the people who are quote unquote anti-AI. Like, for you to call something a utopia, you have to factor in morals and ethics. And I mean, you can have, labor being taken care of. You can that change the human condition when it comes to our posture, how we relate to each other.
Yeah, I was always much more of a science guy, but as of late, I've become much more of a humanities person.
Just quick interruption. As just want to appreciate this room. It's great. I'm gonna leave, but really interesting topic. Wonderful heads inside here, and happy to meet you guys, and hope to discuss with you further some other time. Peace out.
Thanks, Captain. It's a tasty sandwich.
Cap.
Thanks.
Good one.
Yeah, I think all we're hitting a lot of marks here on why the United States of America is the greatest country in the world. People often, because it's interesting, everyone's asking the definition, because I think there's this reluctance to just assume greatest means like, it's in the affirmative, right, in the positive scale, right? Scale's what's has to be considered as a definition as well. And the U.S. is, pound for pound punching. It's big heavyweight, but punching. I think punching above its weight still.
Are you still talking nuclear?
The nuclear,
or are you talking
I think probably kind of across the board.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see when we go up against China. How that's going to work.
Well, that's the thing. We shouldn't be in a position where we have to go up against China. This is ridiculous. We are in a ridiculous state of affairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, you don't. A conflict with China is just not fun for anyone.
I follow a few Chinese commentators or content creators. That's what they're called, content creators, and they say that, like, and these are people who grew up in China and like fled China for the West, and they're like, we see CCP propaganda all over the West, and people don't realize like this sort of soft propaganda that the CCP system has been pushing, and like even in China, and I mean, sorry, not China, Canadian Canadian media and American media. So,
we know, yeah. We know.
Yeah, and people in the West really should be very deeply concerned about this. I think some people are. I don't think that no one is, but once they get a hold of society and propaganda wise, then there really is the decline of that society into like being taken over by China.
Yeah, I mean, the movies aren't Hollywood isn't able to cut it anymore, right? Film in all sorts of nations, including the United States and Hollywood, have acted as strong propaganda mediums, right? But but people aren't going to the theaters. The YouTube influencers, social media influencers that are of a nationalist tilt and self-interest of the country first is alive and well. So I think there's a good heavy dose of alternative opinions to the CCP. But of course, there's that. Yeah, every country in the United States isn't immune to foreign interference and manipulation. A lot of people watched RT. It's a very good 20 years this century.
BBC for that matter. Don't forget the BBC. State propaganda.
Well, there's propaganda in everything. I believe in propagandizing certain values, but I also believe that that countries have also the need to protect against certain other outside sources. Like China doesn't allow any external media to come in that they don't like approve or have like on their approved list per se. And let's take Al Jazeera, for example. Al Jazeera has been banned in many Muslim countries. Both Al Jazeera Arabic and Al Jazeera English. Why? Because if you look up its history, it's supported the Muslim Brotherhood and destabilized. It led to destabilization in Muslim countries, and which allowed for radicalization to appear and to destabilize those governments through civil war. And that was through Islamic propaganda. America should not allow Al Jazeera, the West should not allow Al Jazeera to operate there.
Yeah, but what about the First Amendment? I thought we were on the same side. Yeah, the first point you made when you came into the room on stage was the first point I made too. And it's, I think you have to maximize accommodation. This is the free expression principle. I think this is actually what's paramount, the magic sauce of the United States and what makes it great.
Yeah, no, freedom of expression, and I agree with you, but you have freedom of expression, but not freedom to radicalize against the state. I mean, well, excuse me, I do have caveats because I do believe in the Second Amendment also. I believe in, if we have like a dictatorial state, then the people should rise up. But I think the people should be reading the Constitution like all the time.
Yeah, it's be strict constitutionalist, but the Constitution it's a radical revolutionary document and a radical revolutionary foundation for the country, which also is what makes it so great. It puts the shoe on the other foot.
Yeah, do you think that the Americans forgot about that, though? Do you think that the Americans forgot about like what it meant to be American, like outside of having a passport and like living in Kansas or whatever?
I don't know. I think there's a spirit in there. Like I don't know though. Like I'm not from the United States, so who am I to actually gauge the sentiment of the people? But I don't know. From the outside, it seems like there's a strong vein. There's a good echo effect in those foundational revolutionary acts and principles. Even if it's like subconscious, it's definitely there.
Yeah, I think aspects of it are there, but when I talk to people, like there are so many people that I know, like the average American, not the person who's like studied in the actual history of America, but people that have a surface level understanding. Well, aspects of the spirit are there. So many of the people are also willing to like give up the country, and people who are like, well, I was speaking to someone yesterday, and they're like, well, the dollar's going to fail, and America's going to fail, and I'm looking for an escape plan. They're just like ready to give up the country. Yeah, and that seems to be a large part of the meat and potatoes of America. As we say in America.
Potatoes, yeah, Idaho. George Bush Sr. fail.
Wait, Bush Sr. failed in what way?
Oh, right. No, sorry. He didn't like broccoli. It was Oregon.
Right.
The potato was his vice president who couldn't spell it in front of the kindergarten class. What was that guy's name?
Dan Quayle.
Dan Quayle. Yeah, right. Also
also the business cycle. I mean, he got hit, right? Like that was.
I'll tell you what, that was one of the most interesting defeats ever. In that Bush Senior won a war on TV, right? I mean, that was the first time we really saw that. We saw these missiles go in these windows of buildings and things like that. And so that was unbelievable that he lost that election, right? I mean, it's just, there's been a lot of research done on this. Some people thought it was the Perot thing. But the political scientists I've read on this had said that the average Perot voter was just as likely to go for Clinton as they were for Bush. He didn't really affect the election. And it's like that Bush still would have lost had Perot not been in it. And it's just, but I mean, that guy, I mean, that's just, it's the economy, stupid, like Clinton said, right? I mean, this is one of the reasons Trump lost in 2020, right? I mean, I think no incumbent could have won in 2020, right? I mean, there's other reasons I think Trump did lose and should have lost, but
2024 too for Biden.
For Harris, yeah,
part of it. Anyway, part of it.
And Harris and Biden made the mistake that Trump's making now and trying to tell people it's not as bad as you think, right? And you just can't tell people that. Like, and the thing is that the stock market can be great, the Dow can be going through the roof, and prices can be hard, and the actual economic reality on the ground can be brutal, and that's that's what Bush Senior faced.
Yep. And he had to raise the taxes. I mean, Bill Clinton had to contend with stuff. Like there was that terrible rumor, right, that was going around during the campaign that way back when he was the governor of Arkansas, he got so drunk one night he had sex with his own wife.
Terrible.
Like he had to contend with these sort of things. So it wasn't a sure thing for Clinton, but that documentary that covers the Clinton campaign, it actually captures, I think, that whole thing with Bush quite effectively.
Yeah, I thought it was Clinton.
Poor George Bush. Oh,
I thought it was Clinton's embrace of Fleetwood Mac. No.
Or the
also Bush raised taxes.
saxophone.
Bush raised taxes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he was fiscally disciplined, and he handed Clinton a pretty good situation. I mean, Bush. It's interesting. You look at Bush now. That guy could never get a Republican nomination, right? I mean, he was sort of the best of that old school Republican Party. I mean, I wasn't a Bush supporter, but he was. He was the best of the old Republican establishment.
Yeah, his background.
He and Hillary Clinton had the two best resumes of my adult life to run for president.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton. She was first lady, and not involved first lady, United States Senator and Secretary of State. I mean, she was, she had the resume. I think that was the kind of resume you'd want. And Bush Senior had the best. I mean, that guy had done everything.
CIA director,
U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, congressman, private industry, vice president. Yeah, he served in the military. I mean, he was a war hero. I mean, that guy had the resume you'd want.
The problem is that people eventually wanted somebody who was an outsider to like the political establishment, which I think is has its ups and downs, as positive as pluses and minuses. But and I think that's how Trump got here, right? As like
going on the idea that he's an outsider and he's there to like destroy the system that people have grown to distrust because they were so removed from it. But people don't realize that the system is always out of the system. The bureaucracy is always outside of the reach of the people, no matter who's running it.
You should watch the BBC show. It's Yes Minister, and then Yes Prime Minister was the follow-up. Now, it's on the parliamentary system, but it's really shows you how the bureaucracy really controls all the levers, and the politicians just kind of try to manage it.
Andrew, I'm actually a fan of your system more than ours, quite frankly. I find
we just got a new majority government yesterday.
How are you feeling about that?
Well, I don't like the floor crossing thing. I think that's anti-democratic. But that's what the system is. It's not illegal. It may not be ethical, but it's not illegal. So, I mean, they're not the first to do it. It won't be the last unless they change those sort of legalities. But, when a population votes for a representative and then they go and they say, well, I'm not going to do that anymore, then I think they've automatically, that should be a by-election. If that's the case. But that's not what happens, right? So I think it'll be, like for Canada going forward, it's a bit of security in terms of there's not going to be an election until 29. And I think for Pierre Poilievre, I think it might be a bit of a relief valve for him. He can be Poilievre now without having to be afraid of how people would react if he continued in the way it was in terms of being razor close to maybe another election. And people don't like to go to the polls too often in this country. You guys, you're always at the polls, but we're not. But proof will be in the pudding as far as Mark Carney's concerned in this upcoming negotiations for the CUSMA or whatever you want to call it, free trade.
ABV, always be voting.
Yeah, shout out to Switzerland, who actually I think may be one of the greatest voting country in the world. I mean, those guys are majority rule, direct democracy if I've ever seen it. It's unbelievable. They're even their federal branch is like 7 members with like an honorary,
head of state. They can't have too many members, right? Right off the bat. How many cantons are in Switzerland?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I think more than a dozen. Yeah, they vote on everything all the time. It's actually kind of the opposite of the United States, because the United States celebrates minority rights. Like it emphasizes minority rights. It's all about minority rights in the United States. And I think
it's where I like your system a little better. I think now, there was a time in my life where I felt differently, but I think now, there's a virtue to just have the election, let the people that win run the table until people are tired of it. And I think, we have so many checks and balances. Yeah, I think, look, I get it, the 18th century, you're coming off of your fear of monarchical heavy-handedness and a British parliament that's not restrained and you feeling silenced and marginalized. I get all that, so I get it, but I just don't know that serves us well anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to have longer, like our prime ministers are in power longer than the 8-year presidencies. I mean, we've had a few, we've had some prime ministers that were shortened, but most of the time they're running, over a decade or more, decade to 15 years. And sometimes, I think sometimes like it's more of a generational impact with a longer serving head of state. Well, it's not head of state in Canada because of course the King Charles is, but yeah, 8 years is I don't know if 8 years is enough.
Yeah, and 4 years are lame duck.
Yeah. Yeah. There's greater opportunity for multiple parties as well in the parliamentary system, British parliamentary system. But I don't know. Canada's having a lot of issues, so I wouldn't look to us as the beacon on the hill here. It's definitely not. The argument is Canada the greatest country in the world? Yikes! Fiscal situation is pretty bad.
Well, what Western democracy isn't the?
Yeah, but it's right? Worse. Canada's much worse.
But we
had a lost decade.
I mean, but we're like, I think I saw some stats the other day that we're like, our population over the past decade has only gone up like 6%, and our spending has gone up like 40%.
Mm-hmm.
Ours just declined for the first time ever.
Our population, yeah. It's in Confederation. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. The debt is a huge problem in the United States. It's a huge problem all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know. Not that I think we need to get rid of all our debt. We just need to get in some situation where we could get, our spending in some reasonable relationship to GDP.
The Clinton surplus, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You Canadians are also reasonable.
I thought Ron Paul would. I think Ron Paul 2008 that would have been a bold, rash move, but I actually think that would have been the way to go. I'm not going. This isn't to like hate on Obama in excess of how I would hate on most U.S. presidents, but so it's not that. It's just that the man for the time with the idea, and he saw these things. He understood it. I think the war on terror and the financial bailouts and quantitative easing at the late 2000s and early 2010s was ruinous. Absolutely ruinous for the United States, especially on the fiscal side of things. I think there was necessary pain and recalibration that could have occurred that didn't, and
too big to fail.
Yeah, exactly.
So isn't the United States is just too big to fail?
Everything's too big to fail, right? Everything's too big to fail. But I mean, that's the thing about the United States is like if the United States is no longer too big to fail, how does the United States respond to that? Knowing it has the greatest capacity in the world.
sure how to answer your question, but I had something.
Thanks very much for the conversation. It was extremely interesting. You guys have a good night.
You too, Andrew. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too, man.
Nice talking to you, Andrew. See you, buddy.
Yeah, and you.
I love that guy. I think that, when Obama was president and America saw like a major transition, because that was around the same time as when this first smartphones, if I remember correctly, came out. Right, it was around the exact same time in 2008, 2009. Also, he created the largest single update of the VA system, in American history, I think. And we saw people who were recipients of the VA services, it was night and day. It was night and day from the time that Bush was in office until a few years after, when Obama's updates were finished being implemented technologically. And I think that, I'm not saying the VA took up all this money. I'm saying that Obama had an update plan, and with the technological updates, so did the aspects of the American infrastructure. And I think that Obama took those things into consideration.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's just, Obama was immediately disappointing, because it was just a tough decision, and obviously the financial interests were, and the monetary interests, for that matter, were probably breathing down his neck on taking action. And that was, I think, a critical error. I don't know if it was fatal, but because there's, it's not like everything was fine before then. But it was a big mistake and happened right away. Tarnished the legacy in my mind of Obama, a few other things, but he did do some transformation, and I don't think his deficit spending was far in excess of some of his contemporaries or anything. Like if you measure it as a percentage of GDP or something, I don't think it was that radical. Except for 2008, or 2009, the bailouts. Man, that pisses me off, actually, kind of thinking back on that. I remember getting really pissed. So I should have Ron Paul. The United States could be even greater than it is today. And I think a general consensus that it is the greatest country in the world. Marshall, do you think the United States of America is the greatest country in the world?
I do. I defy people to name another country that's better.
Better is different than greatest. So when you say better, Marshall, do you mean like in kind of like a moral or ethical way, or is it?
When I say it, I mean, I think America is probably the best last place on earth. And if you like our style of freedom and liberty, then you'll be down with America. If you so happen to like Europe or Canada, then you'll be down with them. But I think America is better in representing the American kind of freedom and liberty. So that's not necessarily for everybody, but I think it makes us great.
It is everybody. That's why everybody wants to go to America.
I agree. I think we're the First Amendment, I think, would be my primary argument for why the the United States is the greatest country in the world. I think Shai kind of thinks that too. He's kind of got the Constitution. The guts of it are, they're revolutionary. They're radical and revolutionary, and I'm here for it.
There we go.
I also think the United States is clearly the greatest military power ever, by a long shot. So that's the other reason the United States is the greatest country in the world. Though greatest is often assumed to mean, it can be considered in scale as well. It doesn't have to be positive or negative.
Thank you for smoking. When the kid asked the dad, what makes America the best country in the world? Well, it could be our prison system. It could be our presidential system. It could be our congressional system. Like, you just pick the thing you like about America. It's a very subjective question.
Well, you don't have to like it. I don't like the United States' military capacity. But I nonetheless recognize it as the second reason the United States is the greatest country in the world. I don't like it, but it's great. Not like Kellogg's. I'm not like eating breakfast or something.
I mean, who would you like to have America's military capacity? Like which country?
Oh, that's not what I mean either. I don't like it. It's not specific necessarily to the United States having this power. It's just the power itself. Like I understand it's real and like it is what it is, but I don't admire it in terms of it being something I draw like happiness from.
Yeah, but it's a necessary evil, I guess is what they call it.
I don't even know about necessary, but it is. It just is.
Oh well,
it is the greatest.
So I've been reading some history lately, and I mean my conclusions may be a little like wonky at best, but in reading history, America, whenever it became America, or at least what in all of the iterations, like someone said earlier, it was not the only country or power that was vying for that position, right? And that's kind of the reality of the situation. If you like to mean that over the course of history, you've had these empires fighting each other for a type of dominance and power, and quite honestly, whoever is going to be, you want them to have like a certain type of values, right? And America helped to bring those things into like at least the way we understand them in Western, as far as Western values, freedom of speech, and all of these things, helped to bring those things into reality. If you think about it, it is one of the only places, I don't know what Canada or like Latin America is like, where in academia and on television, the people can criticize the government and the history of the society and civilization that they live in. Like you couldn't go on Chinese or Russian or any sort of Middle Eastern TV and say, you know what, we fucked up, and these are all the ways in which we fucked up, and we may have to reevaluate some things.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. Can I ask you a question?
Please do. Welcome to the stage.
What's up?
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for letting me up. How is the American military better than other militaries? And please leave nuclear weapons off the table.
Well, I don't know if better, but greatest, I think, goes without a doubt.
In what way? How is it greatest? In what way?
Just
it could win over any single near peer competitor.
Yeah, pure conventional warfare impact. It's the greatest.
But again, In what better? Can you be more specific? Because we lost the Vietnam War, we didn't really win. Korean War, we really didn't win. You know, we might have won most of the battles, but we still lost. We still lost the war.
Yes.
Afghanistan, we lost the war there. You know.
Yes.
So how is it better?
I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying it's greatest. So the optimal word is
largest
greatest.
capacity. It's the greatest extended. It's the one able to apply power in the most places at one time.
Okay, we're talking about power projection then, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, in that sense, absolutely.
Okay, I'll give you credit on that. So, but let's suppose hypothetically that China was to threaten Taiwan. Would we be able to push them back? Because we have a long supply, train, and we don't have enough ships to really carry a lot of stuff that we need.
We would have a hard time. If China took out the 7th Fleet, it would be at least a couple of months before we could respond.
More than a couple of months, because we wouldn't be able to. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to know that was the goal of the Vietnam War to beat the Vietnamese, or was it to stave off Russia?
Wasn't it for communism? To
Stave off Russia, stop Russia from winning in an area, fundamentally. But not giving the Soviet Union a win in the same way that we gave the Soviet Union a black eye in Afghanistan.
Yeah, so I think America kind of helped to win that war, or at least got a couple of good points in.
Well, it got points, but it still lost the war because they still ended up going communist. So technically, the Russian side won. Communism did win.
I mean, they didn't end up going communist. They went Islamist. Under Mullah Omar and the nominal warlords that battled the area, they used old Soviet weaponry, but they were more Islamist than they were Soviet aligned.
So we're talking about Afghanistan or Vietnam now?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Afghanistan.
Sorry.
We're talking about Vietnam, then America lost the war in Vietnam, right? But America has been able to do this decade on decade on decade on decade on decade, right? Which demonstrates at least a certain greatness in the military, which is that we're able to project power at that distance for that long a period of time, counting all of those losses. We're still able to project power. Okay. Whereas smaller countries would not be able to continue to project power in that way.
Okay, but we only do that awesome power protection when it comes to small, weak countries, basically. Just like, we have been bullying around Cuba for the last 50 years when Cuba technically has never threatened us.
I mean, Cuba's got a communist regime which represses its own people. I'm not exactly a giant fan of the Cuban regime, so.
Okay.
But you're not going to catch me defending Cuba.
Okay. Well, I'm not technically defending, an oppressive regime, but remember, Cuba was under a dictatorship, which was mistreating its people. America basically controlled Cuba behind the scenes. Okay, we had a dictatorship there. We had the American mafia intervening. We have American agricultural businesses, basically running the economy. Okay, so it was not like a democratic society. It was that squeaky clean. So we can't say that what was before Castro was really oppressive.
I don't disagree, but throwing political dissidents in prison is not necessarily something I can get behind. Maybe the regime prior was bad, but this regime is also bad, so I don't know why I should support it.
Can I just say that, and back to the title in a way, there's I think the U.S. filmmakers have reached the pinnacle of cinema, and I think the most beautiful shots in Godfather Part 2 is the rooftop cake cutting scene. In Havana, which spells it out pretty nicely about what you had before Castro.
Have any of you guys ever visited Havana?
No.
Never had the option or diplomatic relations for such that we couldn't visit.
Okay, so do any of you have any Cuban family members?
No.
No, but a lot of Cuban friends.
No, it's not the same. I'm talking about family or actually visiting there.
No, I was mentioning it because it's some sort of a connection. Not the same connection as family, but it's a connection.
Okay.
All of the Cubans I know hate the Cuban regime. I don't know a single Cuban who's like, yay, Castro.
I'm not defending the Castro regime, but many Cubans who live in the United States sort of whitewashed pre-Castro life there.
Do they whitewash it, or do they just...
Yeah, they don't want to accept that there was a dictatorship. There was a level of oppression there. So
okay, I see what you're saying. Kind of like...
So fundamentally, they don't agree with you.
Pardon me?
I said fundamentally they don't agree with you. This sounds like a disagreement thing, not a like they're intentionally sticking their heads in the sand like ostriches staying.
No, some of them do stick their head in. They sort of like, it's like, in some countries that became totalitarian or their government was overthrown, many of the people who end up leaving first are usually the people who are well connected, people who were part of the previous regime who had money to leave. And then you start trickling down to the lower rungs of the society.
Can I go back to this discussion?
Please do, ABCD. Yes, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. I'm like a bit confused about what point you're trying to make, Noah, about American projection of power. Like, for example, you said America projects power, military power, against countries that are like, I forget exactly the word you used.
Weaker countries. Weaker countries, yeah.
Okay, but what's weird to me about that is like the two countries. My data might be a little bit old, but relatively recently, if not currently, the two countries that host the most U.S. troops overseas are Japan and South Korea, which like seems obvious to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. That those troops exist to check China, and it's not like China is some weak, secondary player on the world stage. So, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, actually, Brett. Sorry, that was my apologies.
No, go ahead.
Brett, just that Brett earlier kind of touched on this subject about U.S. positioning in the Pacific Rim, but that was for Noah. Sorry.
Well, we have to look at the fact that we imposed a more pacifist constitution on Japanese people. So we have to take that into consideration. Why did America end up having so many forces there and continue to have so many forces there? The same thing after the Korean War. I think there was never some kind of, a formal end to the Korean War. So I guess that's one of the reasons the American troops are still there in the numbers they are. And the fact that Korea, instead of creating a huge military-industrial complex to push back against the North, they'd rather invest in their economy and let the Americans do the defense, heavy lifting. The same thing perhaps with Japan. It could have been an economic strategy for those governments.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure it was. But, like, taking Japan as, taking the example back, like, when the United States, subjugated Japan by dropping nuclear bombs on it, like, Japan was not some two-bit world player. They were, in fact, just on the tail end of trying to establish an empire. And by the way, like, invading China and a bunch of their South Asian neighbors, they were, in fact, quite powerful. They felt powerful enough to bomb the United States and get them involved in a war, right? So, like, yeah, when you subject a nation and force them to adopt, the stance of a pacifist, you've defeated them, but that doesn't mean that they were a two-bit player. So I think that example is again like part of where my question is coming from. Like, why are you asserting that the U.S. only projects military power when it's faced with a weak adversary?
Okay, for instance, North Korea has had nuclear weapons for more than a decade, correct?
Yeah.
And they have had, I think, almost intercontinental capability, I think, for the past year or two. I think they have a missile that has the ability to reach Hawaii and maybe the west coast of the United States, okay? So they're technically a bigger threat than Iran, okay? Why haven't we attacked them?
Well, I thought we were taking nuclear weapons out of it, but I think we haven't attacked them because they're backed by China. We're not trying to start a hot war with China or with a power that has a nuclear weapon and we think might use it. But
China's backing Iran and Russia's backing Iran too. So why don't we do that to Korea?
Yeah, publicly, but in what real way?
No,
in what real way are they actually backing? Are they flying planes in and giving them missiles?
Well, China was sending missiles to them, right? Recently.
Yeah,
that's why I'm asking. I don't know.
I don't want to get sidetracked. Like I don't.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Really, no, it's fine. There's to say like the U.S. isn't just because the U.S. doesn't engage in war against every potential foe. Like I get it. Like the Trump administration decapitated a Venezuelan regime that is weak and is trying to affect change in Cuba, who is weak, and has decided for some reason to start a war with Iran, who by many measures is weak. But like that doesn't mean that the U.S. doesn't project power against strong adversaries as well, and hasn't for a long time. Like it's a weird conclusion to me that I don't understand.
Well,
the answer, and I would just say, like, the answer is not, well, the U.S. should be engaging in war against all the strongest available adversaries. Like, that's not the answer to the question.
Well, but ABC, remember, if you're dealing with a more powerful adversary, you won't be able to power project as well as you can on a weaker adversary. Okay? Because remember, the Chinese have a huge military force in terms of missile capability, which are capable of sinking our carriers. Okay.
Yeah, I get that. I get that too. I'm not arguing with you about that. All I'm questioning is why do you think it's a true assertion that the U.S. only projects power against weak adversaries? Like I fully grant that trying to take on a very strong adversary would be difficult, and the U.S. military, even if it is the greatest military in the world, is going to have a lot of problems doing so. I grant all of that. It just doesn't seem obviously correct to me that it follows that the U.S. is not projecting power against strong adversaries at the same time.
Well, remember, ABC, if you remove nuclear weapons off the table, the Chinese would beat us. If you remove the nuclear weapons off the table.
They don't have a naval capacity to do that. They have a naval capacity to block us out of the Eastern Pacific, and in a Sharp-Thorpe war would knock the United States Navy out of the Eastern Pacific, but they don't have the military ability to directly challenge us peer-to-peer unless we're on land, in which case they have a 4 million man standing army, something like that, right? Like, we have asymmetric capabilities to theirs, right? The military and the defense assessments have been designed to take on China and Russia. So our capabilities, our expensive technology is designed to take on the expensive Chinese technology, expensive Russian technology, right? And it's like those are characteristically not weak regimes. They're strong, right? We set ourselves up to fight China and Russia, basically. So like neither of those adversaries are weak adversaries.
Yeah, to go back to the Cuba question, like I don't think that like look at the map in my photo. I mean, you've been to Cuba, you know how close Cuba is to the United States. The issue with Cuba, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, and in my recollection of history, was that Cuba was an ally of Russia. Cuba was allowing Russia
to put missiles on their grounds against America. America doesn't really care that generally that other countries have dictators. I know that sometimes the tagline that people have, but they really don't. The issue is more so that it became a threat when it became an ally of Cuba, when it became an ally of...
I mean, the Cuban Missile Crisis is a stark thing. The U.S. strategy in the Caribbean and South America during the Cold War, and Absidy, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but it was, as long as Russia doesn't have a missile base here, we don't care what we have to do.
But remember, guys, Kennedy agreed to remove American nuclear missiles from Turkey with Nikita Khrushchev, and it was secret, okay? Back then it was a secret, okay? And Nikita agreed to remove the missiles from Cuba, okay? So the United States withdrew their missiles and Cuba withdrew their missiles, so it was even.
I mean, I don't know how even it was, but I get your point.
I mean, well, what's your point today? Like that America is still quote unquote bullying Cuba. Like if I were America and I were like an American style dictator, which I don't believe America has actual dictators, but I would have just like absorbed Cuba and like kicked out their president and just like made the Cubans Americans.
But Chai, who gives us a right to interfere in Cuba?
Who gives anybody a right to do anything, right? Like all the fact that a country exists is not an inherent right. It exists because of the will of the desired collective of people. And the fact that like that's the true of every state, of every nation, of every whatever you want to call it.
Correct.
So, and it depends on whose will is stronger. Now, if you are a collection of people and you feel a type of benevolence towards other people, you have a certain idea or a collection of rights and political responsibilities, that's a different thing. And only in the past 100 years has this actually existed, because in the Age of Empires, nobody like gave three fucks, right? So to say like, who's to say that we get involved in this business? 100 years ago, everybody was involved in everybody's business, and everybody was trying to take over everybody's territory, and created nations. Well, it was 150, 60 years ago. Then we created nation states, and then we developed these other properties, right?
Okay, but why does the American government and many in the American citizenry say that Israel has a right to exist? But why can Cuba can't say they have a right to
47
exist?
states in the United Nations decided they had the right to exist. That's why.
No, so regardless of what the UN says, we're talking about his talking point. So why can't the Cubans have a right to exist without American?
Nobody. I think the issue with Cuba is that it just sided with people who were against America, and they were too close for comfort. That's why, like,
not just that, but like it's dissidents in prison. We don't put our dissidents in prison. We allow them to speak their piece.
Okay. So why don't we free the dissidents in Saudi Arabia, which we're in cahoots with? Why don't we tell Israel to
the Saudis, they don't have the ability to tell the Cubans, who within the Monroe Doctrine, the American sphere of influence, we absolutely have the right to tell, and have told for the last, 150 years.
But who gives us the right to be interfering in Latin American affairs with the Monroe Doctrine? Because, hold on a second, we believe that the citizenry of every nation has a right to establish the government they want. We overthrew Allende.
Not to establish relations with, say, Russia or China, whose only intention is to split the American take of the globe in half. Which is what Venezuela wanted. Venezuela countenanced China and Russia, and they countenanced them to provide resources for their expansion, which is explicitly at odds with the American mission.
Okay, why should Lebanon exist, or why should Libya exist, or Egypt exist? Why should Syria or Turkey or Jordan or Saudi Arabia? Why should any of these countries exist, Noah?
Hello, yes, I know. Why do you fucking this is a fucking mentally disease processor?
Anyway.
Shai, I think you attracted that one, Shai, not me.
No. Answer the question. Like, why should any of these other countries exist? You asked, like, why do the Americans think that Israel should exist, blah, blah, blah. So, like, tell me why these other countries...
No, because that was your argument. You said that who gives people the right to say they should exist? Because those nations were created. So who gives us the right to interfere with them? That's my point. Who gives us a right to interfere with Cubans? You know, we've had these people friends for 50 years.
When they bring in relations with adversaries of ours, whose explicit intent is to overturn the American order, we have every right, which the Cubans have been doing since the 1950s.
It depends on what you're talking about when you say who gives the right. Like, because when I hear Marshall's answer, I'm thinking some kind of might makes right sort of.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I agree with.
Yeah, and so that's a sort of intuitive answer, although it seems a bit
reductive.
Well, yeah, unsatisfactory to me, right? I don't want the person with the biggest stick
to make the rules.
Yeah, I can take my lunch every day. That seems bad. But I think the answer is like look at the history of the justifications given by the American government, and I don't mean political justifications. I mean like White House counsel, right? Like look at what they published to justify whatever actions you're talking about with respect to Cuba, right? I'm 100% confident that there were legal justifications given under international and U.S. law for the actions taken. Whether you find them convincing or not is another question, but I'm sure that the answers are there.
Well, that's true. ABC, D, E. I don't know how to call you. But if you when there's a dispute between two people, right, two individuals, let's say it's a property dispute, whatever the case may be, they go before a court, and the court says these are the laws, and then you have the right to dispute those things, and at least in civil society, and we created those legal systems or measures to prevent people from like basically killing each other over property, right? And this is why when you buy a house or you buy a piece of land, you get a slip that says this is your property, and even that can even be disputed, right? Because you have like maybe the boundaries are not as clear as you would think they are, as the person who sold it to you believe they are. But when it comes to this type of negotiation or dispute between countries and rights and territories, there is, as much as we want to rely on the idea of international law, which is a thing, it's not as clear or clearly defined as like a state legal structure, right? And and I think that is a large part of the thing. Like when countries effectively, when two without a legal structure, without a legal system, when two people are doing business and having a dispute between each other, then back in the old days, they would either compromise or kill each other. And effectively, countries still sort of operate in this manner.
Sort of. So a good example as it relates to U.S.-Cuban relations is the question of whether Guantanamo is a lease or is owned outright by the U.S. government. And it is too late at night. I don't remember what the U.S. government's position on this is, but I believe, I know for a fact. I don't believe. I know for a fact the U.S. government has a position, and it's grounded in international law, right? And to the extent you don't like a country going and invading another country, for example, the boundaries and frameworks that are used to justify those actions like you can change them, right? And this is the entire argument of why soft power is effective and important, is you get coalition allies who agree on the rules with you, and like you enforce the rules. Like it's one of the reasons why I think NATO is important to enforce the rules-based order put in place by the Europeans and the Americans. And I mean, I guess you're just saying it reverts all back to power, and sort of. I mean, like there's obviously a threat of power that backs it, but that's the same in civil society, right? I mean, ultimately, it's the threat of the state. You're just going to assume the collapse of order and function, and sure, everything reverts to violence. But that's not different in the international order versus the civil order.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to revert to violence, but like when people are negotiating and you have, in your position is not clear, or you like go against the will of the larger party, the more powerful party, and they and there's no compromise, then the way you deal with it is you kind of fight it out, right? And we created legal systems to reduce violence, but yeah, I agree with you.
There are international legal systems, right? I mean, the trade courts are the most prominent example, I think. But there's other international dispute mechanisms for state-to-state dispute resolution. It's not all violent.
Yeah. So the idea that Noah presents is like what gives Israel the right to exist, or why does America have a right to fight or involve itself in this other country's affairs or business, is effectively that like the only reason that they actually have any issues with each other is because there has been historically some sort of dispute, some sort of problem which went against the will of one other person and one other collection, and one collection is just stronger than the other.
But sorry. What I'm saying is it's not just one party is stronger than the other. What I'm saying is that, like, in the specific case of the U.S. taking action in Cuba, like, it is true that the U.S. is stronger than Cuba. But what I'm saying is, like, the basis for the actions is not, well, we're stronger than Cuba. The basis for the action is some reference to law. And so, like, I can't answer that. None of us in this room can answer that. But the answer is there. Like, instead of just asking the question, just read the documents.
But don't we also, guys, use these fancy moral terminology when we present our so-called case to fight or intervene in other countries? This moral high ground is just full of hypocritical holes.
How? Like, I looked this up. The American government's excuse, reason for its opposition to Cuba, lack of domestic government. U.S. government officials argue Cuba is a one-party state. Opposition parties aren't allowed to compete. Elections are not considered free and competitive. Political dissent is restricted. Human rights. The U.S. government frequently cites detention of political dissidents, limits of free speech, press, assembly, surveillance and control over society. These concerns are often heightened in the State Department human rights reports. Political repression. Officials point to cases where protesters are arrested and harassed. Independent journalists and activists face restrictions. The government maintains tight control over media and discourse. The Cold War legacy. Historical opposition also stems from U.S. alignment with the Soviet Union, events like the Cuban Missile Crisis, economic system and property disputes. The U.S. is objected to state control over much of the economy, past exportation of American-owned property after the Cuban Revolution. Important context. Not everyone in the U.S. government Cuban policy world agrees on how to respond to Cuba. Hardline approach, maintain sanctions, pressure, enforce political change, engagement, normalize relations, and encourage gradual reform. We're in a place of a hardline approach, maintaining sanctions, and pressures for reform. Direct quotes from this in 2026. The communist regime persecutes and tortures its political opponents, denies the Cuban people free speech and press.
The Cuban regime supports terrorism and destabilizes the region through migration and violence. The United States has zero tolerance for the deportations of communist Cuban regime. From State Department in 2025, we support Cuban people's human rights to fundamental freedoms, demand the release of all unjustly detained political prisoners. From the National Security Presidential Memorandum, the United States recognizes the need for more freedom and democracy, improved respect for human rights in Cuba. It goes on, but you get the point.
Okay, Marshall. But during Bautista's time, it's a dictatorship, no elections then, persecution of free speech.
This comes off like one dictatorship trying to justify another dictatorship.
That's basically, yeah. So he was our dictator, and because, the United States doesn't like any Latin American opposition to give him the finger, or else the United States is going to replace you maybe with another dictatorship, which it has done up and down, Latin America for decades, okay? And it has used the Monroe Doctrine also as its foundation to intervene.
Yes, but it's not exactly like those criticisms of the Cuban regime are wrong.
Yes, I'm not defending them. I'm not defending, but I'm just really surprised the hypocrisy of the American angle that always has the so-called moral high ground, that always paints things from a moral per se, and the American interpretation of Christianity does play a part in the way America looks at itself and the rest of the world with their manifest destiny nonsense. So there's a lot of hypocrisy on our part.
Yes, we're an American empire. In what universe is that going to go away anytime soon?
I was going to say, no, we didn't have any moral justification for helping Canada become independent. We just wanted a goddamn canal.
Exactly. It's American empire. Like what? Empire is the empire, and what do you expect?
But that's what I mean. The hypocrisy that we try to sell our own citizenry, let alone the rest of the world, because we're full of shit here when they teach us history.
Yeah, this whole thing about like America has to be, how do you call this? You used the word that it can't be hypocritical. Like sometimes, unfortunately, you do have to be a little hypocritical to your values in order to survive, right? It's like, one, yes, we would like to hold to our ideals, but when we have direct threats, then sometimes you have to break those values and go against them in order for the purpose of survival. And I think like this is the issue of empiring, I guess, to use Marshall's term, and also dealing with external dissonance, right?
But Sean, don't you think that if you really are a very intelligent government and inhabited by intelligent people who have actually learned from history, don't you think that by us creating enemies, like for instance, we overthrew a legitimate government in Iran in the 1950s, okay? And so over the years, they've been able to justify our hatred towards us. Okay?
Legitimate-ish. They did close down the voting before it was completed, and a lot of the votes had yet to come in from the rural area. But
yes, okay, and okay, we'll use Latin America. In Latin America, we have interfered for over 100 years up and down the continents in Central America. So they have some reservations of some hatred towards the United States interfering in their internal affairs.
But we've been really plain about that. Number one, in the Cold War, as long as Russia didn't enter this place, we didn't give a shit. And number two, it's the Monroe Doctrine. No offense, but as long as we're the biggest stick on the block, I don't see the Americans going, yes, Latin Americans, please ally yourself with China. We would love to see that. It's like I can't imagine a world in which we'd say that's acceptable.
What about this? Because hold on just a moment. Bren proposed as sort of you stay in your hemisphere, we'll stay in ours, sort of like Portugal and Spain carving up the world centuries ago, and that would it be in quote unquote the turf if the United States didn't have, as has been referenced before, massive amounts of troops in Japan and Korea and the Seventh Fleet, so forth and so on. So the quid pro quo is they get out of your hemisphere, you get out of theirs. And leave to Russia.
I don't think that's practical.
I think it's extremely impractical because of the petrodollar and and America is kind of like the world's oil police, at least in the Middle East.
But Adam, don't you think that we helped create what China is today by basically exporting manufacturing jobs over there, having factories move over there, so we made them rich to some extent. It's our fault. So we create our enemy, and then now all of a sudden we want to see them as a threat.
But they are. They want to displace us. Like, we're an empire. We empire. Like, this world in which America somehow gives up our place is just not a practical one. We're not going to do.
But they're going to collapse like the Roman Empire by overextending. And
all empires collapse.
Correct.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And there's no way to save it. If you wanted to save it, we should have gone back to the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1945 and not become the guarantor of world security. That was the place to stop it. It's far too late to look at the American Empire and go, oh no, we're an empire. We shouldn't be an empire. This is terrible.
But Marshall, did we really free Europe from an oppressive situation in World War II? Did we really?
Yes, we did.
Save Europe?
Yes,
okay.
we absolutely did.
Okay, but we left half the continent under the dictatorship of the oppression of Stalin, and which lasted a lot longer than the Nazi regime.
Patton and MacArthur were crazy. They wanted to go to Moscow and then to Beijing. That's nuts.
Okay,
The public was barely going to support it. The public was barely going to support a 5-year campaign, let alone a 7 to 10-year campaign, which is exactly what that would have been.
Yeah,
which is exactly the theory we're floating here.
Noah, would you like to go back to a pre-World War I reality of the world?
I can't really say that because I didn't really live at that time.
But we have some ideas into like this point in history, right?
Well, still having an idea is very different from actually living. It's like a white person telling a black person to get over the slavery issue.
I tell black people to get over slavery all the time. I mean, it also helps that I'm black, but I also tell white people to get over slavery all the time.
So when you say pre-World War I, are you talking like an Edwardian or Victorian sort of, like what do you mean specifically? Russian serfdom?
Yeah, like sort of before World War I. We had empires sort of like kind of still what we have going on today, interacting with each other. We didn't really have like so many nation states in the world, and we also didn't have like a concept of human rights in the world, right? And countries can do whatever they want to do, and there would be very little to no interference. I mean, there would be some interference based on the will of like the whatever empire is there who was trying to dominate, but I mean, effectively it's similar to what we have now, except we have like the concepts of human rights, more developed concepts of human rights.
But also a similar period of relatively low death toll that self-inflicted through war. The post-Napoleon period, and really the two outliers in terms of mass death toll, at least up until the kind of the last couple of decades, the last decade of the 19th century, is there were civil wars. The U.S. Civil War, the Italian Civil War, I don't think it was, the death toll was so high, but the Taiping Rebellion in China. I mean, the death toll is higher in that war than it was in World War I. Save the Spanish flu. But it relatively peaceful. The Philippines, of course, right? The United States and the Philippines, that was exceptionally brutal. And then you have the sort of non-warfare colonial exercises that led to mega death tolls.
Yeah, but America did something the Philippines nobody ever did in terms of European powers, which forbade American business interests and American politicians from owning Philippine land under Governor Taft. One of the better things we did in the Philippine occupation.
Yeah, and him and MacArthur, right? MacArthur's father.
Yeah, MacArthur's father was big on that.
Yeah, he was administrating it. I think him and Taft got kind of hit heads.
Yeah, I think he was the military administrator.
Noah, do you live in America?
Say again?
I was asking Noah if he lives in the United States.
What, you want to send ice after me? Yes, I do.
No, just curious. Not like you have an accent thing, just like...
I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I'm not a Gen Z, very delicate flower, so don't worry about it.
Good to know.
But part of my question is like in any of these other societies which you say that America shouldn't like be involved in, like you have the ability to criticize America and its issues and its policies with other countries, but in those countries that you kind of support in many ways, at least in my observation, like you wouldn't have the luxury or ability to do that in those countries, would you? Would you? And if you were in Cuba, would you be able to like go on the internet and criticize the government of Cuba for whatever actions that it took in history or policies that it might have without them arresting you?
Okay, let me make a point clear. Okay, I'm not supporting what's happening in Cuba. Okay, the past and the present. I'm not supporting anything that's happened in North Korea. I'm not supporting what goes on in China, Russia, any oppressive society. Okay, I don't support some of the stuff that we are doing to our own citizenry here. Okay, I don't support any kind of oppression to anybody. Okay, but I will tell you this: when I was in Havana, I felt a lot safer than in any American city. Okay.
Is it because you looked like them? I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I'm not gonna. I gotta say, like my minimum experience in the United States was like rather violent, and I do get the idea of going to some major U.S. cities is like, I don't know, like going to feel like when you're going to Caracas circa 1996 or something. It's a little after Canada.
Oh, Canada, hi. Sorry. Go ahead, ABC, sorry.
I just wanted to push back quickly on this idea that pre-World War I, there was, like, I don't know if there was no concept of like more or less universally applicable individual rights, or if there was no concept of international law. I kind of heard both things. It was what might makes right among states, but I don't think either of those things are true. I mean, on the individual basis, like the U.S. Revolution and the French Revolution clearly articulated defensible, theoretically universal individual rights. And on the state level, like, there's a lot of specific instances. So, I mean, there's a debate to be had about, the array of might makes right versus respect for state-to-state legal regimes. But like the application of immunity for ambassadors, for example, was a respected and defensible right by any state against any other state, regardless of the disparity in power.
Or the Treaty of Vienna, right? That ended the Napoleonic Wars. I mean, that was a political order, on the scale of League of Nations or Versailles.
Yeah. There's a lot of examples. So I just wanted to kind of ponder that.
I think my position was that they weren't like widespread ideas, right? They were like enveloped in Western
Western society, I guess, of Western doctrines, but like they were not, you know, the world wasn't a place where, like it is today, where you can just take your passport and feel relatively safe in like almost any society that you go to. I mean, it was there was a lack of stability in my understanding, but I could be wrong. I could be.
I mean, I can't speak to anything other than my limited knowledge of essentially European and Western Hemisphere history. So, like, apologies for that. But, like, yeah, I mean, the U.S. had lots of immigration waves, you know, in the 1800s. I should say several immigration waves. And, like, people were moving around. It's not like they were limited by the means of movement, but I don't think it's true to say that people didn't, like, cross the Pyrenees, you know, and interact with each other.
No, the U.S. had a lot of immigration, but most, if I'm not mistaken, most of the U.S. was empty. Most of the U.S. was empty. It was the wild west Puerto Rico.
No, but I guess, but taking aside the wild west, right? Like, I'm making two claims. One is, like, you had Irish Catholics in New York, right? Like, not empty land, but like people in a city, and there was violence. There was, you know, pushback against people living there, but like they came and they thrived in the end, right? And like I don't know how much different that is from like, you know, undocumented immigrants in the United States today. Like they feel probably similar levels of safe, you know, adjusting for a whole bunch of shit, but hopefully that's clear enough. And then like inter-Europe, right? Like I don't know that Europe of 1850 was as integrated as it is today. Clearly, like Italy was not, obviously.
No,
but
sure
like
not.
to the but to the extent like, you know, like for example, like the Netherlands, I think was under French control, right? Like I think if you were a random Frenchman, like going to Amsterdam to trade in the, you know, in the 1800s, like probably felt mostly fine. They probably spoke French, like, right? I don't know.
Yeah, but most of the
today.
Until the 1700s, Europe even had people living in segregation, right? They didn't have like, as you said, they weren't integrated. Although I don't think that's what you meant by integrated, but they had people like the Jews, for example, in Europe living in segregation. They weren't emancipated until around the mid to late 1700s. Yes, there was feudalism, as somebody wrote at the bottom, and a lot of these things were just like developed outward. This is why a lot of the people, the Irish and whatever, went to the Americas, because most of Europe was not a place of like, you know, equality or certain rights. And even a lot of those new Americans or people in America didn't really have citizenship, right? I was just reading something that said America had a lot of residents, but a lot of the people also didn't have citizenship and could not own land. And many people didn't have voting rights until a certain period of time. So
all that granted, right? I mean, citizenship is a state level thing, and voting rights were not. So, like, yeah, within the context of the time, sure. I guess all I'm saying is, like, you came to America as a European in the 1800s, and, like, you expected, well, I don't know what they expected, but, like, a legal scholar would say the constitutional rights applied to you, right? So that concept, as with respect to individuals, existed at the time. And similarly, like, you know, as going between states, I want to get away from like the individual safety in a society thing, because that it's too much. What I'm trying to say is like, the example I gave was in a professional capacity as an ambassador. You know, regardless of if you came from a powerful state or a weak state, like you enjoyed immunity. If you were like a citizen, like a trader, going from one state to another, like you could expect some kind of like respect, right? Within the context of the times, like obviously the times were different, things were harder in various ways, blah blah blah. But like I don't know that it's like I don't know that you can just say like today we have passports and everyone's safe and people respect.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's just that you can take your passport and go to someplace in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, and there's a 60% chance that you will like survive and or be saved if something were to happen to you, right? Like,
Marshall, your mic's hot there.
Oh, sorry. Thanks for telling me.
You know,
sorry, I got a dog.
Yeah, it's all good.
Situated.
It was softly in the background, so it wasn't intrusive. But just in case, sorry, Shai.
No, it's okay. I'm throwing out like a bit of a hyperbolic position, but
yeah. Can I try and help just clarify that example,
yes,
right? Because are you bringing that example? Because I just think we've traveled a little far from what I was responding to. So
probably.
Are you bringing up that example because of the state-to-state relation of the U.S. to Brazil then versus now, or some kind of concept of individual rights?
Let's bring it back around. I can let Shai answer that, but I also wanted to welcome Richard to the stage. Thanks, Richard, for coming up. Maybe Shai, if you want to clarify that point, and then
yes, so it's the current world in which we live has created a certain sense of stability globally, right? That's the only position that I have. Like, it's more stable today than it was 100-something years ago, and unfortunately we've had to come. That's all.
Richard, what's up?
Guys, hey, sorry. Listening to you in the background, I was doing all the work here. How goes?
It's good.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you, yeah. Is America the greatest country in the world, Richard?
Yeah, I'd say it has the greatest potential. I as a black Jamaican, could ever immigrate to Russia and become the president of Russia or China. There are many other countries in the world, but America does hold out that hope to see the qualities of a person and reward them as such. I will say that it's a troubled history, as I'm sure all here presently are aware. So the good comes with bad, but we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Right? We try and make it a better place and a more hopeful place. So, and truly I think that is the future of the world. A country like, for example, Jamaica, we have a motto out of many, one people. And this is very true. You'll find people blonde-haired, blue-eyed that are as Jamaican as any other Jamaican would be of any other hue. But I don't necessarily say that's necessarily the best thing, because I do respect, admire, and love to participate in and enjoy cultures of the world. To have only one flavor, either culturally or in other ways, is just, to me, boring. And so I think that's one of the nice things about the United States, that I say could live in Queens and eat the foods and enjoy the cultures of nations from across the spectrum. So that, to me, is the better way. It's the Star Trek way. I'm a Trekkie for a reason. And I think
yes, yeah. Good man, and I'm a Trekkie too, and we've referenced that before. And soft power. So one of the big questions that's coming up here is one camp saying that the world is becoming a monoculture, and that is predominantly U.S. based, right? And especially with English and people learning English, watching Friends over the last couple of decades. These sort of things. But then the other camp is saying, no, there's cultures are becoming more defined. And I would argue that I as a Canadian, I would say the nationalism and drifting towards unique identities and actually dialects becoming more pronounced over the last 20 years of U.S. culture, 30 years of U.S. cultural domination. and it does appear that while the breakdown of time and space in order for people of various backgrounds all over the world to interact with each other, as we're doing here. It does seem to me that there's a resistance to that monocultural model, but for exactly the argument you made, it's boring.
You know, I mean, people are proud of where they come from, right?
Yeah.
And they wish to express their cultural, you know, but at the same, their youth, the young people, that's where you see the greatest change, right? Because they are now imbibing all of the media and the advertising. And I saw that change in Jamaica particularly, you know, when satellite dish became a thing. I'm old enough to remember those big ass dishes. And then the start of MTV and all that, you know. And they're in a big sea change going forward of, you know, the culture melting more towards the USA.
It's also the thing. America's export of like television has also like helped create its soft power. I was just reading something, or I was informed that I think it was Saudi Arabia, is buying a major American TV corporation. Is that true?
But well, strategically, it would make a lot of sense. If you're trying to wield influence, shape thinking, you know, have your finger on the pulse, you know. I'd see them doing that. I think you're right. Somehow it's tickling something in my mind that I saw that same news report. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your optimism there, Richard, and I think we got a couple of responses, and I want to welcome Frank to the stage. But go ahead, Noah, and
hi guys. I just want to throw this out general. What do you guys think? Do you think that who gives the greatest pushback to non so-called American culture in American society? Which group pushes back?
What do you mean by that?
Well, for instance, you know, which ethnic group, which color pushes back more against non-traditional so-called American culture? Which group?
Colors on ethnic group.
Okay, so which color?
You mean which demographic groups in America push against the presence of core American culture in America?
Like Black America?
Yeah, like, you know, Black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, whatever.
The Black Americans.
Okay. They're the ones who push back more?
I think
against non-native?
I think so. Well, who do you think it is?
It's the hardcore MAGA supporters. I think that's the answer.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's in the eye. It's in the eye of the beholder. I think it's what we're. It's the basic answer to that question. You're going to ask.
Okay, Adam. I'll give you this scenario. So, let's say I'm in Middle America, and I speak a non-English language. Now, don't you guys think that which non-native language might get a response from the individuals who might be listening to me speaking non-English?
Arabic.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that, you know, we went back 110, 15 years and you spoke German, I mean, Trump changed the family name for a reason. So yeah, I mean there's that sort of otherism and sort of the flavor of the day that's like ooh, you get that ooh. I think that's pervasive in the United States and probably a lot of other places.
Well,
but
don't you guys think that who's going to yell at you guys? You know, hey, speak English if you're speaking German in any place in America. What are the likelihoods?
Not today, but
not today.
In the day. Back in the day. So I was just kind of reinforcing your point, I guess.
Yeah, and let's say if you're speaking French or Italian, do you think you might get a pushback?
No, not right now.
No, because they're perceived more as a romanticized culture, blah, 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 compared to maybe a Mexican speaking
maybe if there's a lot of Italian going on in late '60s, early '70s in New York City. You know, a lot of side eyes going on. Well, they had to do marches, in which the guest of honor gets shot down in the street.
Yeah. Language is a key indicator of like national identity, right? It's a very big part.
Yeah, but I think sorry, go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
I don't think some of those Middle America people know the difference between Italian and Spanish. It's just other languages.
Correct. But for instance, I was in Penn Station. Whoever lives in New York will know Penn Station. And I was speaking a non-English language, and somebody had the audacity to tell me, speak English, this is America, during Trump's first administration. But I was wondering if I was speaking Italian or French, or a more romanticized perceived language, would she have dared to talk to me like that?
Were you speaking Spanish?
Yeah.
But I just want to say, in the interest of transparency, like I live in Europe, and I have for almost 10 years, and I live in a German-speaking country. And as anyone who's tried to learn German knows, it's not really a language, it's actually a form of torture.
You're right.
And I get, well, why don't you speak more German all the time? People do speak English here, it's a relatively cosmopolitan culture. But with older people, sometimes I do get, lectured about having to speak more German, so I don't think that, we could go back to the original question of the room and apply it to that context also, I think.
I think that language helps preserve a particular aspect of social identity, and even accent does, right? This is why even between like the various Anglo groups of people, they maintain particular affectations of their accent in order to preserve an aspect of identity.
Absolutely. And here, so I live in Austria, and in Austria, every city basically has a dialect, and my ex-girlfriend who lived in central Germany, where they speak sort of what they call Hochdeutsch, which is like high, proper German. You would call it like British English would be the equivalent, right? She would come to visit me down here, and my neighbor who was from Südtirol, which is like the country, she wouldn't be able to understand half of what she was saying. And it's all still German, it's just dialect, and there's lots of different dialects here. So it's definitely cultural markers and identity, So
I think it's probably indisputably true that culture around the world has converged in various ways over the past decade time scales. But I'll give 3 quick examples of where I think that demonstrate that there's like a real separation still. So, how many of you know the name, if I say the name Jeremy Lin, how many know the name Jeremy Lin?
What is it?
Jeremy Lin.
Jeremy Lin.
Okay, Adam gives me a thumbs up. So we got at least one of 6. Well, I guess two of 7. Anyone else? No one else. It doesn't matter. I can be fairly confident in a room of 7 that at least someone else will know the name Jeremy Lin, because he was a basketball phenomenon for a few years. Broke out with the Knicks, and it was just a moment for basketball fans. I was talking with a group of about half a dozen people who are all from South America. And out of curiosity, I asked them if any of them knew Jeremy Lin. Obviously, none of them did, because they don't follow basketball, right? Just kind of follow football. So like I wouldn't know any random footballer who broke out like Jeremy Lin, right? So I think that sort of cultural overlap, like there's just a lot of, like I don't know shit about cricket, another example, right? Example number 2. Last time I was in the UK, I got Mexican food. I was like, oh, I really craving Mexican food. I was there for a while, hadn't had it. I'm gonna go find Mexican food. I found the only Mexican food restaurant in the city I was in, and it was terrible. It was absolutely trash, absolutely horrible. But everyone I was with loved it. They were like, "Oh my god, Mexican food, so good, this is awesome."
It happens in Austria all the time too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They make their guacamole in a blender.
Yeah. So, and I was listening to a podcast recently that reminded me of this, where talking about how there's this restaurant chain in the UK that has a trademark on the taco in the UK, and South Americans and Latin Americans obviously think that this is ridiculous because taco is just like a general word that you could never trademark in any of those countries or even the United States. But the podcast, they went around the streets of London and interviewed Londoners, and like nobody knew what a taco was, right? And so the business owner's argument was like, this makes perfect sense. Like this is exactly what intellectual property is for. It's to, allow me to profit off of making this thing like known in the society. So anyway, my point is that like to the extent Mexican food exists in the UK, it doesn't like really exist as like real Mexican food or good Mexican food. It's just like a tasting. It's like a sampler, right?
It's a brand.
Yeah, exactly. To get someone interested in actually going and really experiencing the culture. It's really a foothold more than a convergence.
Yeah.
And the third example.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. The third example was just like, I was in France studying at a university, and I was proposing some music for a multimedia project, and the musician was Australian. But all of my classmates, who were all French, were like, "Oh my God, this music is so American," and they thought that like the song that I was playing for them was done by an American artist and was like an American song. And I was like, I didn't burst their bubble. I was just like, yeah, sure, whatever. But like they just, they had no idea what American culture was, what American pop music was, or anything. So like I could have played. So I was literally playing them an Australian song that like no one who I was friends with in the United States really knew, and they just assumed it was like American music. And so it just demonstrates the ignorance that we have around other elements of culture. So those are my three examples of like non-convergence of culture that are all relatively contemporary. They're all in the past 10 years of experience.
That's a great, to me, as someone who lives in Europe currently, that all that resonates with me, that terrible Mexican food, there is finally a good place here, actually, but it's because his wife is Mexican, but the music thing, too, is huge. There is a whole genre of cultural music in America, and I'm talking about like the Americana music, Dave Alvin, Emmylou Harris, that kind of stuff, that doesn't translate over here. They don't know what it is. They don't understand they think it's country music, right? And I'm just like, I just roll my eyes, or my girlfriend who's from Slovakia, sorry, my wife, thinks it's all folk music, because there's no difference between country and folk to her. I'm just like, those subtle distinctions between things, are kind of where this comes up a lot, I think. Like, she likes electronic music, and to me, it's all just techno, or like, I don't know the difference between like hip hop and rap, and maybe it's an age thing too, I don't know, but I definitely see those differences. Can I address the top line topic in the room for a second?
Yeah. I know, Frank. You haven't had the chance there. I was just going to make one quick passing comment.
Sure.
Just the interesting thing with the trademark and taco. In Canada, there's a similar, where there's something like this, where they call it the patty wars from the 80s in Toronto, because you have the Jamaican patty, right? And then there's Jamaican shops in Toronto that were serving up Jamaican patties. But the Food Authority of Canada, Food Canada or whatever it is, they defined a patty as like a beef patty. So the definition was fixed, and it was specifically to this. So there was like this attempt for the Canadian government to come on down from on high the thing and smash up these Jamaican patty restaurants. So yeah, just I had
a good idea today.
Yes, Alice.
Could you imagine if you could issue an alcohol that was labeled as alcohol, had the effect of alcohol, but was not alcohol?
Wow. Frank, your thoughts on the title of the room?
Yeah, I mean, I left America 10 years ago. I also lived in Europe when I was a teenager, but that's a different story. And so I'm looking at it sometimes from the outside, but of course I'm an American citizen, so I vote and things like that. So I'm sort of on the inside. My family lives there, my kids live there. And almost unanimously, I get asked when I'm introduced to people as an American, like, why is this happening? Why is X and Y happening? Blah, blah, blah. And what I say is the idea of America, like what it stood for and it's not 100%, there's not 100% agreement on it, but sort of like, a constitution, a separation of powers, a Supreme Court, all that kind of stuff. Those ideas of America, I think, are still great. But what I tell people the difference is between that and Europe is Europe has seen what happens when you let monarchies happen, right? Europe has seen what happened when you let a criminal enterprise inhabit your executive branch, right? They've seen this. And so the constitutional framework in Europe tends to be much more reactive to, what's the word I'm looking for? Illegal things that are just, wrong, right? Like the chancellor of Austria wrote a bad check, and then 2 weeks later he was bounced out of office, and so people look at America now and they're just like, what the fuck, but one thing I also come back to that I think most people who know me know that I also debate religion a lot is that America wasn't founded on tolerance. Originally before the Constitution, the people that came to America originally wanted a theocracy. They didn't want democracy. They weren't enlightened. They were Puritans, and that framework of Christian nation and all that bullshit continues to this day, I think.
Well, I personally hold that America wasn't really America until the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. But I would say that stuff was still influencing, it was still, the 1700s were a lot of the ideas that formed what you and I agree on is America didn't come from within. They came from Benjamin Franklin going to Paris, and the Enlightenment and things like that. So to me, it's like I still romanticize a little bit the idea of America, but I'm also seeing where if you base your Constitution, the enforcement of your Constitution almost purely on the honor of the participants, which is, I think it is, like honorable people who believe in democracy over party, for example, right? I think that was an idea of the Constitution. And when that gets ripped away by megalomaniacs, there's no rails anymore. There's no longer a rail which can say, that's not who we are. Voting once every 4 years doesn't cut it, given the damage you can do within 4 years. And that's kind of where I'm at right now with my opinion of America. It's like, I'm glad we're voting this year. I'm glad it's hopefully going to put some rails in place, sort of legislative rails in place. But it's just been horribly disappointing as someone who believes in democracy to see America over the last decade. And I'm still glad that I left and I have no intention of going back. So my thoughts.
Every society is really held together by the vows of the people who are sort of running it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the primary issue that we have here with regard to the current administration, is that I believe that the members of the current administration have not upheld their vows to the Constitution and people of the system.
Yeah, because they don't have to. They don't have to. It's like there's nothing. I'll just give an example from this week. Pam Bondi was subpoenaed, right, by Congress to come and talk to them. If you and I were subpoenaed, we'd be shaking in our boots, right? And she just said, no, I'm not going. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. Hold her in contempt. Woo! I'm sure she's afraid of that, And there's not enough rails because America
America hasn't seen the trauma that Europe has seen over when you don't have those rails. And I love coalition governments, even though they're inefficient in many ways. They're bureaucratic in many ways. But the fact that in order to run a country, you have to form a coalition between the Greens and a conservative party, for example. They have to think about what's common for the country in order to do that. Whereas in America, everything is this fucking winner-take-all system that is just flawed in execution because of what you said. There's nothing forcing you to uphold your vows, right? You can break them. Brett Kavanaugh just lied to get confirmed to the Supreme Court. He lied, and now he's on the Supreme Court for life. What do we do about that? Absolutely nothing, and that's just really frustrating to me.
Yeah, there's at least in the past, yes, there's always been some sort of amount of fraudulence, and you always have this with any system with people, right? But I think it's just sort of like become chaotic, like so chaotic. And
the norm. It's become the norm, I think.
Yes.
It's like that. What I think and again, I'm just going to say, what the Republicans learned is that people can lie to take power. Right? If you lie about what you're going to do, if you lie about what you stand for, if you lie about your past, all this kind of stuff, you can lie and still get elected. Yeah. And still then wield lifetime power from that election. And to me, that is just flawed because the Constitution, I don't think that's what they meant when they wrote the Constitution, but they certainly did include, like, our only rails for a mentally ill president are the 25th Amendment and impeachment, which is impossible. The 25th Amendment isn't going to happen if you surround yourself with sycophants, which is what he's done. That's never going to happen. The 25th Amendment is never going to happen. Whereas in Europe, it's like we have this thing called a no confidence vote, and you fail the no confidence vote, you got to go form a new government. Sorry, and to form a new government, you have to cooperate and you have to compromise, but none of that exists in America, and so it's very dangerous right now. Is the way I feel.
I think when those quote-unquote checks and balances were put in place in the American system, it was based on the idea that, there may be unhonorable people in society, but we have enough honorable people to sort of like fight back against it. And I think that for a long time, a lot of the presidents, or most of the presidents that in my lifetime and previous lifetimes, outside of like the current situation, like their position was, we are here on behalf of America and the American people, not for like personal interest and personal gain. And I think that really is what sets people apart. And so why I hope that like certain presidents like FDR and Washington and these people who took their they were just the representatives of America, but they were doing the will of America.
Servant leaders, basically.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is the geography works against America too. That's something I also kind of explain to people. Like, if 1 million meat people protested in Budapest, the government would fall. 1 million people could protest in Los Angeles, and Trump can just turn off the TV. It would take those same 1 million people from 10 different cities, 10 million people going to Washington, D.C. But Washington, D.C. isn't built to accommodate people getting there for that purpose and even being able to survive. It would be like, a Woodstock mudslide, with no toilets, whereas European cities can, sort of, if you have 1 million people in a city, it's a statement. In America, if you have 1 million people in a city, it tends to be theater. And to me, that's just geography at work and sort of city planning at work. They designed a city for our leadership, which specifically does not support change through, let's say, mass protests.
Hey guys, a thought experiment though. Could President Obama have gotten away with what President Trump has been able to get away with?
I would say he could have, just because the system allows it, but
I think
the system would have resisted it. The system would have found a way. In other words, the flaws are not flaws, they're features. It's an allowance for a group if they're, not in the majority or don't have the regular pathway to power, can still exercise power.
Well,
you just don't harden the rules, right? So that you have that flexibility, to do things that that contravene the stated thing, right?
But what changed? Like, what's different between what you were saying? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm sort of trying to dig into it a little bit. Like what's different between the structure that Obama was operating in versus the structure that Trump is operating in? What do you think is different that makes it so possible now that wasn't possible back then? I have a theory about it, but I'm interested into what you think.
When you say back then, which back then are you talking about?
I'm talking about like during Obama.
When he was president? Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think that much has changed. I think it's one thing for Trump to do what he does. It's for the system to allow it, right?
Yeah.
For the people who could oppose him and resist him to do such a thing. In other words, white privilege. Right?
Sorry, Richard. What is the thing he did? Just so I know what we're talking about here.
Trump?
Yeah. What did Trump?
You guys have alluded to it earlier. I guess it's quite a big bucket to pick. Violating the emoluments clause.
That's what I was going to start with too. Yeah.
We could go out, pick anyone you want. Pick anyone you want.
So, I hear what you're saying about white privilege, but it's not really an issue of white privilege. If you actually look at this, and this is also the issue of black and white politics. And I'm a black American, right? But you can't reduce everything to race when it comes to
I heard you
these
comment
things.
earlier about getting over slavery. I'm curious about that.
I'll tell you what I mean by that in one moment. Just give me a second. So it's not about we can't reduce everything to race. If you actually look at the history of the politics of Trump's current administration and the people who are behind it, right? Like Leonard Leo, for example. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Oh yeah.
He has been planning aspects of these things for almost 40 years. So Obama didn't really have this type of this integrated backing into the system of the people who have been orchestrating a system for the past 40 years, right? It's a very long
or longer, the generational wealth.
Yes. So yes, also that. So Obama didn't really have these things behind him, and I don't think that most presidents could have gotten away with these things. I think that Trump had a particular backing of people, he had a particular type of propaganda that also, and also if you think about it, I think there are 26 people between him and like a sane person who can run the country. If something were to happen to him,
that in itself is insane.
so all of that was heavily orchestrated, and it was behind the scenes, and even establishment members of the Republican Party didn't really know what was happening behind those scenes, right? So that's why we can't reduce it just to the fact that Obama was black and Trump is white.
Yeah. I think you also have to separate the first versus the second Trump administration too. I think the first Trump election was just plain American ignorance about what he was about. And then the powers that be that you're talking about, sort of those behind the scenes people, took advantage of that, planned it during the Biden years. There was no rails put up during the Biden years to prevent this from happening, and got him reelected.
Yes.
And now that he's reelected, they're implementing it.
Yes.
To me, it's so clear. It's like, America will elect an idiot. Okay, let's just take 4 kind of down years to plan how we're going to use that idiot to implement our agenda. Because Trump doesn't have an agenda. He's just a megalomaniac. His megalomaniac is what makes me feel good.
Yeah, I think he has an agenda.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm being a little bit facetious there. But I don't think he has a grand plan that would be executable. You can see by the way he posts shit. It's like he doesn't understand the difference between being Christian and being a leader. It's like, whereas the people behind him completely know how to take advantage of that and exploit religious identity as political power.
So that's the thing, Frank, that people are forgetting, that they believe that Trump is the orchestrator of this. Trump is the puppet. These other people are the orchestrator. Noah put Project 2025 in the chat. Trump never read Project 2025. Yeah, no,
he doesn't even read. I don't think he even reads.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: we're all in agreement on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and just to be clear. Sorry, go ahead.
Trump is there to sign papers and to do the things that the other people who are pulling the strings want him to do.
And to distract.
Yes, and to distract. And people keep focusing on him as if he is the person doing it. No, he is the catalyst, right, for these things to happen. But he probably has zero clue about what the overall goal or plan of any of these things are.
It's in terms of historical analogs, it's less like Hitler, who did have the plan, and more like Mussolini, who was like an actor, in this. And
sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. I was out of the room. What agenda are you guys talking about? Sorry to interrupt you.
Project 2025.
Oh, okay.
No, basically implementing a religious theocracy in America.
Well, they have a big Sunday worship component, don't you guys think?
I mean, I'm an atheist, so I'm not tapped into that. But I think that they are exploiting religious sentiment, but I wouldn't say not just generic religious sentiment, a particular flavor of a religious sentiment, which almost to me, like I was saying earlier, goes back to the Puritans and sort of the white Puritans that formed America. To them, that is ideal, right? If you could burn women at the stake for being witches, they absolutely would, and if you could keep people in shrouds, they absolutely would. I don't think The Handmaid's Tale is part of their agenda.
But isn't that the pastor for Hegzeg also involved with this?
Opus Dei. But that's Catholicism. That's actually another branch which is very scary.
But he's not a Catholic. He's a Protestant. But they're trying to push this Sunday worship agenda also, which is technically it's being influenced by the Catholic Church behind the scenes.
Well, a lot of these things are run by people who are actually Catholics. Like Leonard Leo is a Catholic, right? The guy who's the head of the Heritage Foundation. While he is not a Catholic, his priest is a Catholic. He's a evangelical Christian. So the evangelicals and some sort of faction of Catholics are running this project together, and people are more familiar with the evangelical Christians, and they just don't realize like which end is pulling which thing. Because Catholics are quiet; they're just like sitting behind the things.
Well, because Catholics have a schism. There are. I mean, I come from a family of very liberal Catholics. Liberation theology and hippie Jesus and all that kind of good stuff. But that's not the branch of Catholicism. This branch of Catholicism is so radical; it's been kicked out of the Catholic Church. Opus Dei, and it still exists in Europe in some places too. And the country that I live in is still technically, by constitution, a Catholic country. But it only comes into play with taxes and things like that, because people here generally aren't religious. But that whole Opus Dei thing, it's like that's not Catholicism in the sense of Sunday Mass Catholicism. It's Catholicism in the sense of like, the Latin Mass and, patriarchy and all this other stuff.
And America doesn't remember Catholicism. We had two Catholic presidents, Kennedy and Biden, and I'm pretty sure that Biden was a twice a year Catholic. Maybe
and there was a very liberal version of Catholicism too. Which sort of I don't know if there's a great Jonathan Franzen novel called Crossroads about like the 70s Catholic Church and like the hippie priests that all the girls fall in love with, and to me it's like that's kind of very different than the Catholic. I don't want to say the Dan Brown Catholic thing because but that's sort of a touchstone that I can usually get people to realize what I'm talking about. It's just so different. It's just a version of Catholicism which has been excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church. That's how bad it is.
And this is like even worse than Inquisition Catholicism.
but they would do that if they could. I think if Pete Hegseth could implement a Inquisition in the American military as part of the, program, he absolutely would. Oh, absolutely, without beyond a shadow of a doubt, would implement, religious purity.
It may actually be coming, depending on how far this goes. But
yeah,
can I
not going to disagree with you.
Can I address the slavery thing, Richard?
Sure.
The issue of slavery that I have, and it's not really an issue, but why I think that people should sort of, they shouldn't forget about slavery, because it's a fundamental aspect of Americans' history and society. But we shouldn't allow the history of slavery to prevent people from being Americans, or Americanizing and becoming a full-fledged part of American society, which I do think a faction of some Black Americans have an issue with. I think they allow this thing to loom over the history, and I think it's because it's a fundamental aspect of focus on it that they don't feel like they are full Americans, right? And I think that is very problematic, especially when we learn history. And at the time, and from the time that the Constitution was ratified, the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776, until the time slavery ended, that was 90 years. America was, yes, it didn't decide to end slavery, but it created a legal mechanism where slavery can't functionally exist, and where the people went to war over those rights, and to understand what those fundamental rights were of American society. And that is something to be cherished, because no other system outside of maybe the French and the British, which America inherited those ideas from, actually ended slavery. There was still slavery amongst Africans, right? Africans still owned African slaves in Africa when America freed its slaves, right? And China didn't end its slavery until 1949, if I'm not mistaken. It was in the 1940s. The Arab world didn't end slavery officially until the British conquered them and colonized, quote unquote colonized it, because it wasn't a real colonization of the Middle East. And that was in 1921, right? And even today, in many Arab countries, there's still slavery. So in America, also was one of the United States of America was one of the only countries where the ex-slaves were the minority, unlike in Jamaica, where they were the majority, became the majority after fighting for their freedom or the British abolishing their slavery, that allowed that minority population to actually record and annotate and keep the history of that alive. In the Muslim world, I learned this recently, it is not only a taboo, but illegal in many countries to actually write and record the history of those ex-slaves that were freed in the 1920s. And in China, they basically erased the entire history of slavery there, right? They said, it was part of an evolutionary process, social evolutionary process, but nobody knows that they're the descendants of slaves. And they had slaves from Africa, they had slaves from India, they had slaves from Southern Asia, like Vietnam and China, and I think that is high, and I think that it's high time that the population of Black Americans really understand what that is, and that it historically and socially it was quite the privilege not to be slaves, but to be able to have this legal mechanism that says all men on this land are created equal within the face of the law, and then also be able to hold America accountable to its rights to its people.
And to be able to document it too, and to be able to actually own your history as a part of, I don't, a lot of what you're saying is I won't say it's new to me, but your perspective of it is very fresh, and I'm really grateful for you presenting that too. That's really awesome.
I'm curious, why do you think the people, as you described, would hold to this thing that they don't feel like they're Americans? And I mean, I have my perspective on the board, but see. Now, what do you surmise?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you very well.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to overload the mic. Saying, what do you surmise is the reason why these African Americans, this cohort of them,
don't feel like they should be part of America. They have a resistance to, calling themselves full American. What do you think?
I think listen. I understand the history of America has aspects of segregation post-slavery and the things that sort of
you're aware of that, with Jim Crow and etc. Right? And Justice.
Well, you're
And justice, yeah.
I mean, there's so much there to mine, but yeah, okay.
Well, look, nobody said equal rights would be easy, right? Like, if we think about it, like even Irish people and Catholic people, a lot of people had a lot of discrimination against them in the United States. It wasn't east, but
it's not ongoing. The Catholics and the Irish and such have been able to move past that, right?
No, most of Black America also has been able to move it. I think what happens is, unfortunately, and any sort of event for Black America becomes hyper magnified, right? Because they'll say for
well, it was ignored, I think, for a long time, right?
No, it wasn't.
I believe that things are happening to Black Americans that the majority of America did not accept the police injustice. It was never.
I firmly disagree.
You say you're African American, right?
People have been talking about police injustice since the 1970s or in the 1960s.
It was not believed. Black Americans were not believed. That's the level of discrimination.
Of course. Why do you think there was a white? Why do you think there was a White Panther Party? Right, like the Black Panthers were Black Panthers against police violence. And in a subset of the population of the Black Panther Party against police violence was the White Panther Party, which were a bunch of white sympathizers to the Black American cause who joined forces with them and helped them with legal issues to help them with fighting and resisting against the police. People believed Black America. That is not the issue, and it's fundamentally a part of the American psyche. These things. The problem is that Black people don't believe that people believed Black Americans. When you go out and you look at the protesters, a lot of the protesters are white people, right? When I was watching TV and looking at the Black Lives Matter situation, a lot of those people were young white people.
It does change, right? It's starting to So the need.
It's not just starting to change.
Right, so it didn't end in the
change. It's been changing. It's been changing. And my parents. How old are you, Richard?
I'm in my 50s.
You're
I've lived a good portion of my life in the United States. Just so you know, I've experienced these things. I could give you a dozen stories, but continue.
Yeah, but I think about it. My great grandparents were born into a time where slaves existed, right? Great grandparents were born into a time where slavery existed. My great grandparents, actually my grandmother was born in a time where women couldn't vote. My parents were born in a time where segregation in the United States existed. And America is not the only country that has had segregation. Their segregation is just magnified because of the black-white divide and the segregation. And we were born outside of that. Every generation has gotten better, and my great grandparents, who were a generation removed from slavery. As a matter of fact, one of my great grandmothers was born 6 months after slavery. She felt more American than many young Black Americans do today. And I think that is a fundamental shame of society, that this person whose parents were born at a time of slavery, that she felt more American than some of my cohorts do today, right? And America has always is getting better in my opinion, for the Black Americans generally, in every generation. This is why one generation outside of segregation, we had a Black American president, right? Barack Obama. We had the first Black female Jamaican Indian vice president who could have been president, and Harris. And we could have in the next generation a Black female president, right? This is America is a young country, is a young nation, a new nation, and it's had its issues, but it's been an ever evolving country, and the reason why it's been able to do that is because the people have been able to who have been subjugated have been able to hold up this document called the Constitution and the various other documents of society and say we are also owed these promises. And the very few other countries have had this, and people sort of believe, they believe that those things should just be inherent and they should be given. But when we study history, I don't see any society that in most of the Eastern world, including Africa, that allowed for its minority or disparaged populations to do such a thing. In the Arab world, the history of the Arab world, the Asian world, most of European history, or even African history, it wasn't a given. In America, wasn't unique in the fact that it discriminated against a particular group of people.
But you realize I alluded to all of what you just said, quite detailed as you've laid it out, in my very first entrance on the stage. And I said, yes, I think America is the greatest country, if you recall. And for very much the reasons you stated, that I, as a black Jamaican, potentially, well, obviously, mine is a citizenship problem. I have to be born in the States, as my son is, could become president, where I couldn't do that in China or Russia or a number of other countries. Probably many countries in the world. Australia, they say, you could, run up the list. So therein lies the truth of the, fairness part of America, that, they can look at you, evaluate you on what you bring to the table, and potentially put faith in you to be president, right? Or to take us serious, And that wasn't necessarily always the case, as you point out, and nobody's arguing that, America is an experiment that is evolving over time, right? But it's the best example in the world of something, where you can be uniquely of your culture, wherever you're from, immigrating to America, but still gain political power, right? And not necessarily have to give that part of your culture up, right? Whereas in Jamaica, even though we say out of many one, it's really everybody melting into one culture. So there isn't that uniqueness, as I pointed out earlier again, that I like the ability to sample all the flavors of the world in a single nation, right? And that nation still hold together under a common identity, which is, again, amazing. It's the way, right? It's the way. But we cannot diminish, disparage, chocolate, people's legitimate gripes with being, harmed historically, and never having that harm addressed in the way it was for even the persons that harmed them. I mean, the slaveholders got compensated, right? And if you want to look at how by comparison, the people of Jewish faith were treated after the war, they got compensation, right? And for what limited ways the government of America, because consider even the acknowledgements. Germany has gone far above and beyond any nation to acknowledge the wrongs that were done, right? And to make public apology and direct address to what they could to set it right. And I think the peoples of the Caribbean and the people of Africa, in America, who were arguably the ones who built the fucking nation, right? Through all that exploitation and extraction and death and the most horrific treatment of human beings that extends in tendrils and ways to the modern era.
Yeah, but
I have experienced racism myself.
Look,
right? And I don't think anybody of color has not. It's just so pervasive. And I think the election of Donald Trump is a stark reminder that there are plenty of people who are still in this vein, still again, there's so many forms we could take apart. I have a degree, actually, I took on, surprisingly, as a Jamaican, though, when I came to the States, because I really did not know the history. And when I began to learn about it, I bloody cried. I misunderstood at some level, because we have a way of disparaging African Americans for their anger and behavior. But when I learned some of what led to this fire, I had some sympathy.
Well, look, it's not that I like sympathy. I'm from these people, right? Like, these are my collection of ancestors. I also probably have some Jamaican ancestry, but that's a different story. But part of the reality of it is like as I study the history of slavery and most of the rest of the world, I realized that not that the slavery itself was better in America, but like a lot of the outcomes. The fact that we are having this conversation and can really discuss it, and almost immediately after slavery ended, you had Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington having debates about the government, about the slavery, and even during segregation and Reconstruction and all these things, like they had the ability to criticize the government. And yes, there was some like threat to some people in certain places, but definitely there was a space made for the voices and the dissent, right?
I know, as Malcolm X once said, you can't push a knife all the way, and I think it was Malcolm X, and then pull it halfway out and say the problem is solved, right? I'm paraphrasing.
Nobody said the problem is solved. I just said that part of the issue is like in many ways is the hyper focus, is that is the unfortunate reality of the identity of the disparage. America could have been like China and just erased the history of slavery, right? Like most of the slaves couldn't read or write; they could have just like been reprogrammed.
But you're picking extremes, and I'm
not picking extremes. What I'm saying is like what the real outcomes could have happened. Like think about European society, right? Before
I'm sorry. I do not want to interrupt you, but where are we going with this? Like the point was the issue of getting over slavery and getting over it, and I'm trying to understand what that means. Honestly, what does that mean to say get? Yeah, I heard you.
I said they shouldn't forget about it, but they shouldn't allow it from allowing them as the Americans are part of America to be absorbed into American society.
But when American society pushes back so hard against them, it's just
right, and this is right.
But do you think
exactly right? So,
do you think that American society is pushing against Black America? Like, I mean, now you see this Leonard Leo, like this current administration type of situation, right? And that is, and they also are propagandizing people against what I consider like a radicalized form of Black America, right? An extreme form of what they present Black America to be.
And caricature.
Yes, the caricature. Thank you. Yeah. And I think that more so is like the political situation, right? They aren't talking about like people like myself.
Where'd he go?
Like they have a particular character of an extremist person who wants to destroy aspects of America's society, and that is what they are propagating. And I think but I also think that is a small version of America that has a lot of power, and they are using propaganda against the masses. I think that is more so the issue.
I think the asymmetry of the power can't be underestimated too. Like I think back to the night that Obama was elected the first time, and just that incredible feeling of hope for what America was going to be that night. I'll never forget that, to where we are today, where I'm just like, I left, again, I'm not a Black American. I'm a white American, so it's kind of, I don't have like an internal context of it, but I certainly feel this divide of asymmetry. And I wish we could see ourselves as striving towards something bigger that wasn't theistic, something that wasn't, I'll be blunt, it wasn't just Judeo-Christian togetherness. It was based on something, let's say almost Star Trek-ish, like a global consciousness, but I don't see it. I just see America getting worse and worse every time I pick up a newspaper in that regard. The division and the asymmetry is growing, not decreasing. It's very depressing.
No, this is because one, I agree with you. Every society has to have a philosophy, right? Like, and that is true. Like when I do agree with you, should be more. I also like Star Trek, so I think there's bending more towards that idea.
Right now, what we have these things that we call religions, and I don't think that we should just relegate them to what do you call this, Judeo-Christianity. I think that, like, you know, there are philosophical ideas about like other things that we can consider religions. But I think that the what's happening now is outside of the norm. I think that America is in a hostile takeover by. And I'm sorry, I don't want to keep repeating myself.
No, 100% agree with you. It's a hostile takeover.
Yeah, and
by a handful of. I actually don't think their motivation is religious. They just see religion as the tool they use. You know, I don't think, like, I think Trump is an atheist personally. You know, I think he's one of our first obviously atheist presidents. It's just he has the backing of people who realize, no, don't say that. Pretend you're this, and then we'll consolidate our power around the idea of this. And I think that's why people feel. I don't know how to say this because obviously I'm not, you know, a Black American, but it's kind of like I can completely empathize with someone going, "This isn't my America." You know, this isn't even how I express my religious context. You know, it's like my religious context. Again, I don't have this. This is me. I'm just speaking for someone. You know, it's like would be more about, you know, togetherness and more about, you know, the I don't want to say Christian ideals, but sort of like, you know, the good stuff, right?
But
yeah, this John Locke, right? Like separate, have like certain values of the state that are just sort of like extrapolated from the biblical perspective to like build the society that doesn't have to be the religion, but the value.
It could be. Yeah, I think I heard you said like the term religion could be used in a much broader way too. Obviously. Yeah. Yeah. But I also think that, like, again, like I said, I debate this stuff all the time. I think the genesis, no pun intended, of some of this antipathy is in the religion. It is in the text. You know, it is in there, and I fight against that all the time as much as I can. You know, if someone says that God is a loving God, well, I got some quotes for you, bitch. You know.
Hold on. Yeah, before we go too far into the anti-theism or whatever.
Yeah. We don't need to either. I can take it off.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I just to touch on that, but draw it back to the title. I was getting the impression. Do you think that the United States is flirting closer with theocracy now than it ever has? Or do you think it's just compared to, say, 2008, it feels more theocratic?
For it to be a theocracy, I think they would have to actually believe the theism that they're promoting. I don't think it is a theocracy in that sense. I think they're using the theism to consolidate financial and political power. I don't think
do you think that's more pronounced right now than?
It's more enabled now. I don't know. Pronounced is kind of subjective to me, but I think we could easily present a case that it's much more enabled when you have a Secretary of Defense with a fucking, you know, Christian right tattoo on his chest, and he's proud of it, you know, and Christian nationalism has now become, you know, accepted terminology. I think it's much more enabled. I think it's a movie that what we call the Overton window, right? You know, it's like that's like what's considered acceptable to say and talk about. Like if I were to use the word Christian nationalism 20 years ago, people would look at me like I was some sort of freak. Now you say Christian nationalism, and all it does is get you a badge to sign up with and join a clubhouse room where they discuss it. You know,
it's definitely becoming a part of the cultural zeitgeist, and I think that is by the plan of the people who have like created the plan, Project 2025. Yeah, and it's part of the reason why they also want to.
I've never heard of Christian white Nazi nationalism.
It's also part of the reason. It's also part of the reason why they want to reinstitute like biblical iconography into schools. Because I believe that schools are a tool of indoctrination. I think that they are a good tool
when used appropriately. And I think that every society has to indoctrinate its people into the values and ideals and ideas of the state or the nation in order to effectively make it run and continue and prosper from generation to generation. Right, that's where you propagate ideas. But
prosper.
Yes, and I do think that these people have this goal to re-indoctrinate and re-instill ideas of Christianity into the cultural zeitgeist of America long term.
And I would say not just Christianity. I would say they're cherry picking of the worst ideas of Christianity. They're not choosing, for example, the idea of charity to indoctrinate people about. They're not choosing what they're doing is they're picking a particular flavor of it and saying, that's what Christianity is. Christianity is white billionaires. I mean, it's to me, that's all they're doing. I don't think they're embodying a larger context of Christianity than that. So
well, you have to keep people within a narrow scope because otherwise you have another civil war on your hands, right?
Sure. So I think we're headed towards that anyway. So but Shai, just a quick question. You're really well spoken, I have to say. I really enjoy talking to you, and I'm curious if you studied rhetoric. Is that something that's in your wheelhouse?
I've studied rhetoric.
I feel that in the way you talk, you care about how people talk and you care about what is being said in a way that I don't see a lot on Clubhouse. So I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. This is something that I've always liked philosophy, but I really haven't truly appreciated it until the past decade or so. And I've spent a lot of time studying and understanding these things.
Yeah. Well, I think that platforms like Clubhouse don't do it any favors in most cases. There's a lot of gatekeeping. There's a lot of Philbros who just turn my stomach here that I just can't be around anymore.
Well, that's why you gotta have a cool room where everyone kind of a little bit up there.
It's also why when I do my rooms about atheism, I only talk to one person at a time, because that tends to only bring people in who do want to have a conversation, not just what I call narcissist karaoke. So many rooms on Clubhouse are nothing more than just narcissist karaoke and gatekeeping, and I speak from the position as an atheist. I think my fellow atheists are the worst at this. They're some of the most obnoxious, pedantic, confusing rhetoric people that I've ever met in my entire life.
You can say that again, brother.
And I'm an atheist, but I had an atheist tell me the other day, I won't name any names, but she told me that I can't be, that my mind is fixed. I would never accept the possibility of a God. I'm like, wait, you're an atheist and you have such great psychic powers, or you're not really an atheist because of X, Y, and Z. I'm like, whatever, sorry, I'm ranting.
Yeah, well, I guess I shout out to Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah. He does it with a sense of humor too, which I like.
Yeah, he was, but man, he was wrong on two fronts. That I was aware of. One was he was convinced that Clinton was going to beat Obama in the primaries because he had Clinton derangement syndrome. He just thought they could do they could do anything.
Yeah.
And that he probably he didn't say this, but maybe he did, but I didn't hear him say it. It was Norm Macdonald said it though. Clinton killed that guy.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
The God of some atheists is the religion that they don't practice.
I reject that. I could be only because of the terminology. I don't have a God concept, so how could that be my God?
No, not you. I'm talking about just generally some people. That's the fact that they don't believe, that they don't practice or believe in a religion. That's sort of in their minds. It's something they obsess so much about that it is.
It's pathological.
Yes.
I think I mean, I'm pretty passionate about it, as some of you might know. Like but it's also something that I enjoy talking about. So, but it's also I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't take like a hard atheist position because I don't have enough information. But I also I don't deal well with these people who have dogma as of any kind as their driving motivation, whether it's religion or atheism. So
I have a book that you might actually be interested in. It's called Moral Tribes by Joshua Green. Have you read it?
Oh, I've heard of Joshua Green, but I've never read that. No, that sounds cool.
It talks about like the development of the ideas of morality, and it goes into this idea of like we create this layer of morality and we call it religion. But essentially it's like a tool for, or at least they have been tools for humans to organize themselves so that they don't functionally kill each other, like in a society.
Yeah,
and
yeah, that's right. Because oftentimes when I try and have that conversation with people about morality, the very first thing they do is they confuse morality with permissibility, and they are two very different concepts to me. And something being moral doesn't automatically make it permissible, and something is permitted isn't automatically moral. They're two different things.
All right. So now that we've covered that, let's Anthony's reached the stage.
Oh, super.
Anthony,
Okay.
Is America the greatest country in the world? Anthony, welcome.
Yes, America is not only the greatest country in the world right now. America is the greatest country in the history of the world. By far, hands down, no lo compare, 1,000% correct. Yes.
Give us the greatest hits. Like why? Like one or two.
Okay. So the number one reason that comes immediately to mind is the ideals of America. The ideals that this country was built on, it's so far beyond, like we don't share this homogenized society where everybody comes from the same place and we can trace back to this similar ancestry and all of that. That's not the ability. Even though there's been great tragedies and things that have been very wrong in our country, our ability to self-correct is unparalleled. There's nothing that's like compares to our ability to see the problem, address the problem, fix the problem. America's never going to be number one in terms of like the happiness index, and I don't think universal health care and shit like that would work in America. But America, hands down, by far, is the most desired destination in the world. And that has to do with our ideals. That has to do with the fact that people, they aspire to come here because they're only limited by their dreams. That's the only cap on what they can do, is their ability to dream it, come up with the idea, and then implement that idea. That's it. So, for all our flaws, we are imperfect. Hands down, America is by far the greatest country in the existence of this world.
All right, so you're actually close, Anthony, to what Shai and I both said first as well, as to, like, I would argue is the First Amendment, so freedom of expression. It's a radical revolutionary idea, and I think it's the most absolute example we have in the world. And even the Supreme Court has at times been very sound in leaning towards maximizing that freedom of expression. And Shai kind of, I think, not
yeah, but to what limits? I mean, you're censored on platforms with your freedom of expression. If you don't like the COVID-19 vaccine, censor that, man.
To a degree, but I mean, sorry, Richard, you're going to say something?
I'm just going to correct a little bit, maybe, something he said. I left America to come back to Jamaica. And I've seen even African Americans in particular, and white Americans, find greater peace of mind in Jamaica for a number of reasons. I'm actually working on a movie right now on the set. I go in tomorrow morning. We've been shooting it all a couple of weeks right now. A Hollywood movie about a Jamaican woman who, as a girl, had her mother leave them and go to America. These Jamaican nurses, which you guys must have heard of in the States, who had to leave their families behind. Not necessarily because they quote unquote love America, but if you really put it in the context, the wealth and opportunity that was taken and extracted out of Jamaica and sent to England and USA and wherever else, now this is a tail end of that, where people have to go to these places to try and claim some of that back for their family's benefit. But it doesn't mean they didn't love Jamaica. It doesn't mean that they could have found the same opportunities there they would have left. People love their cultures wherever they're from, and so just to make that fine point, that this idea that, well, America's this and that, yeah, for some, not necessarily everyone.
Well, okay, and they're gonna pile. Just one moment, s'il vous plaît. I would just take exception to saying that I wasn't arguing that there wasn't greater peace of mind in Jamaica. I have been to the United States just a few times in my life, and I saw a lot of violence and attempted murder right in front of me at a Tenacious D concert in Las Vegas. 24 hours into the United States for effectively the first time.
Wait, Tenacious D? No way, really?
Yeah.
That's right.
I know, right?
It doesn't be stoners,
Yeah, Mandalay Bay House of Blues. I think it was 2011. Yeah, I got stabbed right in front of me on the floor, and they had to cut it early. They did Tribute, the song Tribute. Giant inflated cock spews confetti behind the drummer, and the whole thing. Lights come on, blood all over the floor. I have more peace of mind being in Canada than I do anytime I'm in the United States.
Yeah, I can assure Anthony also that his perspective is not the perspective of the Europeans that I talk to. People don't look up to America in that way here anymore after the last 5 years.
But Anthony, go ahead there. You wanted to respond to Richard.
Go ahead.
All right. If you look at, net outflows and net incoming to Jamaica from the United States, I don't think, there's any comparison.
No, but you're reinforcing the point I made. You realize this, right?
Richard, I didn't interrupt you, brother. This idea that I'm enforcing the points you made, I don't know what you mean by that, but ultimately, you have people that have significant positions in Jamaica that would run out of there with their hair, like their hair was on fire, to come to the United States if presented with the opportunity. That speaks volumes. And, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that, per capita, Jamaica has one of the highest murder rates in the world. But who's counting?
I'd like to answer this question.
Yeah, hold on. Shai will give you a second to let Richard respond. Then Anthony, you're gonna have to restrain yourself. Then Shai, go ahead.
He asked for the correction, so here's the correction. Yeah, my point was that the wealth that people need, the money to pay bills to thing, right? Remember, Jamaica at one point was the richest country in the world in the Pirate days, coming out of emancipation from the British, independence, right? Jamaica's dollar was stronger than the US dollar, and for various reasons, CIA being one of them, corruption, etc. Jamaica, fell behind. Whereas a country, by comparison, Singapore jumped ahead because they were free of some of the interference, etc. Anyway, and the Lee Kuan Yew came to Jamaica to study us all, so on and so forth. But my point was, again, yes, that people leave not necessarily because they don't love Jamaica, right? Because let's keep in mind the original point. They decided that America is the greatest nation, or yes, there's great things about it. But people still love from where they come from, even if it's not as wealthy, even if it's not whatever, right? There are certain cultural things that, if you grow up in it, that's what you know, that's what you love, for better or worse. It may be hard for Americans to understand it because they've been fed a lot of propaganda by politicians for purposes, right? So, and I just wanted to, when I heard it said, you know, to correct that trope that's often here, you know, that's, oh, America's the greatest, look, all the people running to come here, yeah, for economic, and I'm literally on a movie set right now for a global movie that's coming out that speaks to this truth, right, of what it means, because the girl's mother left them to go to the United States, and they didn't see her for another, like, 15 years. And when they finally got to Chicago to meet up with their mom, this is what we're filming, you know, it wasn't, you know, a great life. She was struggling. And they're like, all of that time you left us and abandoned us, and you know, you still didn't make any real headway. Now, that's not to say that what was you know, gained by the mother didn't help, but it isn't such this amazing pipe dream, you know, that is portrayed, you know, for some maybe, but for many, no, right? And I am an immigrant to the States, etc. So just to be clear, you know, I just wanted to correct that, you know, people love where they're coming. Yeah, that, you know, a lot of the wealth that, again, was extracted, what you think built America, built England, all the former slaveholding nations, you know, that wealth didn't come from nowhere, right? They extracted it from the rest of it. And the peoples of those places are
Hold on, Shai, I just want to do a little housekeeping here just for a second. Shai is going to go. Alistair, I apologize, I missed you there. We're going to let Anthony get a response and missed, and then Frank, and then I gotta go. And we got to shut it down, Shai, just because I actually
replays.
Yeah, and are you a house member?
Oh no, I'm a house member, but I'm not, I guess, an admin or anything.
Yeah, okay. So because I had to add you just so it could drop because it glitched out on me.
Yeah,
So
I'm not either. I don't think I can do that either. So, but I have to leave too. So, but super talking to all of you, and come talk to me in my Ask an Atheist Any Room sometime.
I'd just like to make one point about Richard's thing, if that's okay.
Please do. Yeah, go ahead.
So, can you mute yourself? Thank you. The thing about like slavery and people really like, especially like Black America really focuses on like the wealth creation of slavery and like the quote unquote building of the West. And yes, that like slave labor did contribute to this, but again, slavery is not unique to the Black Americans. And you know, every major imperialistic system had a type of slavery. I have a friend who grew up in the Soviet Union, in Russia, and he was a child picking cotton, and this was in the 80s and 90s, right? This is not it's not relegated or limited to what America or the Americans did. And I understand that some people want like retribution for those things, but part of the reality of it is it was really the labor that I guess people like blame it for. America really didn't around the time of the Great Depression, America really like lost a lot of its wealth. Post World War II is when America like became part of like the wealthiest nation in the world again, right? Like this sort of World War II, post World War II world that we live in, and I think what you said, this sort of dissonance for America with these American immigrants. I believe that you should love where you come from, but if you're going to immigrate to America, then you know the part of the idea is that you are becoming a part of the system of America, right? When you take an oath, when you get your citizenship or your residency, whatever the case may be, in America, and most countries require you to take an oath, a vow to the nation that you know you have to, that is a part of who you are. You are now a part of the people. And I think that too many people immigrate to America for the passport, right? For the access that America gives to them, and they're there for economic purposes, and they aren't there to like really push forward what America is supposed to be.
Yeah, but no kidding, right? I mean, so you kind of stated all the various several of the pieces of what's true, right? There's no universal one thing, nor was I claiming that, to be clear. So. Not sure why you said what you said, but yes.
Because
go ahead, Chad.
I said what I said because you said the Americans have been propagandized by the government, which I think is great. I think that America should have positive propaganda towards its people. We also allow for negative propaganda of its people.
and you said that America isn't really as great as it pretends to be in many ways, and you're doing this documentary about this woman who moved to America after 15 years of not seeing her children, and like she didn't really make any headway.
I think it's a non-fiction. It's not a non-fiction.
It's actual real story.
I know it's a real story.
And what happens. Yes, it's not a documentary though.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get Alistair in for last hurrah. I want to get Mist to have a chance to say.
Yeah, I've enjoyed listening. I've enjoyed listening. Good luck on your movie, Richard. I'm sure it's going to be a big hit. You can see in my PTR there, that's the mayor of Chicago sitting there holding fingertips with a prisoner, giggling like a little schoolgirl. So I just want to talk about the title. It's an all or nothing statement. Is America the greatest country in the world? It's a ridiculous question. It's a typical type of clickbait, room title. But the truth is, as an American, when I go overseas or I see people that I know go overseas, I am fucking amazed. It's so beautiful. The world is so magnificent and so special. So to say that America is the greatest country of all time, like that former speaker making another all or nothing statement, I don't think it's great necessarily because of our founders' philosophy. Those books are amazing. What's horrible is nobody today reads John Locke. Nobody reads any of these incredible philosophers, and that is why we have a cultural decay in this country, which is obviously apparent here on Clubhouse. You can go into any room right now, and you are going to run for the hills because it's so toxic, so disgusting, so despicable, so horrible, so much profanity, vulgarity, and I've heard young girls on this app talk about how they killed somebody and even ate a body. So I'm just telling you that life is weird. But anyways,
what room have you been in?
I'm not making that up. But anyways, one of the girls was like, "Why did you eat the body?" I was like, "What the fuck? Is this performative? This got to be." Anyways, so back to America. I think we have a judicial crisis in this country. Lawyers seem to run everything, but thank God we have. See, I know the other speaker doesn't like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump. And I thank God he's our president as opposed to Kamala and Tim waltzing waltz. And so I don't think America is going to be diminished. I'm not even worried about the debt anymore. That was my biggest worry, is the never-ending debt and the exploding debt, the growing debt, the national interest of over $1 trillion on the $40 trillion mortgage. It's my opinion that if you can create debt with a pen, you can just delete it with a wand. And it's all relative, meaning that the currency in Iran has fallen, 999%. It's worth nothing. So it's all relative to the position of the government that's issuing that currency. And I'll just close and just say health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. I hope everybody has a great summer.
Thanks, Alistair. Thank you. Mist, go ahead. Welcome to the stage. Or are you on the phone? Missed. Okay. Richard, any final thoughts? And then we're going to shut her down. Thanks to everyone for
this great conversation. Thanks, guys. I should have been in my bed because I got to pick up all the actors in the morning in a few hours. I'm just contemplating if I should go to sleep because if I miss getting them on set, I'm in trouble. So, yeah, thanks for the conversation, man. Very interesting. Thanks.
Cheers. All right. Good night, everyone.
Moses, American boys are dying for you and your people.
Facts. And I don't want nobody in the fight.
Wait. Let me define. American boys are dying for you. Go do something about it. When I was 18 years old. Wait. Stop talking. I'm not
Peter's ready to fight.
Of course he's ready to fight.
Peter's ready to fight. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to say, like, American boys are dying for you, and your people just be like, oh, Java Shell and everything else like that. Yeah, you're gonna get your crown prince back, whatever the hell he is. He's been there in California like 47 years. And it's like, my biggest problem is like, you people, Peter. And I understand now why it's been a dictatorship for 47 years. You want other men to fight for you. American boys are bombing you. And Israeli fighters are doing that thing. Of course, Israel wants to destroy them for obvious reasons, you know. But the thing is, get some balls, lose some weight.
What do you mean?
And wait. And go be a commander. When I was 18 years of age, I went home. And I made sure to liberate my people. Go home, bro.
Or should have
What the fuck are you doing in America?
It
makes me sick to my stomach.
Who's that man? Who went home? America is our home. You cannot talk on behalf of United States, talk about yourself, or even cannot talk about Iran. I talk about my own life. You talk about yourself. The majority of us don't want to lose more brothers and sisters in war, bro. We don't. The majority of us don't, because there's P family members who had to deploy.
Why the hell should American bombers die for Iran? Why?
No, you shouldn't. You should never die for Israel. Nobody's saying that shit. Who the fuck do you think we kiss ass for Israel? That's the fucking politician.
American bombers should not die for anybody but America.
No, but you know what, bro? I will brave the put their life on the line. What we should do is send politicians and billionaires to war. And then we would have less fucking wars. Do you understand this shit? If you send the billionaires and politicians, the people who declare these wars, is Iran, Israel, South Korea, North Korea, America, everywhere else, you would have less fucking wars.
Iran is not I escaped. Iran means I escaped.
Iran is a great. Iran has never killed an American. That's what's. And there's never been an Iranian who's ever killed an American on American soil or anywhere else. But yeah, we have an issue with them. The issue with them till Bibi Netanyahu whispered in Trump's ear and said, "Yo,
no, bro, don't do this with Israeli shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
Don't do that. Be like,
he was in his ear. He said, go fucking bomb Iran. Because how come you didn't mention Iran last year, bro? How come America didn't mention Iran, Venezuela, Greenland, Canada, all these fucking enemies? Where they at last year?
No.
Where they at all these fucking enemies? Where they at last year?
Shut up, bro. It's a shame what you're like, Israel is so powerful that it's gonna get the United States involved in the war.
Yeah,
and it's so
dumbass,
powerful.
And when over 93% of fucking politicians receive money from AIPAC. Stupid. I know about my country. What about yours? I know about my politics. I know about money they receive from AIPAC.
Yeah, it's a
I know about the Israeli groups.
my wife was fucked by the Jews. Yeah.
I don't want my politician control my
we get it, the Jews.
Whether it's Iran, North Korea, or fucking Israel. Of course, when somebody takes control, that's what you dumbass people do.
We get it, the Jews.
You understand that? But Israel is the reason why, bro. You're probably a Zionist, ain't you?
It was the Mossad fucked my wife.
I know you sound like
I'm single.
Get the fuck out of here.
And it was the Mossad.
Devils. You motherfuckers are devils. You people are devils.
And it was the Jews. Yeah. We get it.
And
it was the Jews that did APFC. And it was the Jews that did PP&D, bro.
This is who they are.
Bro, it was like the Jews. Yeah, we get it. The Jews were so guilty. Yeah, just and Adolf Hitler was right. Yeah, it was the Jews. I woke up today and like the Jews.
You're the worst of the worst.
Yeah, and it was the Jews.
You try to control the politicians, man. You pay them money.
And yeah, it was the Jews.
But you don't control the population.
The Jews.
You control the politicians. You don't control the population.
Yeah.
Population.
We hear this.
Fuck AIPAC.
Jews are so guilty. Yeah.
You don't control the population. Or you control the politicians.
And the Jews were like
A
professional.
lot of us are waking up to this shit. We're waking up.
And the Jews did
We're waking
that.
up, bro.
Yeah, we
We're
get
waking
it.
up.
We get it. Wallah,
We're waking up.
wallah,
We're waking up.
yeah. And it was the Jews.
We are no longer Israel's
It was the
fucking
Jews.
puppets.
Yeah,
We
it
don't
was
want to do your bidding no
the
more.
Jews.
We don't want to fight your wars.
Yeah.
We don't want to do your bidding no more. Fight your own fucking wars.
Yeah.
Fight your
And
own
the
shit.
Jews like make sure your mother was a hoe.
Oh, hey, it's spoken like a scientist. This is what
The Jews, yeah.
These are the same people who shoot children.
Yeah. It was the Jews. Yeah.
They came out with a video where they were kicking
The
civilians
Jews
off of
were
rooftops.
like epitome of everything.
They were
Yeah,
kicking
it was the
civilians
Jews.
off of rooftops.
Yeah, it was the Jews. It was the Jews and everything else. Like that. Yeah.
It was
the Jews. Like,
you people are terrible. That's who you are, man.
It's terrible.
You kill children.
Yeah, it was the Jews. Yeah, it was the Jews.
You shoot
It was the Jews. Yeah. What does the Jews do to you now? Like, is the Jews make sure your mother was a hoe?
Over 93% of politicians in America.
It was terrible that your mother was
over 93% of American politicians.
Yeah, it was the Jews. Yeah.
Whether they're Democrat or Republican.
Yeah.
I can't vote for either one. This is the viable third option.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah.
I don't want to vote.
We get it. Yeah, the Jews.
Fuck giving you motherfuckers money. I would never give you another dime. I would arrest people and I would never give you another penny. I would let you guys
We don't care.
Go fight your wars on your own. You will never survive.
Yeah, the Jews.
You won't survive for more than a month without money from America. You won't survive for a fucking month.
The Jews supported them. Yeah.
You need us.
David was a part
You
of
need
it.
us.
Yeah.
We do. You are a pariah.
Some of them were.
You give us wars.
Yeah.
You are children. You said
You killed the children. Yeah, the Jews. Yeah.
Pariah. You do
The
nothing
long
for us. You make our lives worse.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, we get it.
You are devils. We know what you do.
Yeah.
We see you starve children. We see you.
We get it. Yeah, it was the Jews.
Fucking devils. Goddamn devils, bro. I can never respect you. I never will.
We're so fucking bored.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
bro.
it was the Jews.
Listen, man.
It was the Jews. Yeah.
Where are you from, bro? You're from?
The Jews did everything. The Jews fucked your girlfriend. The Jews
No, it's not the Jews.
The
It's not Jewish people. It's
The Zionists. Yeah, the
Zionists. That's the idea.
Yeah, Zionists. Yeah.
Call me anti-Semitic.
Bro, you hate the
You're losing the faith, bro. This was not 2006. This is not
Bro, you hate the
1996.
Zionists. Oh my God.
The opinions of these people have changed, bro.
You hate the Zionists. You hate the Jews. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I do hate Zionists.
Yeah, you hate the Zionists. Yeah.
But I'll never hate Jews.
Yeah.
Are you Jewish? What are you? Where are you from? You're not American. You speak of American politics.
You hate the
American
Zionists. You hate the
They
Jews.
stand up for America.
Yeah.
Why you hate American politics? Stand up for America.
You hate.
I don't want nobody to get no fucking money from us.
You hate the Zionists. You hate the Jews. You're
$2 billion a fucking day.
Nobody cares. Yeah, you hate
For
the
you devil
Zionists. You
fuck.
hate the Jews.
$2 billion a day.
Bro, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're
You want
such
$200 billion more dollars, bro.
Yeah, you hate the
$200 billion more, bro.
Jews. You hate the Zionists. Yeah.
Man, you gotta stop, bro. You guys gotta stop being bloodthirsty.
Yeah, so you hate the Jews. Yeah, we get it. We get it every single day. You hate the Jews. The Zionists are responsible for everything.
Yeah.
It's so fucking boring.
It's not boring. That's the truth.
The Jews and the
You
Zionists
hate
are
that, man.
responsible for everything.
Just be better, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Be better,
bro. Yeah, the Zionists are responsible for everything. Yeah.
Don't shoot children and be better.
Terrible people.
Be
The
fucking
Zionists
better.
are terrible and everything else like that. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, be better, bro.
On Holocaust and moment.
Stop throwing guns at fucking kids, man, who are starving.
Bro, yeah, shut the
Stop
fuck
it, bro.
up. Yeah,
You better not.
Jews are so responsible. Yeah, like they
I
just
am.
great people.
Compared to you, I am.
Yeah, you're such a first
I know the
guy,
difference,
you know.
man.
Like
All
they're
I'm
just
saying
like,
is, man, you have
like,
enough.
let's not talk about the Holocaust. Yeah, bro, like shut the hell up. Nobody cares. The Jews are responsible for everything, huh?
Nobody says
People like you, people like you are horrible people.
No, you are
I don't
fucking
care.
awful. You're the type of person
You're
who can see a child get shot in the head and you'll
Yeah,
blame
it's
the
the
child.
Jews, yeah.
You will blame the child for being shot in the head by a
The
fucking
Jews,
Israeli
yeah.
soldier.
Go blame the Jews.
You
Yeah,
will,
the
bro.
Jews
You are fucking terrible. You're the type of people you get spit on right before you enter hell.
You're a horrible terrible.
Right before you enter hell, you get spit on.
And if it's like the Jews,
That's
like,
what you deserve.
yeah, the
You
Jews
guys are
are bored and like,
Whatever, man. Let me ask you
the
this.
Jews got,
What did those children do to you? What did those children do to you, bro? What did those kids do to you, bro? Why they deserve that shit?
Yeah.
Why is there a video of
the Jews,
people off
the Jews got bored,
and kicking them towards a death? They look
the Jews are gonna do anything, okay.
No, man, you fucking settler. You fucking dirty settler.
The Jews are gonna do anything,
You're a dirty
so getting
settler.
upset,
Nobody respects
so
you people, bro.
the Jews don't care, like, shut up, bro. Like, we don't care.
I'm not a hater. I love Jewish people.
Nobody cares. Shut the hell up.
The devil.
Shut up, bro. Go
You got the devil.
in another room.
Yeah, I'm not going nowhere. You fucking Zionist. Go hide, bro.
Because what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit here all day long.
Go ahead, man. Go shoot a kid. Go kick a kid.
You really think I can't sit here all day long
fucking
and talk to you?
Go kick a kid, bro.
You
Go fuck a kid.
Go kick a god. Go suck a god's dick, bro. Shut the hell up, bro.
You like that. You
really think in 2026
you enjoy shooting children, bro. You enjoy shooting children.
You really think in 2026 that the Jews don't have friends?
You take pride in uprooting people from their homes and shooting them. You take pride in that shit.
Yeah, I don't care.
And just like Trump bent over for beating.
Yeah, I don't
Trump
care.
bent over for beating to let you motherfuckers come in. You people are the awful worst.
Like, we don't care.
This is not 1996.
Nobody cares.
Look at the approval ratings, man. Look at the numbers. You can't buy opinions.
You
cannot buy opinions. You can buy people. You cannot buy opinions.
But you really sit here. You really think that people want to buy you. You're such a retarded, stupid.
I'm not. I'm retarded because I don't want to kill children.
You're so retarded.
I'm retarded because I don't kill children.
Nobody.
I'm retarded because I said don't kill children. I said don't kill children.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares, bro.
Of course you don't care. You don't care because you don't care.
Bro, shut the hell up, bro.
You don't give a fuck.
Well,
you are empty vessels. You are empty vessels. You operate with nothing inside you. You are an empty vessel.
Bro,
you operate with nothing inside of you.
Nobody cares.
You can see a kid die and say nothing. You look at it and you blame the child.
Zionism is great, bro.
You are a fucking empty vessel. There's nothing.
Bro, you're fucking.
You are devoid of any humanity. You are devoid of anything.
And you sit here.
You are devoid of it. Your life is that
just a dumb
miserable.
fucking retarded cunt.
I can't look at a kid getting shot and think nothing.
And you just sit here like, you're so boring. Nobody
I know that.
cares.
I am boring, bro.
You're so boring.
Maybe I am. I care too much.
Everybody's falling asleep.
Maybe I
You want to know why everyone's falling asleep? Because nobody gives a fuck about you.
That's okay.
Not even your mother.
That's
You're
okay.
fucking
But
retarded.
what I'm saying is this, though.
No, nobody cares.
You gotta wake up in the morning and look at yourself.
Yeah,
I know. And that's terrible for you, bro. You gotta look in the mirror and say, yes, I am that ABC.
You're the worst of the worst.
I enjoy it, in fact.
Nobody cares.
You enjoy that shit.
Of course, I know you enjoy masochism.
You enjoy that shit. You are.
No, you're just a fucking retard. You know what I mean?
You love that shit.
You're trying to be like, I know you enjoy masochism. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking retard.
Shut up. You're a fucking settler, aren't you, bro? You kick people out of home.
You're a fucking retard. Nobody cares.
You think it's okay? Don't you, huh?
Shut the hell
You like
up.
to kick pregnant women? Don't you? You like to beat up pregnant women, don't you? Fucking losers.
You're so slow.
You fucking IDF losers.
You know, your last thing is like, you want to kick pregnant women? Really?
And you hate that.
You're such a fucking
children being killed and starved to death.
Really? That's your last stand?
That shit brings you joy.
That's your last stand? You're a fucking terrible person. Your last stand is like, you want to get pregnant women? Shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt. Fuck off. And go back to your dumb fucking bullshit. That's your nose. And everybody's bored.
All right.
Stop talking.
Okay, listen, IDF. It's okay, bro. We know where you're lying. We know where you're lying, bro.
Shut up.
You have no fucking morals. You
Stop talking, bro.
Stop
talking.
You have nothing inside of you.
Stop talking.
You're a walking zombie. This is what they need. They need people like you. They need people like you.
Zionism is a good thing. God bless the IDF.
God bless the IDF. Look at this is who these devils are. You fucking devil. You kick corpse. You kick babies.
Shut up, bro.
You fucking loser. You kick babies. You shoot babies.
People like you, you're inbred. You
will kick a fucking baby after you
You know the problem with you, yo? You are nothing. You are nothing.
You're a piece of shit.
Your parents.
You are the bottom of my fucking shoe. You are dirt.
Shut the hell up, bro. Your parents are
you are dirt on the bottom of my shoe.
Your brother is probably
you are nothing but dirt.
Shut the hell up, bro.
You are dirt.
You come here.
Why people look at you like that now. Nobody supports you, motherfuckers.
Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck,
Nobody supports you no more. You are losing it. You motherfuckers are losing support.
Bro, in Pakistan.
You are terrible fucking devils.
Fucking inbred, bro.
You are terrible
people.
You are terrible. You will always be that way.
No.
Get used to the new future, bro. Everybody's gonna start talking to you like this. Get used to your new future, IDF. This is how we're gonna address you from now on.
You're a horrible person now. Shut the fuck up, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. You're a fucking retard. And you bring here with your inbred brother. It's not my problem that your parents are cousins or brothers and sisters and you're inbred and everything else like that. It's not my problem. And he left. Akosumkum Sharmuta Kusumkum. The worst of the worst. This is a terrible person.
I'm terrible because I care about it.
No. Yo.
You are near now, bro.
I was sitting with
you are in the minority. You are not. It's not.
What majority are you talking about?
You are in the minority.
The fact that you like the red birds. Wait. No. Zionism is a good thing. God bless the state of Israel. Fuck you, bro. There's like 8 million Jews that are destroying nearly 1.8 billion like so-called Muslims. What the hell are you gonna do about it?
And what the fuck are the Muslims? Where are you Muslims at who fucking
shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt. Bro, the IDF is a great
you're a fucking
Shut up, bro. Shut up.
Where you guys at? You want this fucking IDF supporting Zionists?
No, you don't even want to listen. You don't even want to listen because you're such a small. You're such a small cunt. I am a proud Zionist.
Fucking weak. You're weak. Weak ass fucking.
No. You're a fucking retard. When I was a commander, wait. You want me to tell you what weakness is?
And they never
you want me to tell you? No. You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you? No. Your
mentality is weak.
You would kick a baby. You
would kick a Palestinian baby if you could.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt. You don't even understand. Shut the fuck up. There's no such thing as Palestine.
You would kick a Palestinian baby.
Palestine up your hole.
There is Palestinian, bro.
You can shove your Palestine up your hole.
Stupid.
You can shove your Palestine.
Stupid fuck.
Shove your Palestine. Shove your Palestine up your hole. You can shove your Palestine up your hole. You can shove your Palestine up your hole.
Beaver agrees with him.
You can shove your Palestine.
From the river to the sea, Palestine
up your hole.
The river to the sea,
Shut the fuck up 1 second. Yo.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river
you can shove your Palestine up your hole. You can shove your Palestine. Shove your Palestine. Shove your Palestine up your hole.
From the river to
Lebanon. We can bomb Lebanon.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Hey, pack your bags, go back to Europe.
As soon as I called him out, he left.
You can shove your Palestine up your... Viva! Sounds great. You can shove your Palestine.
Time to go back to Europe. Pack your bags. Pack your bags. Get ready to go back to Europe. Go back to Europe.
You're going back to Europe.
Palestine.
Zionism is over. Zionism
You
is
can
over.
shove
Time
your
to go back
Palestine
to
up your
no
hole.
more Jewish states.
You
No more
can
Jewish
shove your
states. No more IPF. Nothing for you. Go back to Europe.
Shove your Palestine
Go
up
back
your
to
hole.
Europe. Go back to
Bro,
Europe.
I'm a
Go
proud
back to
Zionist. Shut the
Europe.
fuck
Go
up.
back
Make
to
this
Europe.
football.
Go
Like,
back to Europe. Back to Europe.
back to Ukraine. Go back to Ukraine. Palestine
Back to Europe. Back to Germany. Back to Poland. Back to Poland.
You gotta kick that up 100 and
Back to Poland.
terrible
Go back to Poland.
God bless Zionist.
Back to Poland. Go back to Poland.
Back to Ukraine. Are you gonna blow yourself up?
Go back to Europe. Back to Europe. Back to Ukraine. Back to Hungary. Back to Germany. Go back to Germany. The Germans love you. Go back to Germany. Go back to Germany. Go back to Germany. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine. Hey, are you excited to go back to Europe? Are you excited for Europe? Are you excited for Europe? Pack your bags. It's time to go back to Europe. Hey, do you like paragliding? You like paragliding? You ever been paragliding? You ever been to paragliding? You ever been paragliding? Hey, are you celebrating Messiah Jesus Christ? Are you celebrating Jesus? Jesus is coming back, by the way. Do you know that? Do you know Jesus is coming back? Do you know your Messiah is coming back? His name is Jesus. Can you say Jesus is the Messiah? Say Jesus is the Messiah. Messiah, Jesus is the Messiah. Hey, put back the song. I'm singing Jesus is the Messiah here. Jesus is the Messiah. Jesus is the Messiah. Jesus.
You're such a retarded fucking cunt.
Jesus is the Messiah. Jesus is the Messiah. Put back the song. I want to sing. Jesus is your Messiah. Jesus is your Messiah. This is your Messiah. Jesus is your Messiah. Jesus is Mashiach. You know Mashiach? Jesus is Mashiach. He's coming back. He's gonna.
You know what you don't. You know what you don't get. The song.
Jesus is your Mashiach. Jesus is your Mashiach. Jesus is your Mashiach. He's Palestinian too. Jesus is Mashiach. Jesus is Mashiach. Jesus is Mashiach.
Stick your Palestine up your hole.
Jesus is
Stick your
Mashiach.
Palestine
Jesus.
up your hole. You can stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine up your hole. You can stick your Palestine up your hole. You can stick your Palestine up your hole. You can stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine up your hole. Oh, wait. Dumb cunts like this, they really think like anybody gives a fuck about this. America, God bless the United States, number one best country in the whole entire world. God bless you, people. You played the great song because it's retards. You know, he left because it was like the sentence of Christ was about to touch him. He couldn't, the devil, you know, playing games with him. And fuck Palestine. No such thing as a Palestine. Kusumkum. Sharmota kusum. Fuck you and your bullshit. And it's terrible. But Sierra, what's up? Beaver, good to see you, bro. Bro, we must not quit, bro. Beaver. That was fucking traumatic, bro. That was yeah, bro, I didn't even get to talk about that, bro. What the fuck? I didn't even log on for 5 days. I literally got surgery on my leg. I was like, what the fuck?
Why did you need surgery on your leg?
They fucked up one of the bones.
Universal healthcare gets you.
Yeah, it's not a money problem. It's like because They gotta fix the problems, and I had to go private. Universal healthcare is terrible. Yeah, you're gonna live, but like your leg is fucked. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, universal healthcare is fucked up. Yeah, you're gonna live, but one of the bones, like, your like tibia, like the end of your leg, Viva.
Tibia.
They didn't screw that in properly.
We're idiots.
Yeah, and then when I was putting weight on it, it fractured, and I was like in so much pain, so I had to go home. And I was like, yeah, I need private. I've both, public and private, but yeah. And then they sorted it out, so I've got like a leg brace on, but one of the bones was sticking into my like nerve endings. It's fucked. Yeah.
You should sue for malpractice.
I got to sue that hijabi first that actually broke my leg, drink driving, and then I'll deal with the other one after that. Yeah, it's fucked, bro. Yeah, because I'm 6'4". I think you know this. So it's like, I've been like putting pressure and weight on my leg, and it wasn't like, you could feel it's fucked, And then I went in for an MRI, and it was like, yeah, it's terrible.
Are you still growing?
Huh?
Are you still growing?
No, I'm not growing. It's just there, but it's sort of like the MRI checks everything out. It's better than the CT scan. And they kept me there for like the week, and then when I come back on Clubhouse, because it actually is pretty good, I get fucking clipped. And who do you think it was? That's some BS, man. Piss me the fuck off.
Tell me what happened. What app did you use?
Let me have a look. It was called
In the back,
SMS Verified. Did you hear me? Yeah, it was SMS Verified. That's the one. And I use a United Kingdom number.
Did you miss Bima?
Bima?
Did you miss her?
She did what?
Did you miss her in the last 5 days?
Fuck no. What the hell are you talking about?
You don't miss
That's a new problem.
Her cute voice and her jolliness?
No. My missus was looking after me. I think maybe Bima is your missus, I think you guys will do a much better job at that. She's always quirky around you. I think it's a better comparison. But no, I did not even think about her. My leg was fucked, so I was just sitting at home, bro. But why don't you do that, Viva? You guys get along very well. It's not that bad.
You could shove your Palestine up your hole. You can shove your Palestine up your hole. Rest. You can shove your Palestine up your hole. Rest.
You can shove your Palestine up your hole. Oh, wait. What's up, Sierra, darling? How you doing? Sierra, darling, I just here to look good looking, or what the deal? Oh, I see you left. Good to see you. No, but Beaver, why the hell did we get clipped?
I don't know.
You know? It's
Yeah, I don't know if it
fucking
was Rich.
coordinated.
Rich said he
I'm
clipped me.
getting,
I don't know.
I'm getting fucking suspicious, you know? I'm getting paranoid.
Rich said he did it, but I think he's lying.
Nah, Rich is fucking lying. There's no way he did it. He has too many accounts to even give a fuck.
No, I thought maybe it was your favorite people. But now I think it was just a system thing. I don't know.
So it was like, what? Hey, terrible? Pastor was supposed to talk to me? Fucking hell.
You don't like Ace?
Of course I don't like Ace. She's a terrible person.
I'm a friend.
Yeah, in some subjects, but she's horrible, you know?
Ace is cool. What's up, Peter?
I am inside the metro and I was not online for now. That's the reason I cannot speak very good right now. Sorry.
Oh, you're at the warehouse?
No, U-Bahn. U-Bahn is a metro subway.
Huh. Hey, Jake, what do you think about what Trump said about the Pope? Did it piss you off?
Yeah, it did.
So you're mad at Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I can't believe he said that he depicted himself as Jesus. That was so fucked up.
Yeah, it's one of the only times I'm like, yeah, you fucked up, bro. Like, don't do that. It's terrible. You know,
You don't even like the Pope.
The Pope is a woke fucking retard. And I didn't even like him. And I was in his side about that. Yeah, it's terrible. You know, the last real Pope was John Paul II. All these new popes are all terrible. They're just bad people.
What's up, BB?
You know, Beaver, I'm so salty, you know, for being clipped. I don't even know how to deal with it, you know. It's just terrible people. It's like, you can call me all sorts of names, but it's like mass reporting somebody. Bro, Beaver, I went to get my leg sorted. I wasn't even live for 5 days. You can attest to this. Not the people can too. I wasn't even Clubhouse. I log in and it's like, oh, your account is like suspended. I'm like, what the hell is this bullshit?
After the reason.
But why? Like, I don't understand this crap.
I guess we're evil people.
Yeah, that's it. Whatever were you talking to her that time when she did that? Or she became emotional like a liberal?
Who?
Baby.
I don't know, BB's. I don't know. I thought we were cool, but now I wonder. I think she's out to get me now.
What about the one with the American accent? What's her name? The one you said, like, I said she was a chubby one, and then she lost weight. Bima. Your missus.
Oh, yeah. I love Bima.
How is she?
She's good.
terrible thing. She would have missed you, bro. What the fuck?
We're getting married.
Yeah? At least let me pay for the open bar. I'm not even kidding, yeah. I know, marriage, I think it's a good thing. It makes you become a better man. It just does. Yeah, better things to look after, you know. It's not like you go home and you're like, oh, you know, the barbecue's like this, I know, like, oh, you know, it's terrible. You go home and you're like, oh, this is like, my baby's at home, you know.
Did you have a big wedding?
No, culturally big, but not like westernized. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but culturally, yeah, it's pretty good. And now we're trying. Hopefully, we have many, many babies. You know, it's I don't know. I don't think I'm firing blanks, but I'll see in a few months. You know.
Are you gonna name your first son A-Check?
No, I'm gonna call him Dao. D-A-U. After my granddad, because he was the best before he died. And then after that, if I get another one, then it's gonna be called a check, the second, or junior, whatever they want to call him, you know. It's the way it is, bro. But I want maybe 5 kids. I think it's the perfect amount. 4 or 5 kids, something like that. Yeah. 1 and 2 is terrible. You can work with it, but I want them to play like video games like I did growing up. I mean, I used to play Modern Warfare 2 with my brothers. We didn't even need fucking Wi-Fi, you know.
Peter, do you play video games?
Yes, I used to play with PS2. PS2 was my area of expertise. However, I played PS3 for a while. My main game was Revolution Soccer, but sometimes GTA, Taken, for example, Counter 1.9.
Did you play Crash Bandicoot?
No, but I played Matrix. You look like Matrix for you.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Which Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out? GTA 6.
November. It's coming out on International Men's Day. It's like, I think it's like November 11th or something like that. And all of a sudden, everybody's gonna take the day off sick. It's the same with me.
Are you going to the World Cup? Did you get World Cup tickets yet?
Yeah, 100%. I got the Australian ones. But it's, I don't want to bore you, but I'll probably tell you. They really fucked it up, you know? But the World Cup in the US is going to be unbelievable. I mean, Trump did say it's going to be the golden age of America.
Are you going with Chad Baxter?
Yeah, he's my brother. You know, I actually didn't realize when you said about Chad Baxter that, to become a Chad, it's like a cool thing. And he used to stay in my house, all the time. He's one of my best friends. So I live, obviously, you know where I live, but he's 20 minutes away from me. Yeah, but Chad Baxter, it's really my childhood best friend, bro.
Did you watch the 60 Minutes in Australia with the looks Mexican kid, Classic Puler, or whatever her name, like.
Nah, I didn't watch that bullshit. I didn't know that. But it turned out he's pretty short though. It's like 5'11".
Oh, you know
See
what
that?
I'm talking about?
But did you see his height when he got arrested in Florida? He's not even 6 foot, he's 5'11".
Yeah, but that's kind of tall.
What,
for you?
5'11"?
For you. Yeah, it's short in your culture.
No, fair enough. I'm 6'4", so I'm like, wow, okay.
Are there any 7-footers in your family?
No. There's one that's close, but he's about like 1 inch off from 7 foot. So I'm not gonna lie, but he's pretty close to it. Yeah. But why do they want people that tall? Like, even with my business, like, I was like, I didn't talk to you because you were tall. I was like, I just talked to you because you're great, you know? And it's like, most chicks are not even like 5'6", you know? So, like, why the hell do they want someone 6 foot at least? It's horrible. I don't understand this BS.
How tall's your missus?
5'11".
Oh, you're gonna have tall kids.
100%, yeah. I remember being that's a funny story. I did a chick that was like 5'9", and then there was that was like 5'4", and my mother was fucking pissed. I never seen her so angry, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's what happens. Yeah. And even my older brother, so he just was a kid, and my older brother is like 6'2". His missus is 5'9", but his son is already, he's like almost 3 years of age, and I can tell already he's gonna be taller than me. So it's just, you know, it's effective genes. That's the way it works.
How tall are you, Peter?
179 or 80, I'm not sure.
What, you're 5'11"?
179 centimeters. Our measure is like this. I don't know mention that bullshit. They are going to lose their insurance companies, period.
Yeah, 179 is 5'11", yeah. Sierra, how tall are you?
We have System International, but they don't comply with the international system. I'm not sure what to call this politely. How can we put this politely? Can you put it for me so I can learn?
Yeah, so you would have to take 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters.
No, if if I am talking with the System International, somebody comes to me and say that this is this, he should comply with the System International. If he uses inch, I need to correct him. He is not the correct person.
Well, just you sending me this. If you use inches, they'll know you're American 100%. But this the other one.
No, you can't do it. But I answered you diplomatically. You can do whatever you want. That is not a big deal. Being a terrorist is the biggest deal.
Fair enough. I'm sure you're not a terrorist, so it's a good thing.
Oh no,
AIPAC is a terrorist.
No, more lobbies.
AIPAC is definitely a terrorist. He's an IDF terrorist.
What are you even talking about, bro?
Hey, check some moderator now. You better be careful.
It means nothing to me.
I never,
It means nothing.
I've never asked to be bought ever in my entire life. Wallahi. As you say, Yokosunko language. And also.
I don't speak that. I'm an American. I speak English.
You speak the English? I speak English too. Why do you call me a terrorist? Why do you call me a terrorist, yo?
Because you like IDF.
I love the IDF.
You're a terrorist. You're IDF or terrorist.
I'm actually surprised that any building is standing in Gaza. As they call it. The IDF are doing the world a favor. Getting rid of terrorism in Lebanon, as you terrorists want to call Lebanon, by the way.
Where are you originally from?
And wait. Gaza.
What?
Gaza, I don't even understand why any building is even standing in Gaza. The IDF has done a terrible job with that. They have to get rid of the whole thing.
So just decimate all of Gaza.
Yes.
Of course, you fucking devil. You think that? Why do you
get so upset when I'm telling you the truth? You terrorism.
Where are you from?
What the hell are you talking about?
Where are you from?
You jihadists flew 2 planes into the wait.
I'm a Christian.
Wait. I know you're American. Blah blah blah. I understand this. The jihadists flew 2 fucking planes. Wait. They flew 2 fucking planes into 9/11. Do you really not give a fuck at what the IDF is doing? Yo, really?
What? 9/11? What are you talking about?
Why is the IDF a terrorist organization, yo?
Because they fucking kill children.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Shut up. You know they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, you're talking about 9/11. Fucking
no, they don't.
You would get free. If you come to America now, you can't even make it through boarding without getting. You have to check your luggage twice.
Yeah, I would.
You would make sure. They would check your luggage 3 times.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. You were the thing. You were the thing. The IDF is a great army. And they're winning.
It's the devil's army.
They're winning.
What are winning? Yeah.
They're winning. They're killing all the enemies. What are you gonna do about it?
Children are your enemy?
No.
Children are your
enemy. My children.
Yeah.
You're talking about the people.
Are children your enemy?
Bro, you're low-blowing everything.
Are children your
No, bro.
Enemy?
It's got nothing.
You fucking
coward. It's not, bro.
You are a fucking coward.
What the fuck?
Because
you put rockets and you put missiles in fucking hospitals, schools.
No, that's an excuse to bomb or
and everything else like that. And you're gonna say that you're like, the idea for
That
our
is your
church
excuse
children.
to bomb a house.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
That is your
You know,
excuse.
no.
Yeah,
You know the first thing you guys
you have
do?
the nerve to
You know the first thing.
Who do you pray to?
Shut up.
Who do you
No,
pray to?
bro.
at the shooting of
You're the
Bible?
thing. You're the bro. You know what? Thank God for the IDF.
Of course.
Thank God.
Which God? Which God?
Because
Which God?
you know
Which God are you thanking for IDF?
you know why you're so buttered?
Which God are you thanking?
Shut the hell up.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
tell you.
Stupid.
I'll tell you. You know, thank God. You know what the problem is? That it's the first time finally in 2,000 years that the Jews are actually shooting back. Thank God for the IDF.
Who are shooting back now?
Shut the hell up.
The Jewish people were kicked out of 109 countries.
No.
They were kicked out of 109 countries.
You want to have a conversation? Oh, you want to talk shit?
Accepted them in
Bro, do you want to have a conversation? You want to talk shit?
I'm speaking the truth.
Do you want to have a conversation or you want to talk? Bro, if you really want to talk shit, I can talk shit all day long. You want to have a conversation? You want to talk shit?
What's history, man?
Shut the hell up for a second. If you want to have a real conversation, have a real conversation.
Okay,
Go ahead. I can talk shit all day long.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
The state of Israel, thank God it exists. Because the last time it didn't exist, they were like, oh, you know, the Holocaust happened. Before that, the pogroms happened. Before that, you know, in Spain, they have like a ritual every single year that they celebrate them kicking out the Jews in the whole country, and they drink sangria. Sangria is wine, by the way. If you're a Muslim, maybe you don't know this.
I'm not. I know what.
And they drink it, and they drink this to the expulsion of the Jews. I am so thankful. Finally, after more than 2,000 years, the Jews can finally shoot back. And with your whole Palestine bullshit.
Wait, hold on. That was Spaniards who did that?
Yeah.
So you sue Palestinians because Spaniards drank to your death?
What are you talking
Think
about?
about what you fucking just said. You
I
drank.
said.
They drank to your death. Spaniards did. The Germans who killed you, right? Who exiled you from their country, but yet you killed Palestinians because of what the other people did.
What is a
Why are you exacting revenge on the people who accepted you, motherfuckers?
I'm asking you a question. That's fake news. But what is a Palestinian?
Well, a Palestinian is a person who Palestine existed prior to 1945.
When?
Before Bibi Netanyahu, who's actually
No. Wait, don't get upset.
You're from you're Europeans, man.
Wait. Don't get upset.
Man, you're not.
Wait, my brother, can we please speak like men? And I didn't cut you off. That was not me. Let's speak like men. When was the Palestinian state established?
God, how many centuries?
Tell me when.
I don't know the exact time in terms of when
All I know is that Andrew, shut the fuck up. You told us many times. Wait. Shut the hell up, Andrew. You had so many. This guy Andrew had so many times to talk to me. Adam Kusukum Sharmota Kusum.
Sharmota's crazy.
It's terrible, you know? Me and you, we're trying to get an understanding.
Yeah.
But this guy just comes up here like this, talk shit. You want to talk shit? I can talk shit too. I can talk shit for centuries. Yeah. This guy just talk shit. But I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
When was the Palestinian state ever established?
I'll be honest, I don't know the exact time, but I know Palestine existed for centuries.
When?
And I know that the Jews said that the land was promised to them. Which makes sense. Because
let's not get into the Bible.
What I'm saying is that you want to know the history. Well, that's just the history.
Wait, If you want to get into the Bible, we can get into
Well,
the Bible.
all I know is when America annexed Palestine and said, here, all the Jewish people come here.
America never annexed Palestine.
They did.
When?
The Palestinians were there. They fucking offered There are Jewish people there.
No. In 1940, in the partition,
and that's the problem with a lot of people.
But do you ever tell you?
They would take Europeans for their word. This is what essentially happens. I'm gonna fuck you over, take over your land, screw you over, and tell you that now this is where I exist. This is my home now. You are the invader where I came in 1945 to. You are now
but the thing is, like, you will. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you know the first country to recognize and the second country to recognize the state of Israel's independence?
The first?
You don't use the first.
Second. Wait, Peter, enough. Who's the first country and the second country to recognize the independence of the state of Israel?
It had to be the UK because they were the one who annexed.
No,
a portion of the country.
The UK.
The UK essentially said, "Hey, this is where we're going to put you guys, right?"
No.
Even history said that the Jewish people were kicked out of 109.
No. Let me tell you something. The UK. No, I'm trying to tell you something. Maybe you don't know this. The UK abstained from the vote. The UK abstained from the vote.
They were the people who annexed the country who said, "Hey, this is where we're gonna." And they said that, right? Because if you look at the map in 1942, right? I looked at the map.
No, it's on
in 1942. The map said Palestine. It didn't say Israel. In 1942, not even 3 years later, right? In 1945, that it said,
okay,
this is why, because what happened for you.
You know what?
Because what the Germans did to you, we're gonna take you to.
No, I'm gonna entertain your thought. So in 1942, the map said Palestine.
Yes,
correct.
It did.
Okay, so in
fact, there were Palestinian diplomats who were traveling.
Wait.
There were Palestinian diplomats.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. We get all that. So in 1942, the map said Palestine, and you are putting that on the Arab Palestinians.
Well, I mean, I'm put on the people who inhabited Palestine, whether they happen to be Arab or whoever, but they happen to be Arab. I'm not an advocate. I'm not, bro.
So all of them Arab and Jewish, or just Arab?
No, well, at that time it was just Arab. But
okay.
Yeah, it was because if you
okay.
At that time, right?
So
it's the Middle East. I mean, all the seas got right.
No.
The Middle East was. It's Arabs.
No, it's okay. So in 1942, in 1942 until 1948. So in 1947, when they partitioned, they said an Arab state and a Jewish state. Do you want to know which country declared themselves as the Arab state, yo?
You said what?
In 1948, do you want to know which country declared themselves as the Arab state?
Palestine?
No. It was Jordan.
Well, of course.
Jordan. And do you want to know what the rest of the country went to?
You hear me? Because, listen.
Wait. You said to be respectful.
Yeah.
It was Jordan. There was no Palestinian state. So from 1948, right, the West Bank, as you call it, the West Bank of the Jordan River, by the way. So from 1948 until 1967, why didn't they declare a Palestinian state with Jerusalem as the capital?
Well, because they were being slaughtered. But even more than that, right? Even more than
Wait.
1980, bro, right? When
no, I'm not talking about 1980. I'm talking about No,
Israel state.
You said no.
How was it declared
until 1967, Jordan controlled the West Bank and Jerusalem in total. Why the hell didn't they declare that a Palestinian state?
No, they did. They did.
No, they.
Yes,
when?
they did. You wanted to take over. Israel wanted to take over Jordan.
No. When?
Yes, they did. They wanted to take over West Bank, right? Israel had their own. They weren't in Gaza. Israelis were not in Gaza, right? They were in Jerusalem, right? They wanted to move up settlers, and the settlers kept on going up and said, fuck that. You know, we don't want to just stay here. We want this land as well. We're going to move up to Gaza, right?
Why can't people
continue our
understand why don't?
That's what I'm saying. And the thing is this, though, right? I remember. Because
I actually think you're out of your depth. In terms of what? Because I just asked you.
No, listen, you're an IDF. You like ADF, right?
No.
Are you a supporter of IDF?
100%.
Okay, then. I'm out of my depth. Who the fuck? You support
you're out of your depth because I just asked you.
You support people who kill children, regardless of what I
kill children. The Islamists don't kill children. You want to know why you guys say this? Because you can't have a real argument. You can't have a real argument because you know why? Because you're gonna lose.
You're gonna exist, brother.
No, bro. The reason why you guys talk like this is because you're gonna lose. I just asked you a simple question. I asked
people were kicked out of 109 countries, man.
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. I asked you a simple question. You don't know what you're doing.
Well, I'm just being
out of your depth.
Now listen, you know who Ethiopia Jews?
1948.
I'm from. I know Ethiopian Jews, man. You guys treat Ethiopian Jews like
you realize why you're talking like this?
You treat even, you know. Let me tell you this, bro. What I've learned is this: there's going to be an implosion within it.
Shut the fuck up. Have you noticed every time they lose all wars because they're inbred and they're like, let me tell you something, there's going to be an implosion of Islam. Israel defeated 6 Arab armies in 1948, in 1956, in 1967, in 1972, in 1978, in 1982, in 1988, in 1992, in 1995, in 2001, 2003, 2007, 2014, 2018, 2021, and 2023 with Gaza that's going on at the moment, and they're defeating them right now with the help of the United States Armed Forces in 2026. And these Kosumko sons of bitches want to be like, oh, we're winning. Horrible. Matt, are you listening to this guy? And he doesn't want to even come back up. Fuck this bullshit. What the hell am I dealing with this? Matt, are you awake or just doing like a horrible person? Matt, are we done? What's up, Nick Computer? you guys all asleep?
I think that you go to sleep and I got out of the train. So thank you for your time and the space that I was allowed in. Thank you. So bye for now.
Once they build a business, guess what? That money is not circulating through the black community. It comes from their pocket and it goes back home.
But there's so many grants. You know how many grants are from minority-owned business? There's so many grants.
You're not listening.
Startup grants.
We have to share. We have to share something that was supposed to be for us with another group that's not supporting us. We shouldn't have to share none of our research with one that's not supporting our community.
What about the Indians and Arabs?
No different. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. The Indian man is no different than the Arab man. It's no different than a white man. Ain't none of these motherfuckers on our side. Exactly. But you try to make it seem like because they black, that they automatically on our side.
They're not. I never said they
So
were.
if they not on our side, then what the fuck you? Why I can't have smoke for a nigga that look like me? I would expect you to support me. A white nigga, I'm not going to expect a white nigga to support me. I'm not going to expect no Arab to support me. But if I'm thinking you my brother and shit, and I want to tap in culturally, like, what's up, my brother? Oh, I'm not black, I'm Igbo. When you at the job with them and shit, they want to kiss the white man.
Yeah, that's Nigerian.
They want to get you fired so they can get their cousin hired.
That's Nigerian.
I'm done talking to you, yo. It's going to matter.
Okay, so now, excuse me. So now that I heard all that, I was just gonna speak to the point with Yo and Tommy, but since that's past, and now when I heard, yo, so it's like you got a point to where you don't understand, like you is trying to argue for other shit. So it don't make you mad. Like if you was outside and your cousin up here siding with somebody that you know you depending they ass, but they taking up for somebody else over you, you wouldn't feel no type of way either. Like what are you talking about, yo? You is kind of tripping. Are you black? First off, you must be African. You got an African mama or daddy. Cause you is going hard for other shit. And I'm trying to see why.
I'm black as hell. And I identify. But what am I doing? What? I just don't hate people that's black too. Y'all gotta twist it. Like, y'all think that they like all this shit going on in this world. I'm gonna look at somebody else as black. Cool. That's why I get it. People talk shit. I don't. And it's always the same people. It's either a Nigerian or Ghanaian going arguing with FBA. It's them two going at it. Is what I'm saying. Other regular black folks is going to work, going home, taking care of it. They're not worried about that shit. They just saying. And what I'm saying is this. It's a fact.
Can I go? Can I go?
Look at Arabs open up businesses.
I'm letting Mella and Yo have a question.
Yeah. Mella, let me ask you this. When a business open up, right, and it's a furniture store, and it's the Arab who's going to send money back to Ukraine, to Iraq or Iran, you know what I'm saying? Do people have the same smoke? Like, people come about, that's my Habibi, that's my brother, that's my Habibi. I fuck with him.
Yeah, you missing about what we talking about as far as black people. Like, the whole conversation started off as Africans versus black American people.
Ain't no verses.
It is though, kind of. Like, what you talking?
I ain't got no smoke for
you. How many Africans you know? You got an African girl friend.
Let me go.
And patience. I'm gonna get him.
Like Mella,
you got 10 seconds to respond to her.
Yeah. So do I know Africa? I do. I know other people too, though.
Yeah,
I know other people too. Yeah, because they don't say they hate people. They go to work, they go home, they take care of their shit.
That's what's up, brother.
That's what I'm saying.
And all we saying is when this shit hit the fan, they're going to save themselves. They're not going to be out there.
You think they're going to be the only one? We already got yours.
They're not going to risk their freedom in America to go back to Africa to defend you.
We all we got.
But guess what's going to happen with us? If we saw an African being treated unfairly, you will see us step and crush shit off the blackness, because we the only real proud African people in the world. It's us. We the ones that see black as being a brand that we need to be connected to globally. Nobody else have that mentality but us, and that's the reason why we so fucked up. All these Pan-African leaders, they stem from America, trying to reach an olive branch to the people that don't give a fuck about us. Go ahead, Tommy.
No, and I'm gonna, and
I'm gonna change my thing where I wanted to say to talk to him, but now I want to talk to you, King. You're absolutely right. Because if there was an African guy beat up by the police, black men that are not from Africa, that born in America, would step up for him. But if we got beat up, the African dudes wouldn't step up for us. So I need to make that point for him. He don't understand that.
I didn't know that though, but I've had Africans that I've had white boys who talk shit behind my back at work, bro. And I've had the African dude who's a supervisor tell me that shit. You understand this shit?
What I'm saying is, hold on, God. If you're African or if somebody's African and the white police beat up an African, the African Americans will step up and challenge the police for beating them up. But if we got beat up, the people that was born in Africa that came to America wouldn't step up for us. That's a fact.
I just don't believe that. I don't know that to be. You can't say that's fact because you haven't experienced that. You haven't.
I'll tell you what we have experienced. My sisters that like to go get their hair braided and shit. The disrespect from those women pulling their hair follicles so damn tight, leading to all type of alopecia, trying to water down products, even taking the hair that they bought and recycling that shit. Stealing their fucking hair that they purchased. Being upcharged, disrespected. And there's so many black women told me they done had that experience. And even my blood sister went to Jamaica. She was trying to feel like she was going to reunite with her people. Empowering herself. She was so excited. She said, bro, I'm going back to the motherland. I said, man, get your crazy ass out. She said, you should come with me. I said, nah, I'm working. I got shit going on. She said, all right, brother, next time. When she came out there, and she was so excited, and she was showing love, you know, she dripped out. She looking like money. My sister fine shit, right? She got on her jewelry and all that. She dressed fly as shit. Them bitches treated her with so much vitriol and disrespect. She said, bro, she on the phone crying to me like, bro, why? I thought we was united. I thought we was people. Like, these women out here treat me so bad. I'm embracing them. I'm being respectful. I'm showing up. They won't even look at me. They won't even talk to me. They won't even take my order and service me, and I'm in their establishment. I gotta have men order my food. And it was a dude that had to chaperone her to make sure she was good out there, and she felt so much hatred from those Jamaican women. And that ain't the only person I ever heard that experienced that went to Jamaica, went to Africa, and had these experiences, yo.
I just feel when they go to the nail salon, when the Chinese women be talking shit about them.
You see how your brain works?
I'm saying,
Yo, two wrongs don't make
I'm not
right.
telling you, I don't know.
You say, so since you accept
but that's her experience.
So hold on a second, but you trying to invalidate that because you said you ain't experienced.
Yep.
This is my blood sister. Whenever she felt, you just imagine your sister calling you hysterical, crying, scared in Jamaica and shit because she don't know what the fuck is going on. She thinks she going out there because you know my sister ain't the type of person that's going to just stay on a resort. She going to go to the locals. She going to tap in.
And I
you know what I'm saying? So by her trying to go to the locals, tap in, she was rejected. But the man was trying to fuck on her. The man was trying to, and those women had so much hatred towards my sister, it traumatized her. And I felt that energy when she called my phone, crying and hysterical and shit. I'll never forget that shit.
Yeah, that's sad.
And that ain't the only time that I ever heard a black woman embracing African women and they been treated like shit. So what you said is, well, if you get disrespected by Chinese people, you should take disrespect by black people. What type of dumbass shit is that?
That's not what I meant. It came out wrong. And clearly because nobody should be disrespected, especially from where you're from. But unfortunately, there's this mentality. This colonized mentality.
Rich. Were these people in these villages in Africa?
In villages?
Yes. in these communities in Africa, brother, they see us as being celebrities. They see us as wealthy. They're going to charge us 10 times more of whatever. We may want to buy a souvenir. It may cost.
You think it's just you? It's Americans in general, bro.
Right. So why
not just black,
if
it's
they treat us
Americans.
all the same, like Americans in general, why the fuck are you pro-African?
Because they are.
Think about what you just said, bro.
I can go to China.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm gonna say it one more time and slow it down, bro. If you said they're gonna treat every American in opposition, why your American ass embracing that fuck shit? Because if you would think of anything, they would upcharge the white tourists and give us a motherfucking break and say, you know what, my brother? Hey, I'm trying to build with you. I appreciate you support my establishment and give me a fair price. But if you treat me just like you treat a white man, why the fuck I can't look at both of y'all like y'all my fucking enemy?
I mean, that sounds good, but you're going to a third world country, you said, right? And what they essentially do is they're going to charge you the same as they will charge a local. They're not. Been in taxi cabs, and I know. Because I know the going rate. And I know I got overcharged. But when I look at the dollar amount, I don't trip at times. I said, okay, that's fine, you know. I'm in, you know, I'm in a third world country. And the next guy
show you that they don't respect you. They try to finesse.
They don't respect Americans. They don't respect people outside of their
So
country.
why are you booty clapping for people that don't respect you?
I'm not talking about thing is this. It happens in it's not just a black country or a continent that he's talking about. If you go to Puerto Rico, if you go to Venezuela, if you go to Germany, if you go to Iran, if you go to Argentina, right, where it's even worse, like you gotta go outside these places to understand how much better you're gonna have it in Jamaica than you will in Argentina.
Let me ask you.
I guarantee you that.
If you ever been to like a swap-a-rama where you can sell your own goods?
Like a thrift, like a flea market.
Yeah. Okay. If an African come to buy a product, are we gonna overcharge them, or we gonna give them the same price of what we listing the product for? What we gonna do, yo?
You said, say that again?
If they come to patronize our little setup at a thrift store, our setup at a swap-a-rama, flea market, when we see an African, are we gonna overcharge them, or we gonna give them the same price that we gonna give it to another black motherfucker, whether they African or not?
No, but
what are we gonna do?
No, and when you go to the market, a farmer's market, you get charged the same price everywhere. I'm not saying there aren't people.
No, I'm
But you go to flea markets, you've been to a flea market where you see Africans sell shit.
You not being.
I used to buy my bootleg DVDs from Africa.
Listen to me.
I used to buy bootleg DVDs.
As a matter of fact, I'm not even gonna talk to you. Hold on. I'm gonna talk to Taj. What's up, little baby? You there? Taj? No Taj? What about January? No January?
No, I'm here.
What's up, big head? How you doing?
How you doing?
Chilling. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
I'm listening.
I want your opinion, right?
Yes, sir.
You ever been to a flea market?
Of course.
Okay. If you see a black person selling their products in a flea market, do you think they're going to hike up the price when they see an African come to purchase whatever they selling? Or they going to sell it at the same price that they're selling to me and you?
They going to sell at the same price, if not more, going to give a discount.
Hold on a second. I want to let that marinate for a second, yo. Let me give you a mic drop for that. Because this is he keeps saying, well, that's just how we get treated all across the world. But we get treated other people. You just said if you go to Iran. You just said if you go to Singapore.
Where have you been, bro? Where have y'all traveled?
Listen to me, hold on, Taj. I'm going to get it back to you. I'm just trying to get your attention to prove a point.
Have y'all traveled?
Listen, brother. You just said, and I got witnesses, that is the way the world works. When you go across abroad, everybody gonna upcharge you. because you said it's a third world country. When they come here, we giving them a discount. When we go there, we're being upcharged. And you accepting that disrespect, how can I respect you as a man? You see what I'm saying? They trying to finesse.
No, what I'm saying. How do I know I'm being finessed?
You just said you knew you was being finessed with the
When I go to a corner market, and they charge me the same shit and it's cheap and I'm using that currency, it is. The time I always knew when I was in a cab and he quoted me a price. That shit was overcharged. I said, bro, why are you taxing us this shit? That was the only time, because they saw us and they knew that we was not from there and they thought they could. But in reality, you know what I'm saying? The money and how that shit translate, that shit was nothing. It was pennies on the dollar. It was pennies.
Tell me one I can call. Yo, King, tell me one I can.
It was nothing.
You talk after Taj go. Taj waiting to speak. Taj, I'm going to yield to you. Come on and get up in there.
Look, I've been listening to y'all, and the fact remains there is nobody on the planet Earth that is more accepting than black people to Africans. Okay? Because we recognize two things. We recognize that you may not be black, but we recognize that white people look at you as black. Right? And that's the outcome of America. And we recognize that. So because of that, we see the similarities. Y'all, for whatever reason, seem to separate yourselves. And I guess you should, because we are separate, whatever. But I think there is a lot more acceptance that comes from black people to your community than Africans to black communities. And I think that is a fact. I think it's been proven. I think that is a very prominent idea of how Africans look at black people, you know, or FBA people for whatever reason, which is crazy. Which is absolutely nuts, because one of us has been here. One of us is the reason why in your country they act the way that they act. They try to emulate things, right? And that goes for the rest of the world. So it's like, it's a slap on the face when someone says, oh no, that's not true. No, it is true. You can't deny that. You're denying something that's not true. It's so evident in everything that we see. It's evident in African culture from the influence that black FBA people have on Africans in the entire world. You can't deny that. What are you arguing against? Anybody else? Anybody else would throw you away. But there's one group of people that accepts you, right? That buys your food, that goes to your places of business. That's us. And you got the nerve to look at us like we don't do our what? Please.
Not only that, to accept you to live amongst us in our community. When have you heard about black people chasing African people out their community? Doing any type of hate crime?
Never.
Yes, you gotta understand. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. Back when
not only that,
African
we don't tell our sisters.
Bro, y'all was beating up Africans.
We don't tell our sisters not to date an African man. We see our sister. Yo, whatever type of trauma you dealing with, because you was called an African booty scratcher, I ain't got nothing to deal with that, bro. We play something called the Dirty Dozens. We talk shit about each other. If you black as hell, we gonna crack jokes about you being black as hell. If you light as hell, we gonna talk shit about you being light as hell. If you fat as hell, we gonna talk. I got you, Tommy. Please.
Nobody is safe, King. Nobody is safe.
We gonna talk shit about each other.
That's black culture. We gonna
that's
talk
what I'm saying.
about
They want to assimilate to the culture.
And they think they special.
Exactly. You not exactly. Everybody go get this fucking work. We go talk shit about ourselves and talk shit about your ass. That's like a rites of passage, if you will. We accepted you in by including you how we treat each other.
But they,
so you keep talking about
what they do.
Taj, he keep talking about they calling you African boy. Oh, so what?
No, but
so
what they make themselves into.
Ain't that crazy how that don't mean shit?
They play
Ain't
on
that crazy? You
white.
can ignore that.
Hold on. They play on
You
the
say
white.
you eat zebras and tigers and lions?
Hold on. Wait a minute, sir. Give me 1 second. Africans tend to play on the white victimhood, right? Because they feel like they should tether to the whiteness of America, which is dumb as fuck. But what you do is you tether to the victimhood of whiteness, and you feel like people are attacking you. When in reality, there is nowhere else that you will be ever more accepted than in the black community. Sorry. Let's wake it up.
Listen, nobody's debating that. But when they move to
you can't dominate my room.
I'm not dominating, but that's true, bro.
You are, bro.
She was talking to me.
It don't matter. You don't have to respond.
Why?
Because it's other guests that I want to greet in the room.
Have you ever told somebody to eat a tiger?
You two said.
Can I go real quick? I just want to go real quick. King, can I go real quick?
Go ahead, Tom.
All I want to say is this. Yo, it's mad examples of it. We have a lesson in it. And I know y'all not down with what we down with. Cool. But what I'm saying is, yo, they act like they better than us. When Africans, it doesn't even matter what country they from the continent. They act like they better than us because they think that we were descendants. They think that we did. It's true though. So we are the descendants of the enslaved Africans that got sent to America that went through slavery, and then they come over to America because Africa ain't that good. But why does that make them think that they better than us? Yo, black people get treated deadly in this country. You know what I mean? By the government, by the police, by everybody.
Tommy, you loud as hell, man.
I'm just saying, bro. I don't like it. Yo, King is from Chicago. I'm from New Jersey. I would never go to Chicago and think that Chicago niggas is lesser than me. And I don't expect a nigga from Chicago or a brother from Chicago to think that the brother from New Jersey is lesser than him. We all on the same plane. But Africans act like they don't even want to deal with us. That's a fact about Africans that come to America. But then the whole question is, why did you come to America? If we're so whack, if our style is so whack, and we the descendants of the slaves, why do you come from Africa to America? I don't understand that.
All right, to be the voice of reason, I apologize to you African brothers, man. I said some foul ass shit to y'all in high school and middle school. Like, it wasn't fair what they went through, bro. I'm just being honest, gang. Yeah, we cut ass amongst each other, but we said some foul, egregious shit.
My bad.
Yeah, but why? Why would you say foul shit to us?
But why would you say foul shit to them and not us? That don't make no goddamn sense, Tommy.
We were born where we were born. We were born where we were born. And you were born where you was born. If you was born in Ghana, or you was born in Nigeria, or you was born in Sudan, cool. We was born in New Jersey. He was born in Chicago. What's the problem that y'all have with us?
I'm born in Ohio, bro.
but you taking the African side.
I just don't hate Africans like I do. That's the difference. I don't see them as my enemy like you do. I just don't. I remember talking.
They're not my enemy. First of all, I grew up in this country. Ain't no African nigga could be my enemy. You ain't even from here. No, it can't be. It can't be. Because if I wanted to get it popping on the check, no, listen. If I wanted to get it popping on an African nigga, we just get it popping. He won't even know where he at. We don't do that to the brothers. But y'all think y'all better than us because y'all come from a stock that didn't go through slavery. That's Buster shit. So if we wanted to set it on, no, listen, hold on, God. If we wanted to set it on one of you African niggas, we could in any city. But we don't even do that because we don't look at y'all as enemies.
But you're wrong. They were absolutely settled into slavery. What are you talking about? That's not true. They are literally the repercussion of slavery.
I don't like that. I don't like the way they act when they come over to America. Why are you coming to America and you don't like us?
Because it's called brainwash,
I think
right?
you gotta have more smoke for the people on every corner store on every block. I just need to see it, man.
No, it's not.
You just need to have more smoke for the Arabs on every corner store, every grocery store, every furniture store, every car lot, every black. They monopolize the black neighborhood.
No, it's
how many people have they employed? How many black people have they employed? How many, Tosh? How many have they employed? How many Arabs have employed black people? How many, when you go to a grocery store, how many people look like you when they count up the register?
Sir, that wasn't the question.
How many?
That was not the question.
I know. You want to talk about Africans, that's fine.
No? Okay,
I'm being honest. How many?
Hold on. Because that was not the point that he was making. The point that he was making is that there was a connection between blackness and being in Africa, right? And what I'm saying is there is absolutely a connection from whiteness, right? There's a connection in whiteness as far as in Africa today that allows them to feel superior. That comes from racism. That comes from so many different things. It doesn't come from black people. Black people didn't institutionalize that. Because when you get here, nobody else supports you more than us. That's a fact. But
they still want to come here. Why do you still want to come here?
Of course they do. Because they see whiteness and they see something of it.
You think they need your support, Todd? If they come here and they make it their own way, why do they need your support?
They see whiteness.
If niggas, if you said,
hold up. I'm speaking. Hold up, guys. Hold up, guys. We're going 10 minutes.
And that makes them feel like they are living the American dream. The circumference to whiteness makes them feel like they are succeeding. And that is a false narrative. And we know that because we're black.
The whole thing about it is, y'all foreigners. And if we chose to get it over we can get it really over
That's why we don't.
Can't use him. He's too loud, bro.
Man, shut up that weak ass fucking mic, man. Yo, fucking.
If we wanted to get it on with y'all, we can get it on with y'all.
Shut your mic up, man.
Man, Quincy, you can talk
Moderators.
Troy, you can't get into the gas like that, though, Troy. You got to be more polite.
I gotta chill. I'm trying.
I hear you, Dave. You can command the stage being more respectful.
I'm getting to it. Y'all got to chill out, man. Y'all got some reverb coming back on your mics, Tommy. You got some reverb coming back on your mic, yo. So it sounds muffled as well. Y'all pull back away from your mic a little bit or work on that. It'll sound a little bit better. But let's just get a little bit the bottom.
Tommy, mute up.
nigga. I'm from where you from, nigga. I'm from Akron, nigga.
Akron?
Yeah, nigga, Ohio.
Akron, Ohio?
Nah, Yo was from Ohio. Tommy from Jersey.
Oh, my bad. Well, y'all both talking.
I don't even know these. You see how weird this is? I don't even know where these dudes are from, and they know where I'm from.
Okay, well, it's probably your accent, bro.
Yeah, we don't care where you're from.
You got an accent. You got a Jersey accent.
All right.
Hold up.
Be safe and stay in Ohio.
I asked that there was a question asked, and I want to answer, so it quits going back and forth. Why are they coming here? I think it was you, Tommy. Why are they coming here? Bottom line is the same reason why we running over there. Currency ratio. To get finally fucking rich. They coming over there. Hold on.
Y'all running over there?
Hold on. A lot of people, the export, there's a lot of expat going on right now.
Yo, I'm 5%. I don't run nowhere. I stay in America. I'm 5% from Jersey City.
Okay.
5%. Nation of Gods and Herbs. I'm not running over there. What are y'all talking about?
Who the hell is you?
People that y'all talking about?
Who the hell is you to ask somebody why they coming to a place to make a better life? Who the fuck is you?
I'm asking a question. Why are y'all running to Africa? That's a question. I'm a black man in America.
It's a mineral-rich country. You can walk in the fucking river, pull up the dirt, and have fucking gold in your hand.
Well, go and run over there, nigga. Go and run over there. You sound better over there.
Who you talking to, man? You asked the question. I'm keeping it general. You the one that's keeping it individual, talking about.
Y'all niggas is running over there. You're not even over there. You niggas are not even over there. You're talking about you're gonna run over there.
Put your 90 seconds.
You're not even over there, and you're talking about you're gonna run over there. You don't even got the resources to get over there.
Who you talking to?
That's stupid.
Who you
I'm talking to you.
Go.
I'm talking to you.
You don't know me, Tommy. You don't know me, Tommy.
See, everybody sees your fake shit. You gonna run over there, but you don't even got the money to get over there.
Tommy, who are you talking to, man? I travel, man. I'm a traveling man, Tommy.
Oh my God, the sovereign citizen. The sovereign citizen Morris Swift.
Why are you so upset?
We heard about two niggas when I was 12.
Why are you so upset, bro? Why are you so upset?
Go over there and start talking about going over there. You're not even over there.
I'm asking you.
Are you over there?
Check it out, y'all.
Let me ask you a question. Are you over there?
Tommy, decompress for a second.
No, they rolling, King. I don't know God warning me, but they rolling.
Well, that's cool. We got a new topic. I want to introduce the topic. Mella, she wanted to speak to it. Mella, you there?
Yeah.
All right, come on, give us your submission. Anybody else that want to go out to Mella, y'all got 90 seconds to the new topic. If you want to respond, it's a 30-second rebuttal. No back and forth. Go ahead, Mella.
Okay, yes. So the topic is, dysphoria roll call. Do non-black people think that black people don't have their own culture? And hell yeah, we do. We seen that in the internet where the young boy, Hassanet, talk shit about black culture, but yet he's a part of it, benefiting from it, dressed like black people, talk like black people, doing everything. I don't see him doing no Haitian or wherever the fuck he from, no Jamaican dances. He don't do none of that shit. He doing everything from New York City where black people creating shit. So hell yeah, I think that people that's overseas or whatever, they try to talk shit about black people born in slavery. However, they emulate and try to do everything we do, sell drugs, everything. Everything. They try to do everything black people do. Because guess what? We over here trying to survive. Because we are products of slavery. But for them, it's like, cool. They say nigga. You got Hispanic people saying nigga. You got everybody saying nigga. Like, it's just crazy. So, of course, they think we don't have no culture. But everything that I named is basically black culture. Black people got hella culture, and yeah, overseas shit, they just be imitate shit. See, they could cross over. They could go like when they in the house with they people, they could talk their language, have their accent, all that type of shit. But when they go outside in the real world, they can switch. They'll switch that shit up and pretend like they something that they're fucking not.
Hey yo, y'all be cool, man. I'm a preach out. Yo, King, you be cool. All the females be cool. Them buster ass niggas, you got busters in your room, King. But it's cool.
Tommy, I thought you was a 5%er, God. That's how y'all speak?
You supposed to like ask mama.
Yeah, I'm a 5%er.
So why you speak like that, bro? 5% is supposed to have supreme knowledge and ultimate respect for others.
95% asshole, 5%.
Who are you? Are you a 5%er?
No, but I'm a son of the Masons.
Where you from?
I'm the son of the Masons.
I was about to sign off, but where you from?
Tommy, we had this conversation yesterday. Tommy would like.
So why do you want to have this conversation today if we had it yesterday?
Because you speak very ignorantly for a 5%er, God.
You don't know no 5%ers. What 5%ers do you know?
He heard that. Tommy heard that on the Wu-Tang album.
What 5%ers do you know? No, I'm asking you a question. That's a question.
For me, yeah.
That's a question.
Both of them goofy.
Tommy,
I was about to sign off, but we want to talk.
Uplift your people. Tommy, you just said you was giving crackheads $1 to buy beer yesterday.
Who are you? What nation are you? Alright, I'm from the 5% nation of God the earth. What nation you from?
I'm from the other 95%.
Man, he don't even care.
Just uplift your people.
No, I was signing off, bro.
Have a nice morning.
You want to have a conversation when I was signing off? You want to have a conversation when I was signing off?
I'm just saying, instead of tearing each other down, let's
Before you go.
relax, Mella, relax, please. When two men is like having conversations, your father never taught you that. When two men is having conversations, just be cool, man. Be cool, Mella.
Alright, where you from, bro? Where you from?
You need to be cool.
What nation you from, bro?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Get to the motherfucking topic.
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
I'm asking
Tommy,
you,
listen.
what nation you from? What nation are you from, dog?
Tommy, uplift your people. That's all I'm trying to say, brother. Uplift your people. You ain't got to tear each other down, gang.
So you're not from a nation?
That's like a man. Instead of you punching his ass in the face, your ass.
Hey y'all. Anybody else want to get back on?
I was just about your king. I was just about to leave. He interjected the question.
He co-signed with the
Where are you from?
Mella, you probably ugly as shit, boy.
We not doing that, bro.
You concerned about men? What?
How you talking? You just chased a nigga.
So wait. Hold on.
What's wrong?
Hold on. You concerned about my looks, brother? Where are you from? What nation are you from, brother?
Fuck out of here talking about.
He's talking to Mella, man. Y'all tripping like a motherfucker, bro. Calm down. Too much energy in the morning.
Shut up talking to me, nigga.
It's cool.
Where are you from?
Tommy, just relax your phone.
That's what I thought. You ain't from nowhere.
It's your boy King, man. Calm down, Tommy.
Why are you so angry?
Hey, King, where you from, God?
I'm from Chicago, Tommy. What's up?
No, I'm not talking to you, King. I'm talking about the dude that you muted and they got muted. He said, yo, King, I was trying to sign off and say, yo, I'll come back whenever, and then some dude named Mello, whatever these dudes names were.
That was Legend, the one I was talking to.
Legend, or whatever these dudes were. I don't know, yo, King, I don't know these dudes, God.
Ooh, it's cool. It ain't no beef. Tommy, enjoy your morning. We're talking chopping.
Yeah, I'm you know, but if, tell me where you from. If you want to question where I'm from,
the tribe of Benjamin, Tommy. Just uplift your folks. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you from the tribe of Benjamin? Cool. Alright, check it. What degree you got in the tribe of Benjamin?
I'm a 33rd degree son of a Mason, sir.
You're a Mason. Cool.
The son of a Mason.
All right. You're a son. You a Muslim son?
Live with your father, bro.
No, I'm asking you. You said you were 33 degree Mason. You a Muslim son.
I asked him a question. I was saying, what does his father got to do with him? Ain't he his own man?
No, he said, King, he just said he's a Muslim son. So we have a degree in our lessons that talk about the Muslim sons. So if he's a Muslim son, let's talk about the Muslim sons, bro. You're 33.
No,
you're 33.
We ain't finna change the room because y'all can talk about the
I don't know who's talking. Who's talking? Who's talking?
King is talking. BTS, King, man. Tommy, that's me talking to you, brother.
Yo, all right. When? Yo, King, King, check this out, God. There's a lot of dudes that come in your rooms, and you know, King, I got respect for you. But a lot of these dudes that be coming on your rooms are busters, and they be trying to portray themselves.
This is crazy.
Like they got knowledge, and they don't got no knowledge. So we can just clear it out right now, because